News' coverage of the 2020 presidential election. I'm Michaela Verdi, NUTV News Director. I'm joined by David Foggy.
Oh.
Timmy, I think, or someone has us.
You want to get that fixed
A
up?
little bit of technical difficulties.
Oh my god, delay.
Are we good there? I think we're good. Oh, we're not.
No.
Okay.
I'm waiting. Yeah, I don't hear anything. Okay, awesome. All right, once again, hello and welcome to NUTV News' coverage of the 2020 election cycle. I'm Michaela Verdi, one of NUTV News' news directors. I'm joined with David and Justin, and today we're going to have a lot of people switching in and out to bring you the latest on the election. Everyone is dying to figure out what's going to happen, not only in the presidential race, but also a lot of congressional races going on tonight. So David and Justin, with that, as you guys know, we've just gotten a couple of votes in from different areas. Does anyone want to jump right into it?
Sure.
Yeah, we've already seen Vermont has already been called for Biden, at least on the side I'm using. We're looking at Decision Desk HQ. They're reporting 0 votes total, but it's one that we would consider to be safe for Biden anyways. New Hampshire, we have 26 votes in. Biden's currently leading. Again, that's one. We're not expecting to get results for that for a while. Now, all of these states on the East Coast are just starting to close, but we're also pulling Indiana and Kentucky in because some of their sites are in Central Time. And so we have approximately 170,000 votes in Indiana. Donald Trump is leading. We would expect that. We just got an update pushed. We have 180,000 votes in Kentucky. Joe Biden is leading. This is not a result we're expecting. And it will not stay that way. They're just probably processing mail-in votes first. That's what they're dumping first. We also have some results in for Virginia. We have approximately 2,300 votes in. Donald Trump is leading 53% to 46%. It's about a 200 vote margin. Biden, I believe, is expected. Let me check my notes. Yeah, Biden is expected to win Virginia. So again, this is just specific precincts that they're pulling in first. It's not necessarily indicative at all of what the overall outcome will be. Florida, that's the big one we're looking at right now. They currently have 2.3 million votes in. That's an estimated 20 to 25% of the total outcome we're expecting in the state of Florida. And Joe Biden is currently with 1.2 million votes. Donald Trump has 100,000. Third parties have picked up about 15,000 votes. This is a state that Biden has to win. He has to win either Florida, Georgia, or North Carolina to really have a good chance of winning the election tonight. If he doesn't win that, things look a lot better for President Trump. And currently, we just got another dump, 3.2 million votes in. Biden is still up 8%, 29 to 33%. In Florida. We just have more data in Florida. So that's pretty much a must-win for Biden. Otherwise, he has to win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, which, as we all know, had a massive polling error in 2016. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at so far.
Amount of mail-in voting and early voting that's happened, and voter turnout in general. So it'll be really interesting to see how things shape up, and also to know this coverage will go to around 2 or 3 a.m. and we have no idea what we're going to know at that point. So that's the fun of it, is it not? I'm curious, Justin, what are you keeping your eye on with these early polls closing? What are you looking out for?
With these polls for all the swing states, I'm very curious to see the way Pennsylvania swings this year. Outside of that, I think with these states closing, with these polls closing, as much as I'm curious about the national election, of course, that's always a big thing. I'm curious to see also how the Senate and the House turns out this election season. So as we know, that's going to be very contentious this year, with Democrats trying to take over both parts of the Congress. We'll see if that happens, and if there's the projected blue wave that everyone was talking about earlier this year.
Sorry, they're just taking some of the news. Yeah. I think I'm really interested, as is the rest of the nation, but seeing how Florida plays out. Not just in the winner from Florida, but also seeing Florida's been a site of some difficulties in past election cycles. So trying to see exactly how smoothly things go, and when we are able to safely call it, because most people are saying that we should be able to call Florida at some point tonight. I'm looking to see if that is realistic and if that will actually happen. I'd love to see it. But I will just note from the audience end, it looks like. Oh,
no, a small thing from Senate. So AP News has called Mark Warner for a third term of Senate for a Senate seat in Virginia. This was an expected win, but he successfully holds a seat against a Republican challenger. Okay, Michaela, as you were saying? Sorry.
I was just going to say, from audience perspective, it looks like they might be having some lag on our end, but David, you're good to go, so love that. And we'll also have some other correspondents joining us later in the hour, hopefully, and as our coverage continues. Looks like we just lost on David. So that's
Oh boy.
all good, no worries. As of Georgia, exactly. Currently in Georgia right now, very interested in seeing if Georgia will turn this year. If it'll flip, we shall see. Also in Georgia, we have 2 Senate races going on. We've got John Ossoff running against David Perdue, and then we also have a race with, I believe, over 15 candidates trying to fill one of the other Senate seats in Georgia. So we'll see. That one will almost definitely to a runoff. But we will keep our eyes especially on the John Ossoff David Perdue matchup. Kelly Loeffler. Yep. And many reviewers may know, even if you're unfamiliar with Georgia politics, you may John Ossoff, as you know, one of the most expensive campaigns in history. We shall see if this time will work out for John there in Georgia. Yeah. Kanye West shared some photos from his voting process today. Did vote for himself, did write himself in. So interested in seeing how many votes he ends up racking up. That's actually been something that we've seen a lot in the past couple of weeks. We've seen a lot of leaders from the hip hop community come out and express their support for one or the other. Famously, Lil Wayne just a few days ago expressed his support for Donald Trump in in a pretty shocking way. Most people were not anticipating that. We also had Eminem team up with the Biden campaign for one of their final ads. Just, I believe, yesterday that was released. So it is interesting seeing how much hip hop has impacted the last couple of weeks of this election cycle.
And of course, speaking of third parties, we will have to see how Joe Jorgensen performs. Of course, third parties have historically not done too well in election seasons, but we may see if the amount of votes she polls may cause an election, one state to swing one way or another. It's always been a risk when it comes to third parties. Also, Georgia is. Let's see. I'm looking at the Senate. Georgia just came in. John Ossoff is leading currently with 89,000 votes to produce 75,000. That is about 3.4% to 4.1% of the total votes so far.
And that race in Georgia, to see if it will in fact flip to blue this year as a battleground state. But also having 2 Senate seats up for option is not, something we see every day. And seeing it with the potential of those being filled by 2 Democrat candidates in Georgia would be a big upset and would be change the game for Georgia politics going forward. So I'm very interested in seeing what happens with those. Also, David Perdue ran into some troubles in recent weeks with his being called out for some of his actions during his tenure in the Senate. It'll be really interesting to see if John Ossoff is able to unseat him and see also where those votes are coming from, if they're coming from what the demographics are behind those. Because historically, obviously, Georgia has a lot of older white voters who tend to be Trump supporters. That's very true. Seeing what the black vote turnout is in Georgia, especially in some of their more urban areas. And also the 18 to 35 demographic will be interesting to see what that turnout looks like.
And on the presidential race, so Georgia is currently going for Joe Biden with, again, the 3.4 to 4.2%. So very small right now, but Joe Biden is in the lead by about 20K votes. Again, very big state.
Yeah, that's a great point, David. I'm curious for both you and Justin. Depending on which way Florida goes, how is that going to shape how you think about states like Pennsylvania and Michigan that we have as battleground states right now? Less so Michigan, but.
We do know that Pennsylvania will most likely not called today, and perhaps might be subject to more contentious fights in the upcoming week. We already know Trump has promised an election court fight over the absentee votes in Pennsylvania, so we'll have to see how that resolves itself. I believe we do also have a court case working its way through the Pennsylvania county courts about what it looks like corrected mail-in ballots in Montgomery County. So that will be working its way through. We'll see how that affects the votes at the end of the day. Just an audio check. Can anyone confirm that everything's working? Because I believe David, I'm not hearing your audio when I'm listening to the YouTube video. Yes. Do you want to just... Yes. If Timmy is available, I'd like to just double check that. Make sure everything's working. All right, good stuff. Yes, it does seem like your audio is not coming in. Yeah.
David, can
Which is annoying.
Your audio is coming from your phone, right? Could it be? Okay.
I should probably mute that. Hold on. Good question. See if decision does something on that. I should probably close the tabs. I have too many tabs open.
Yes. I'm curious for you. Earlier this morning, were you expecting Florida to come in as quickly as we're seeing it today?
I was not. Florida is kind of notorious. I know we probably talked a little bit about voter suppression right now, but there was a video that went viral a little bit earlier this week of a Florida mailroom with hundreds, I couldn't even tell you how many, mail-in ballots being stored there and just were not being delivered. So I think it's really interesting that they are having such a quick turnaround, especially with all the chaos with obviously mail-in voting. I do wonder what this means for other races in Florida. I'm trying to remember Senate and Congress, the important things that are happening there, but it's interesting to note, and I think it's just interesting to note the lead that we're seeing from Biden right now. Obviously, we're missing a lot of counties, so we don't know a lot. But given the fact that Florida did go for Trump in 2016, it's kind of interesting to note.
Can we get somebody from the chat to tell my audio might be coming through now? Keep
it is on there.
I'm just curious, where are you looking at your up-to-date information? I checked
okay,
via
you're good.
AP.
Oh, perfect.
I have
All right.
Decision Desk and AP opened on 2 different tabs.
I'm going through DecisionDeskHQ.com, and we are getting some Senate and House races in.
Yeah,
As
so
a I'm so saddened that our audience couldn't hear some of the great stuff David was saying within the first couple of minutes of our coverage. Thank y'all for sticking with us. But as you're saying, we got some Senate stuff coming in, so take it away.
Yeah.
Well, currently we're just looking at who's leading. John Ossoff is currently leading in Georgia's special election. Raphael Warnock, he's currently leading, but he doesn't have enough of a percentage to win. As expected, Lindsey Graham is winning, although that's one that could be close. The limited results we have in for Kentucky shows Amy McGrath is winning. Again, we're not really expecting that to flip. It's just not likely. McConnell wins by 20, 30 points each year. Virginia's been called for Mark Warner. New Hampshire, we have 26 Senate seat votes in, so that's not going to be enough to make a decision. We have 32 Republican House seats have been called, and 18 Democratic House seats have been called already. So.
I think it's interesting that you brought up Lindsey Graham, because Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison have been very close in the polls, and a lot of the debates, a lot of people said went for Jamie Harrison, and that Lindsey Graham looked very weak in these debates. So I think that's a very important thing to know.
It certainly is, but in the end, we have to remember it's South Carolina.
Yes.
The odds are only so good that it'll flip. So,
of course.
Same thing with Kentucky. It had massive outside spending come in. Millions of dollars from out-of-state donors, but it doesn't matter because it's the people that live in the state that vote.
You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're getting more data in for Florida. We have approximately 70% of the total outcome in, according to where I'm looking at. And we're seeing Biden is still leading by about 4 points, 3.89 million votes to Trump's 3.6 million. So that race is really key here. And we're getting a lot of results in very early. If Biden can hold up the lead, that would be indicative of the outcomes of the election. Again, like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you guys could hear, but Biden has to win Florida or Georgia or North Carolina to have a good chance of winning. If Trump can win all three of those, it starts to look very good for his re-election chances.
I personally disagree. Based on the 270 to win map, 270 to win analyzes census data pretty regularly. Its last update was at 8:30 this morning, and it has left Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina as undeclared, and yet they are still 279, so that's 9 votes above 270 to win for Biden. So
have they called Pennsylvania or Arizona for Trump, or for Biden?
They did indicate Pennsylvania, but
yeah. So for Trump to win, he needs to win Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. And the only way Biden can stop it at that point is he has to win Pennsylvania and Arizona and Wisconsin for him to stand a chance. So again, there's a narrow path to victory for both of them. Yeah. Trump has to win those three. He has to stop Biden from taking. Realistically, Arizona is his best chance of stopping Biden's victory.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of House and Senate races, we are getting governor elections coming in. AP News predicting that Republican Governor Holcomb is reelected as Indiana's governor. We also have Representative Welch, Democratic representative in Vermont, is reelected, and we have a Representative Comer from Kentucky who's also got elected. Who's AP News is calling re-election for.
And it looks like in Georgia for Senate, both Democratic candidates are leading.
Those will both probably go to a runoff vote, though. So the results tonight aren't really indicative. Democrats have poor turnout in runoffs. So the results here aren't necessarily indicative of what the final outcome will be.
We're aware that, obviously, tonight we're not going to get a full response, partially because of mail-in voting in certain states. I would like someone to remind me which states off the top of my head will count ballots that arrive later. So there will not be an official, most likely there will not be an official answer tonight on who.
Yes, and historically there has never, as we know, it's historically never been called on election night. Outlets may call it for one candidate or another, but the following week we will still be seeing a lot of votes be tallied up until we get the official results.
AP has called West Virginia for Trump.
Yeah, I just got that one in. There's 0 votes counted, but they've called it. But Vermont is starting to show results, and it's already been called for Biden as well. So.
We also have New York Times saying 65% is in for Florida, and Biden is still in the lead.
Which is interesting.
Okay.
Georgia has gone back to toss up for Senate. It's interesting. It's interesting that Georgia, which used to be such a red state, after what happened with Stacey Abrams in 2018, it's very interesting to see how much more purple it's become. Michaela, you're from Georgia. Would you care to speak on that at all?
I'm sorry, Lana, I couldn't hear you there. Could you run that by me again?
So it's interesting to see how Georgia has become much more of a purple state after it had been very, very red. And I think I keep looking at Stacey Abrams and her run for governor. Would you care to speak on how Georgia is turning bluer current?
Right. I think after the last governor race that we had here, a lot of Georgia voters were feeling dejected by the turnout or by the results of the last election, and because of that, sort of became ignited to make sure that we were more people calling out certain acts of voter suppression. We saw some reports today of bot calls going through telling people that polls were closed when they were not. And I think Georgia has opened its eyes, at least voters, to some of the more obvious voter suppression that we previously weren't aware of or wasn't being talked about as often. So, yeah, I definitely think there's a fire under a lot of voters in Georgia. And also thinking about the rise of mail-in ballots here, I think that's definitely going to affect the overall turnout and the demographics that ended up voting this day.
One of the other states we keep mentioning that's going to be so important to Biden's potential path to victory is North Carolina, and it's important to note their polls just closed 5 minutes ago. So we'll hopefully be getting results in soon. I believe Florida, South Carolina, or not Carolina, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, I believe all pre-process their mail-in ballots, so we can expect a lot of votes to be dumped. And while we seemingly have approximately 75% of the total turnout in Florida reported as of now, Biden leading by 300,000 votes, there's the potential that a lot of that is early voting data. A lot of that could be mail-in voting data, and we expect that Democrats will have more votes in early voting and Republicans will have more in-person voting. So what we should be looking for here is the race to continue to tighten throughout the night. I mean, Biden's currently leading by 3%, so it went from like 4 or 5% down to 3. We should expect Florida to tighten as more results pour in.
It is interesting.
That is true.
As you've noted, that Democrats are going to be voting more so by mail or voting by mail due to, and Republicans are more likely to vote in person. And I would say this is most likely due to the pandemic. And statistically, who are we seeing who is more willing to, based on their party's leaders, take the pandemic seriously? And I think that's a good transition thing to right now talking about the politicians' current stances on the coronavirus and what this means and what we should be looking for.
I totally agree, Alana. I just want to take the moment to introduce one of our correspondents, Emma Toole. Welcome, Emma. Thank you for joining us. And with Emma's arrival, I will be heading off, but I'll be back on the stream later today. Very excited to see what comes of the election night and also to hear you guys' your discussions. So you guys have a good time. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michaela.
Sorry, I got to interrupt. Virginia was just called for Biden by the Associated Press. That puts Biden at 16 electors and Donald Trump at 13 electors.
That's interesting. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see that too. That's important. But that's
Virginia
odd.
was one of the states that we would have expected.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is odd is the Associated Press right now, it says it has called for Biden, but the results they're showing have it at Biden with 29% of the vote, and Trump with 62% of the vote with 4% reporting. So something's not adding up there.
They may have more access to data than we do. Obviously, we're just using public data. Associated Press does exit polling. However, the major networks all switched away from using the Associated Press in 2018. And yeah, Virginia's still leading for Trump. And when they called Kentucky for Trump, Biden was leading in the votes. So it's not all based on that, I guess. And to be clear for everybody, we're not calling the states as this is how they will. We are projecting. It's an important clarification that the media has to make this year.
Yes.
That is true.
It's been really interesting coming. So I'm from Georgia. So it's been really interesting to see how Georgia's been swinging in this election. I know it's traditionally been like a very red state, but I'm curious to see if it might swing blue. I don't know. We will see. Very interesting.
Again, on that note, Emma, do you want to talk again? We had Michaela talk a little bit about it, but from a Georgia perspective, how do you feel about how Georgia is turning more blue? Why do you think that may be?
I think it's really exciting and interesting. I think I was just watching like some other channels about it, but I think they were mentioning how the suburbs are really influencing this vote and this factor, and I think that is definitely part of it. I don't know. I think it's just Georgia's turning more blue. I think there's a lot of people in these more metropolitan urban areas within Georgia that are definitely more liberal leaning compared to all the conservatives in like the outside area of Georgia, I guess.
And then on that note, so you voted in Georgia. Were there any interesting things on the ballot in Georgia besides the presidential, congressional, and Senate races?
Yeah, so I think I would have to double check, but there was one. There was like, hold on, let me double check really fast. But there was some interesting ones about like being able to donate money to profitable charities, and I think another one for being able to use tax money for its intended purpose, which I was like, well, that makes sense. There was another one about raising taxes on the 1%, and also there was some other one about charging people or something. I don't know. Yeah, but I did my research. I'm just blanking at the moment.
Well, also on the note of Georgia, an interesting call from AP right now, because it's very much a toss-up right now. It's less than 500 votes separating Biden and Trump, currently with only 5% reporting. So again, anything can change throughout the night, but it's an interesting thing to look at. And Biden is still leading Florida with 73% of the vote reporting. There's about a 200,000 vote difference between Biden and Trump.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's so many like battleground states happening this year.
We are just getting data in for Ohio. We have approximately 350,000 votes in. Biden is leading 74% to 24%. I'm guessing that data all comes from a major metropolitan area. And Ohio is one of the states that we expect to be very close to slightly leans Trump. But we're expecting that to be a pretty close race. And a quick update on the House of Representatives, the race to 218 for the majority. The Democrats currently have 22 seats called in their favor, and the Republicans currently have 45 seats called in their favor. We are expecting the Democrats to reach the majority there. 538 gave them a 98% chance of keeping the majority. So we're just pulling data from certain states at this point. We don't have everything yet.
Yes. We currently, the states that are reporting have historically gone Republican, so that is to be expected. But as more states report in, we shall see. And regarding swing states, we have to note that North Carolina, one of those key states, has ruled to keep 4 of its polling stations open next hour, so we won't be seeing results from them until 8:15 today.
Another key thing to note is Georgia is really, really tight right now. Again, I mentioned earlier, 500 votes separating Trump and Biden. Now about 600 votes separate them, but now Trump is leading with 126,637 votes, as opposed to Biden with 126,032 votes. But again, 5% reporting, anything can change throughout the night.
Yeah, it's super close in a lot of these states. It's crazy.
So, Ohio right now with 6% reporting, Joe Biden has 74% of the vote, which is shocking.
I'm gonna see if I can get
That's
more
a
data
good
on
sign,
what's
I think,
reporting.
right?
Oh, and
It's Columbus, Ohio is what's reporting. They've reported basically all of the votes. So would expect a major metropolitan area to be more Democratic leaning. You know, there are rural parts of the state. Biden's not going to win Ohio by 75%.
Yes, I know.
I mean, you never know. No, but
well, with 8% reporting, that's interesting. And Georgia has again flipped back to Biden, and now he's leading by 6,000. So whatever county they just counted would be interesting to look at.
Speaking of flips, Kentucky
So,
is
Emma,
now
what states are you looking
going
at tonight?
Republican.
me specifically, I mean, definitely Georgia is on Georgia, Florida, Ohio, Virginia. Yeah, those are kind of some of my specific ones. What about you guys?
Those races, yes, I'm obviously curious about what's going to happen in my home state of Colorado. Other key states, I think Arizona will be interesting. I think waiting for I'm curious to see what's going to happen in Texas. Although Texas is a very almost firmly red state, it has been shifting blue, and I wonder how that's going to play out, and I wonder what the percentages are going to be. I'm also really interested in some of the Senate races, specifically Alabama Senate race, because of Doug Jones versus Tommy Tuberville. If you remember, Doug Jones won in a special election to replace Jeff Sessions, and the person running against Doug Jones had a major scandal of him molesting teenage girls, and he still almost won the vote. So that's why it was an interesting thing. First of all, shocking that Alabama had a Democratic senator, given how deeply red Alabama tends to be. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, especially because the person running against Doug Jones is a very, very right-leaning, and Doug Jones is more so a moderate Democrat.
I do want to say that Virginia was officially called, as was Kentucky.
Yep.
And
we
West
currently
Virginia
have
was
Joe
officially
Biden up
called.
16 delegates to. Yeah, so we have Joe Biden up 16 delegates to Trump's 13. Florida, we're getting even more data in approximately 75% of the vote, and Biden is still winning by 200,000 votes. That's not a small lead. It's also not insurmountable. I keep saying we expect this race to tighten, but
we're starting to get some stuff in from North Carolina. There's 1%, so really not much to look at all, but we are still seeing a Trump lead, but we will see what happens there. But Senate races, did we mention earlier that they called the Senate race in Virginia for Mark Warner?
Yes.
Did we?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes, I think we did mention that.
And they called also for the Senate race in West Virginia for Shelley Moore, and it seems to be a very close. I mean, they're only showing 4% from AP, but it's within 800 votes.
Yes, she is actually now. Has the honor of being the first West Virginia Republican to be reelected to the Senate in more than a century, actually. So we are seeing there's a lot of first times this election. We'll see if there's any more first times, especially in states where Democrats are seeking to make gains in the Senate. And speaking of the Senate, Kentucky has flipped as expected back towards McConnell. We'll see if he maintains that lead. He's expected to win the state. Time will tell whether he does or how close that race will be.
I wonder if Mitch McConnell's recent choices in the Senate, so to speak, how that will have an effect. Mostly his choices to to end the Senate term before coming to a deal with the stimulus to help Americans, and with him ushering through the nomination and confirmation of Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
That is true. It was a disappointment to a lot of voters that stimulus package did not come. But with that Supreme Court seat, Republicans have secured a comfortable control over the Supreme Court. We may see that in action in the coming weeks, if not the following years after this election.
Oh, we're starting to get stuff in from Texas. Not really anything much, but a little bit.
Also, I think Arden in our chat has mentioned that New York Times is predicting that Trump will win Florida, even though it's there is a Biden lead currently, I believe. Yes. So that'll be interesting. These Georgia and Florida I just keep staring at. They're so close.
Yeah. It looks like we're missing one county for any results right now in Florida, and that's Baker County. But it's interesting.
The New York Times is projecting Florida and Georgia for Trump, with North Carolina going to Biden. These are about 2% to 3% margins.
But we shall see. Again, it's still anybody's game.
It still is early, folks.
The night is still very, very young.
The night is young, yes.
AP is still predicting Biden, with him maintaining a 150,000 vote lead in Florida. But again, things change so quickly.
So how do you guys think that the absentee ballot situation and all these mail-in ballots will affect the current election tonight?
I think it's really interesting to bring up how this has been a factor of voter suppression, especially. Some of the key things I want to talk about is, so on multiple occasions, we've seen states having to argue whether or not they will accept ballots that got sent before Election Day and weren't received, or drop off ballots, not should they be counted. There was a case in Texas that was ruled that yes, you will count the drop-in ballots, the drop-off ballots will count for the election, which is an interesting thing to note. And so I think voter suppression in this election is going to be very interesting, and it's going to be interesting to see how many people who cast votes and their votes didn't end up getting counted for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, do you guys think that tonight, like, we will hear an official presidential result, or do you think like it will take time considering all the number of mail-in ballots that were cast?
That is a good question. As we know, historically, there has been a result called in favor of one candidate or another at the end of the night, but with the delay in certain states reporting, we might. I don't see it as significant enough for outlets to not call it one way or another, but there is the slight chance that with mail-in ballots being a significant factor this election, it could swing one of those key states. Now, the likelihood of that happening, perhaps slim to none, but as we know this year, expectations be damned.
Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I want to check. Can any of you hear me?
On the panel, we can hear you. I don't know if anyone.
Okay.
All
right.
Well,
hopefully somebody out there will tell us. All right, because I was having some issues. I got interrupted at some point. So.
Okay, they're saying yes. People in the
perfect.
chat are saying yes.
Okay.
Also, Arden is also saying that apparently CNN is called Indiana, which is
the Associated Press hasn't called them yet. So, I mean, they all run their own decision desks. CNN is probably looking at early voting data. They're looking at history. We expect Indiana to go for Donald Trump, even regardless of how many results we haven't yet.
And New York Times and AP both have Donald Trump leading by quite a bit, with 27% of the vote excuse me.
So we're looking at Florida. The data I'm looking at has Biden up by approximately 100,000 votes. It's certainly tightening up. We expect this. We're looking at approximately 80% of total vote in. So that race will probably set the pace for the rest of the election, because that's one we're likely to know tonight.
So let's check back in on Senate races, see how those are going.
Yes.
Mitch McConnell's been called.
Georgia.
So yes, Mitch McConnell. Yes, Mitch McConnell is in a very comfortable lead. David, you mentioned that it's been called for McConnell already?
Yes.
I don't believe it has. Where has it been called for McConnell?
Well, one of the results that I'm looking at has it called for.
AP has not called it for McConnell yet, so I'm hesitant to say anything.
Okay.
South Carolina, again, with 3% reporting, does have Lindsey Graham leading, but not by much. So that'll be interesting to look at.
Yes. Kentucky is not expected to flip, as you've mentioned before, but we will have to see which way South Carolina goes. As you know, that's been a very contentious race. Lots of money spent in that state trying to boost both campaigns. We'll see whether that pays off tonight.
So we are approaching 8 o'clock. We are expecting a number of states to come in: Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Illinois, Maine, which splits their electors by district, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, New Hampshire, Missouri, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, which is a must-win for Biden, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. Those are all going to be closing at 8 o'clock.
On that note of some of these important states, there's an interesting thing on the Colorado ballot that I know came up in 2016, whether or not the popular vote should dictate should have priority over the Electoral College. In 2016, after Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by 3 million votes and then lost the Electoral College, a number of states said and passed legislation that said that in the future, if a candidate wins the popular vote but not the electors in their state, and not the electors for their state, they will send the electors to the popular vote. I know that's currently on the ballot in Colorado, so that'll be an interesting thing to watch. But how do you think that will affect tonight? I'm trying to remember which states it was. I want to say it was California. I don't remember.
Is that the national popular vote? Did you state compact for kids? Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, man, that
will have no impact tonight. Part of that provision is that it only takes effect when enough states have joined it that they control the election. They have 270 electors worth of states. So it'll be interesting to see how the popular vote looks based on just the sheer number of voters in California. They sent a mail-in ballot to every resident. It's extremely likely that regardless of the election is the popular vote. So it'll be interesting to see how much this push towards a national popular vote really takes after tonight.
Yes. So with regards to the national popular vote, currently there are 15 states signed on to it with approximately 196 electoral votes, which is 73% of the 270 votes needed. Once that number goes above 270, the compact will come into effect and it will essentially overthrow the Electoral College. Whether that will happen in our lifetime or not stands to see. See if any other states join. Maybe this is next.
Some other things to note is that Florida is tightening up to about 50,000 votes between Biden and Trump, but Biden is still leading, and there's 80% reporting. And Ohio is still, with 22% reporting, leading very heavily to Joe Biden, which is honestly a surprise. I mean, Ohio was a toss-up, but it's interesting to look at.
Looking at the data from Ohio, we're getting a lot of votes in Columbus, Franklin County, and we're getting a lot of data in from Cleveland as well, and Youngstown, which is also another major city. We're not getting any of the rural, well, we're getting some of the rural counties, but we're not getting enough of them to have the impact that we expect it to, and we're still expecting some other semi-large cities to come in. This race will tighten up over the course of the night.
Something else that I wanted to talk about is just for, the Northeastern students that may be watching. Did everyone else get the NU alert about police activity identified near Ruggles and Leon Street? I think this is
Yes. It sounds like there might have been a shooting, from what I understand.
There was a avoid the area and shelter in place notification.
I would recommend people to stay safe tonight.
Yes, guys.
People nearby have said they thought they heard gunshots, but again, that's...
Yes, everyone please stay home. Stay safe.
Yeah, stay safe, everybody. There's the potential that was election related. When I passed through there earlier, the past several days, there have been some pro-Biden demonstrators standing in the station, going up to everybody passing through, trying to hand out flyers. I obviously don't know if they were involved at all, but there's still the potential that
they've officially called South Carolina for Trump. Again, not surprising, but important to know. At least AP has.
Yeah, South Carolina we would have expected to go for Trump. Yeah. So we're looking at 22 electors for Donald Trump, 16 for Joe Biden. That's not consequential to the race. We're getting more data in for Florida. I'm looking at 9.3 million votes in. It looks like Biden is leading by approximately 85,000. Well, my data says
I'm looking at.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's
super
still
tight.
an extremely close race.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's not a repeat of 2000.
Yeah, that'll be terrifying if it is. Which is why a lot of people were very nervous about the fact of Trump nominating a justice and getting a justice through, because if this election goes to the court, a lot of people think that Justice Barrett should recuse herself, given the fact of some of this, how quickly she was pushed in. I think that's an interesting take, and I understand the idea, but I'm not sure how likely that is to happen.
I believe she said she would not. So,
yeah.
Checking in with the Senate, the data I'm looking at has John Ossoff leading by 8,000 votes, but he's currently got 51% of the vote, which might be enough to declare the election. If enough votes come in for him again, we're looking at very small percentages in there. The special election, Raphael Warnock, he will not win tonight. It will go to a runoff, that race. South Carolina, I still see Jamie Harrison leading. North Carolina, I also see Cal Cunningham, but again, we're looking at 200 votes in North Carolina.
You're saying Jamie Harrison leading South Carolina?
I'm looking at 85,000 votes in. Yeah, I'm looking at Decision Desk HQ.
Yes, Decision Desk has them up 13,000 votes so far. Again, only 4% of the votes total.
With all the data coming in so quickly, different sources are going to be updated at different speeds.
Mm-hmm.
So we're probably going to be out of sync for a bit, but once the night rolls on more, we'll be.
And Florida is really neck and neck right now.
Yeah, Florida just turned red again, and Georgia also just turned blue again. So lots of flip-flopping back and forth.
Are closed in a number of more states.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, happy 8 o'clock.
We have hit the fated 8 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
We're expecting a lot of results to start pouring in now. When does New York's election close? Oh, they close at 9 o'clock. I would assume that's called instantly. But Maine is going to be key here. If the very tiny percentage of an electoral college tie, it requires the delegates of Maine and Nebraska to be split. So as that data comes in, we'll see, and hopefully that will not be an option tonight. An electoral college tie would be a disaster.
Well, that would very much be. Believe that goes down to.
They have just called a number of states for Donald Trump. Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Oklahoma, and they have called Illinois, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland for Biden.
A lot of those states are not surprising, I have to say.
Yeah.
Also, I think we should introduce our two new correspondents. If you guys want to introduce yourselves.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Gabby Riberty, and I'm Katie Doherty.
Woo! More people. Where are you guys from? What states are you guys looking forward to most in this election?
I mean, I'm from Connecticut, so it doesn't really matter. Also, I was looking at their Connecticut election officials' response to the New York Times asking them when their vote will be in, and they said sometime. So I guess it was now, apparently.
Interesting.
Sometime definitely defines most of what we're expecting from tonight. Everything's really up in the air, especially with mail-in ballots being such a huge factor.
Yeah, but that's crazy. How did they start? But going back to all those states that were just called, how did they call them all so quickly?
They were expected to go that way. It's abundantly clear. There's zero chance that Trump wins Illinois. It's just not going to happen. So a lot of that can be based on precedent. We're getting votes in for Texas. They are tied.
Oh, Texas has
it's 700 votes off.
Yeah, that is very close, which is, I think, one of the closest that a race like that has ever been. And Ohio is still leading Biden. Florida has turned to Trump with about 30,000 votes between the two of them, and Biden is leading Georgia for some of the toss-up states. And if we go back and check Senate races, we have some results on that. They've called This is interesting. Okay, they've called Ed Markey for Massachusetts. I cannot pronounce that name. The Democrat. The one we're going to want to wait for is Maine to see what happens there, because that's a very interesting thing. They've called
That
Cory
is
Booker
true.
for New Jersey.
That's
And
expected.
yes.
Oklahoma, I believe, also has been called in favor of the Republican incumbent, Jim Inhofe.
Yeah. But in Texas right now,
Yeah.
the Democrat for Senate is winning by not small, about 60,000 votes. So that's it. So Mary Hager is winning for Senate, and
Biden's leading in Texas.
Joe Biden is leading Texas.
Wow. Biden is in
That
fact
is
leading
a
Texas.
surprise. That
By
is
almost
about
200,000 votes.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, this is not something we would
that's-
expect.
I believe that's 250,000 nearly.
So, looking at the 538 averages before tonight, Texas was looking at Trump was. I have my notes here. I wrote this all down beforehand. Texas had Trump had a 62% chance of winning. So we should not be entirely surprised if Biden wins it. Of course, if Trump wins Florida, the odds of Biden winning in Texas go down significantly. But independent, before all this started, Biden's odds of winning Texas were better than Trump's odds of winning Florida.
Wow.
So,
how the
New
tables
York
have
Times
turned.
is reporting that Biden's leading Florida again with 83% of the votes remaining, and with about 24,000 votes between the two of them, which is very interesting to look at. And again, some of these toss-ups are really just bouncing back and forth. And I do wonder about a lot of the reasons that these different states are different ways. There was I want to say it was a Washington Post article recently that was like, Biden holds one key advantage over Donald Trump, and it's just simply people like him more. I wonder if this is based on just character, because I know there's this entire debate on what kind of character do you want your president to be. And I know a really good site for people who are just starting out voting and want to do minimal research would be the website I Side With, which gives a very detailed quiz to see how your views align with people currently running for office. And the last question on that is, what kind of qualities do you want from your president, from your senator, etc.? And so looking at that, it's interesting to see if Biden does have a type of charisma that is so juxtaposed by Trump's charisma, and seeing if that plays a factor.
Yeah, Alana, I actually remember you telling me about that quiz, and I took it. So good I definitely recommend that to other people as well.
I think a lot of voters look at Biden as somebody they know. He was the vice president for 8 years. They recognize him. They know his character. He's been a senator for over 40 years, or he's been in government for an extremely long time. He's got a record to fall back on, and Trump only has these past 4 years really as a politician, and his character is not as clean as Joe Biden's has been. Joe Biden's not a perfect person. He's not a perfect candidate, but he doesn't have all the rape, sexual assault allegations, the racist allegations that Trump faces.
Also,
There is
Alana,
also
can
the
you?
question.
What's the website again, Alana?
I Side With is a good one for voters. I recommend this especially during the primary when there's many candidates and you just don't know who to vote for. Obviously, at this point, this is a little late, but as a future resource, that's very important. Also, key things to know is we're starting to get information in from Pennsylvania, another key state, and it's leaning very heavily towards Joe Biden right now. Only 1% of the vote in, but it's leaning very heavily. Ohio is still leaning very much towards Biden by about 400,000 votes, with 31% of the vote in.
We're also getting data in from Missouri, approximately 3,000 votes. Trump is leading. Again, that's what we would expect. There's almost no scenario in which Biden wins Missouri.
I don't know if you mentioned this
but
before,
Texas, again.
but AP News has just called South Carolina for Donald Trump about 9 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think we brought that up. But yeah. It's also interesting to see how much, with 16% reporting for Texas, Biden is still leading by a significant amount.
Yeah.
He's got about a 200,000 vote margin. I mean, that's what we were looking at in Florida. I mean, obviously we're going to expect that race to tighten up. And so we're currently getting data in from Houston, in Dallas, Fort Worth, or not Dallas, we're just getting Fort Worth, and one other small county in the southeast of Texas. Houston, that's from Harris County. That's one that Hillary Clinton won by 12 points in 2016. And that's one that has had record voter turnout. For a couple days, they were running the polls 24/7 to allow everybody to vote. So voter turnout in that one county could potentially overpower the rest of the state if enough people got out and voted.
I'm trying to see if there's anything updated with the House or Senate races, because those are also important to watch.
I'm seeing, Maryland was called for Joe Biden. And another important race tonight, Michigan. Joe Biden is currently leading there as well.
That is very important. Michigan went, I believe, Michigan went to Trump in 2016, but I believe most polling has Michigan pulling ahead for Biden.
It's an important state for Biden this election.
Yes.
I am seeing some other comments that other news sources are not calling some states that AP has already called, which I think is interesting. So lots of different data happening.
The AP seemingly bungled the 2016 election, and after that, basically every single other major news source switched from the AP to, I want to say it's called like Houston Analytics. And so that's why we're getting different calls from them. Their subscriptions are extremely expensive. We're obviously not going to have access to that kind of data. We'll stick with the AP for now.
Yes.
More data in Texas. Biden is currently leading by 160,000 votes, 19% reporting. I mean, this is a state that Joe Biden never should have been leading in. If I was Donald Trump, I would be worried right now. Biden has been leading in a lot of states that we wouldn't necessarily expect.
So on that note, it looks like Florida and Georgia have both gone more red. They're still very close, within a couple thousand, but
Yeah, the gaps have
Yes.
widened, I guess, a little bit in those states.
but it'll be interesting to see how things play out. Let's see.
Votes are coming in for Michigan, leading.
Oh, South
Joe Biden.
Carolina right now, Jamie Harrison is leading for Senate, which is very important, very interesting to note.
Yes. About
Where are my
about
odds for South
15,000 votes so far.
See,
Out
South
of the-
Carolina, Lindsey Graham has had yesterday a 77% chance of keeping his seat. I mean, it would really pretty much be an upset if Jamie Harrison managed to win that seat. But I mean,
Jamie Harrison has been doing very well in the debates there.
and that could be it, is that swung in. But it's interesting to note that he is leading where we wouldn't have expected it, and that might just be a metric of who is reporting right now.
That is true.
Also, Michigan right now, again, there's very little results coming in yet, but they aren't calling. But Jerry Peters is leading Michigan for Senate over his opponent John James.
Can you give the parties with that?
What'd you say?
Can you say the parties for those?
Gary Peters is the Democrat running for Michigan, and he is leading with about 69% of the vote. And John James is the Republican, and he has about almost 29% of the vote. But okay, with Texas with 22% reporting, it's very, very close for Senate between John Cornyn and Mary Hager. It's about 30,000 vote difference, a little bit less. And right now, John Cornyn is leading.
That's a result we would expect going forward.
Yeah.
What's more interesting, though, the local politics in Texas is the Democrats have a chance of taking the state house. They could potentially gerrymander the state in their favor instead of for the Republicans.
Also, other key things that have just happened. Kansas is leading Biden right now with 20% reporting by about almost 50,000 votes.
Yeah, wow.
And Pennsylvania is leading Biden with 1% of the vote is in, but it's still leading Biden, and that's still important to know. Oh, I'm not sure if we call this, but they have called AP is calling Mississippi.
0 votes are in, but they're calling that one. The data for Kansas, the data for Kansas that we're getting is all like suburbs of Kansas City, and so that's again around a large city, we're going to expect that to be more Democratic than the rest of the state. We wouldn't expect that lead to continue throughout the night.
It's important to note about that data is that in the Senate, Republican Roger Marshall is actually leading his Democratic opponent Barbara Bollier by about 500 votes. Not a significant lead, but still a lead nonetheless.
Let's take a look back at Florida. Oh, it looks like, according to Decision Desk HQ, Florida has been called for President Trump. He's currently leading by 200,000 votes. Again, that's not a great sign for Joe Biden. He really needs to win Florida or Georgia or South Carolina, or North Carolina. If he loses all three, it starts to look pretty shaky for him.
But it's interesting to note that Texas has such a strong lead for Biden currently.
Yes, but as we know from Florida, those leads can quickly evaporate. We will have to see.
Yeah.
But that is a good sign for the Biden campaign this early into the night.
So, Katie and Gabby, as we're waiting for more results to come in, how was your voting process? Was this your first time voting in the election? How did it go for you guys? Just to talk about it.
Yeah, this was my first time voting. I obviously couldn't go home to vote for right now, so I did mail in my ballot, and I actually got it delivered to my house because I went home for the weekend that it got delivered, and then I mailed it from there because res mail is bad. Oh yeah, this is my first presidential election. I voted in local elections before, but I also did a mail-in ballot, and I think a lot of decisions are pretty easy because I'm from Massachusetts. So there wasn't a lot of races. It was basically just the incumbent running for the same position for most of them.
Nice.
A key thing to note, though, really quickly, is right now in Alabama, Doug Jones, the incumbent, is leading the Senate race. Again, there's not much reporting. But that is a very key thing to note, given the fact that Doug Jones won in a very special case.
Tennessee has also been called for President Trump. That's a result we would expect. Not much reporting there, but realistically, Biden didn't have a chance there. Let me see. When does anybody know when Wisconsin closes? That's another key state that we should be looking at.
Also, Biden is leading in Texas still.
And Pennsylvania, he's still keeping a strong lead.
Wisconsin should have closed by now, I believe, within about here. We'll get back to you exactly once.
Yeah. But it does look like that Trump has taken over the lead in Florida and Georgia again. Polling numbers had suggested that Biden was doing fairly well in Florida going into today, but obviously polling data is never fully accurate. We also have to keep in mind the margin of error.
Yes. Also, yes, Wisconsin has closed at 8. Whether we'll see results from them is another thing entirely.
I believe Wisconsin is going to take a long time to count all their mail-in ballots, so that's not one we should expect results for tonight.
Yes. Alabama has come in for Donald Trump as expected, and Maine is starting to report.
One vote there for Donald
One vote for Donald Trump. One vote counted.
And Jamie Harrison is still leading South Carolina, which is, again, a key thing to note.
That is true. A very contentious seat.
The main thing I'm curious about for Maine will be Susan Collins. How
that is true. Susan Collins has been a very controversial figure on both sides of the aisle.
Mm-hmm.
She has split with the Republican platform for sometimes, but she has historically stuck to the Republican agenda.
Yeah, I think that the fact that Maine has ranked voting is going to hurt her because the ticket won't be as split between the more progressive candidate and the Democrat. And I think that will hurt her.
That is true. The introduction of ranked voting, if it's widespread, will be interesting to see in terms of how it affects races going forward. That would make third-party votes and multiple candidates a lot more viable.
So Kansas, with 20% reporting, is still leading Joe Biden, which is absolutely shocking. and it's leading by about 45,000 votes, which is shocking. And again, Ohio, a really important swing state, which is a battleground, swing state battleground state, right now with 41%, is leading Biden again with about 325,000 votes between the candidates.
I have some more specific data here for Ohio. We're looking at Delaware County, which has traditionally been a Republican stronghold. The Democrats have not won it since 1916, and Biden is currently leading there. I mean, the race doesn't look clear at this point for either candidate. Both of them should be worried about, states they're shoring up. I mean, Biden should be worried about Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. We talked about that. He really needs to win those. Texas for Donald Trump. Biden should never be leading in Texas. I mean, that's just not what we should be looking for.
We do have a question in the chat about what specific counties in Texas are being counted at the moment.
I believe currently it is Harris County, which is where Houston is. That's where we'd expect Biden to be leading. Hillary Clinton took it by 12 points. I'm currently loading up more data on that.
Dallas County, so Dallas, again, which is a stronghold. Again, we typically see in cities and in college towns, there seems to be a higher percentage of Democrats and liberal-leaning people. There's no official reason. Some based on demographics say, well, my university's more educated people tend to lean Democratic, but that's not always the case. But if you look at party breakdowns, you see there's a higher percentage of uneducated people who tend to vote, uneducated as in not having a college degree, who tend to vote Republican.
Yeah, so we're at least 3 major counties where Biden is leading: Harris County, Dallas County, and we're looking at Williamson County, which does not have a major city in it. It is near Austin, but it is not where Austin currently is. And Biden's leading in all 3 of those to a varying degree. I mean, we're looking at potentially 35 to 40% of the results in Texas, and Biden's leading.
It looks like many more votes have come in for the North Carolina Senate race, and Cal Cunningham is currently leading with 53% of the vote. And this one's especially interesting to me because for some reason I've been getting text updates on the election. I don't know how that happened, but someone's texting me about the North Carolina Senate race, and so now I'm invested. I think it's the Republican.
Well, North Carolina is going to be important.
His affairs, but I mean, he's leading, and that's an extremely important race right now because North Carolina is definitely one of the more vulnerable seats that the Democrats are getting. But he's just elected.
Another interesting thing to look at is Senate race in Kansas right now. Hold on. Yeah, the Senate race in Kansas is still, with 20% reporting, leaning towards Barbara Bollier, who is a Democrat. So that is actually a key Senate race right now. And some of the important things to note is the difference is, again, one of the more important issues this election cycle is abortion. And Bollier is pro-choice, and she believes that issue is about respecting women's privacy. But Marshall is pro-life. And another key thing to look at is a lot of these Republicans right now have been saying they are for what is, quote unquote, protecting infant survivors of abortion, which is a very interesting, weird idea to try and, I don't know how to properly describe it, but it's the idea that some abortions don't work fully, and so somehow the babe, a fetus is born alive, which is not, in an abortion, which is not scientifically correct. But there's a number of candidates who have said they are in favor of this, which is a interesting thing to look at. But other key things to note for that specific race is Bollier is very interested in wanting to help trans rights. She used to be a member of the GOP, but left due to some transphobic rhetoric, even going as far to say that she didn't leave the GOP they could look at. Some other key things is her wanting to use green energy to create jobs, which is very similar to Biden's platform on green energy.
Well, I'm getting reports that Pennsylvania is expected to release their data very soon, if not immediately. Also, Georgia is looking like it's flipping red in its Senate seats currently. Of course, these are only about 17% of the votes in, but David Perdue is leading against John Ossoff, and in the special election, Kelly Loeffler, the incumbent, is leading by about 1,000 votes. This is a very
Another key thing.
race there.
Another key thing is with 2% voting, 2% reporting. This is not a lot. Michigan is leaning towards Trump, which is interesting. All polling had Biden pulling ahead in Michigan currently, but again, it's anyone's race. And Pennsylvania, with 4% reporting, has a very wide lead for Biden. But again, 4%, anything can change. But Ohio is the standout right now with 45% reporting and a 300,000 vote margin between Biden and Trump, with Biden leading.
I think that's 300,000, right?
I'm
That's what
looking
I'm
at 200,000 in Florida. That's the difference. So
Yes, 200. Yeah, Florida looks like it's going to go to Donald Trump.
we
But we don't know anything for sure.
we have 40 votes in Maine. Donald Trump currently has 35 of the 40 votes in Maine.
And of those, Suzanne Collins only has 31 votes. So that's an interesting thing to look at. That is a difference with how that's going for.
Yes, that means some people have not voted down ballot, which is interesting to say the least, because down balloting is usually how most candidates win their elections.
We are
Not that often you see split ticket.
we're going to be seeing another
Split
race
that.
closing in 6 minutes. Nothing really to note, just Arkansas, which we would expect to go to Trump. So just to keep you all updated.
Yeah,
Well,
it's interesting. Well, it's interesting. I know the New York Times has been keeping track of the total amount of votes. And right now, with the popular vote, currently they are very neck and neck with the popular vote. According to the New York Times, Trump is winning popular vote, but there's so much of the country left to see.
That is true. We are getting a lot of Midwest states that have historically gone for Trump. On that same token, we have been getting a lot of the Northeast, which again does typically go Joe Biden.
North Carolina right now is, according to New York Times, 60% of the votes are in, and it's leading Biden by a significant amount.
Yeah, significant margin there.
That's interesting
12%.
because AP is reporting the opposite, right? Or am I looking at it?
But AP is only reporting about 3% of the vote in.
True.
Texas, we still have Biden up by 300,000 votes with 38% of the results, and it would be very odd to see Texas go blue and Georgia and Florida and North Carolina all go red.
Yeah, we will see. But North Carolina looks like it's anybody's race still. But you can see how it goes. With the last percent in Florida, we saw a major shift. But I mean, even the last 10% of the votes. So we will see. It will also be interesting if Kansas goes blue. I don't want to say it will, but with the current information, that will be something to note.
Yeah, we're looking at major city data there. So, I mean, there's only so much we can get from that.
So some key questions for you guys is, what do you think are some of the key issues in this election right now that you think the American people need the best leadership for currently?
I think honestly one of the major ones right now, I think, is the coronavirus specifically. I mean, I think we have the possibility of going with a leader that could be more proactive, or another leader that maybe doesn't necessarily believe, or I think that's something that has definitely impacted a lot of the American people, and will continue to do so unless if we don't elect someone that will do something about it.
With the appointment of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, we may see a lot of votes coming in because of that possible abortion fight coming up. We might see, some people would like to see a leadership that is able to perhaps challenge the precedent of Roe v. Wade, see if that gets overturned, or at least see if there's a federal move towards restricting abortion. I know that drives a lot of people to the polls, and that's been a pressing issue, especially recently, given the whole justice fight.
Yeah.
See if that brings more voters to the polls.
What's key to note is the majority of the American population is in support of sustaining Roe v. Wade. So how that plays out will be a very interesting thing to look at. Another key thing I want to keep bringing up is in Senate races right now. Obviously, there's very few votes in. Doug Jones leading Alabama, and Mike Espy, the Democrat, currently leading Mississippi.
Wow.
I do wonder.
Expected that at all.
From a report from 538, which compiles all polling data for congressional races, there was a very significant gap between Democratic and Republican candidates, with an 8-point lead towards the Democrats, signifying the blue wave that we all started hearing about in 2018, when a lot more Democrats were voted into Congress, and I'm trying to remember. I believe some more were brought into the Senate. So how do you think that's going to play out? Do you think there's going to maintain this blue wave from 2018?
It will be interesting.
It's just like class.
Okay, who wants to go? No.
It's like those breakout rooms every time.
We are still seeing some very interesting data in Texas. I mean, 42% of the result is in, and Biden still has a healthy 210,000. We just got another 20,000 votes added. Biden's leading by 210,000 votes there. I mean, that's not a small lead.
Yeah.
I mean, that matters. I mean, the president tweeted, he says we're looking really good all over the country. Like I said that 2 hours ago. But, I mean, if I were Donald Trump, I would be feeling very good right now. I mean, we're seeing good results for him in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas. You brush that off and you say it's going to come back later when we get more votes in. So, yeah.
So if we take away Pennsylvania, which currently the site 270 to win, which compiles all census and polling data to create their map, currently 270 to win believes that Pennsylvania will end up going for Biden. But if we reset that to the current swing states, it says that there's not a must-win state for Biden to win, but Trump would need to win both Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. If we take away Michigan and Wisconsin, which are both currently leading, which polling says would lead toward Biden, it's a toss-up. And both of those states did go, I believe, yes. Oh, no, sorry, that's my mistake. Wisconsin went for Hillary Clinton, but Michigan went to Donald Trump back in 2016.
No, it didn't. Wisconsin went for Donald Trump.
Oh, not Wisconsin. Sorry.
It was a big surprise.
Minnesota. I'm sorry. I misread a map. That is my bad. Thank you for correcting me on that.
I think one thing that's also really interesting, I know that, let me see, Vermont has already been called, but Conway West did get 0.4% of the vote in Vermont. Yeah, I think that's kind of crazy. I don't know. Do we think that Kanye will actually get a lot of votes tonight? Probably not, but
no.
I would not expect them to.
That's already too late.
We are expecting more results out of Michigan very soon.
Yeah. I will be interested to see how protest votes turn out, and I personally don't think protest votes help anybody. It was interesting to see back in 2016. I believe the numbers were, I want to say 11,000 people wrote in Harambe, if you remember correctly, the gorilla that was shot in the Cincinnati Zoo.
Oh, that is a flash.
Yeah.
So I wonder how those, Kanye West, almost a protest vote at this point. The fact that he's on the ballot in several states, including my home state of Colorado.
Wow.
It's just,
that's crazy.
We're not seeing the same third-party turnout that we saw in 2016. In 2016, people hated Donald Trump and they hated Hillary Clinton. She was not a popular candidate. And so a significant number of people voted for third party. Third parties haven't mounted strong candidates this year, or at least not as strong as they did in 2016. And the country is so polarized, I think there's not many people that are going to be voting in protest. And also to note, we just got Arkansas in. Donald Trump, as expected, has won Arkansas, and Tom Cotton, Arkansas senator, has won re-election.
Keep a note, with Kansas, with 31% going, we are still seeing a pretty strong Biden lead. Again, Kansas is a state you would expect to go very heavily for Donald Trump. Ohio, again, another key state, 44% reporting. And we're seeing another very key over 250,000 vote difference between Biden and Trump. And we're seeing a Biden lead. And with Pennsylvania, we have very few, we have 6% reporting, but we are still seeing a pretty significant Biden lead.
I think North Carolina is also pretty interesting because 65% reporting and still a very strong Biden lead there.
What state was that?
North Carolina. At least that's what I'm seeing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, 65% and a very strong, almost about 300,000 votes difference between Biden and Trump. And that would be a very key state for Joe Biden to win.
We have the same difference in Ohio. Currently, we have approximately 50% of the vote is in, and Joe Biden's leading by 300,000 votes. Joe Biden doesn't have any one must-win state, but there's a whole lot of must-win states for Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. And of course, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina are among those. Biden is currently leading there. But Georgia and Florida are also must-wins for Donald Trump, and he's leading in those. So,
yes, he does have quite the comfortable lead in Florida, 90% of the votes, and he's up 200,000.
So as expected, we saw that switch where we probably got a lot of early voting in that was strong Democratic. That's why Biden was leading by 400, 500,000 votes, and now it's swinging back the other way.
So, but Georgia's Cobb County. Let me pull that.
That's where I'm from.
I'm trying to find it on the map. Excuse me.
I believe that they are leading by 63.7%. Someone has informed me of that result.
Can someone tell? I'm sorry. I'm geographically challenged. Would someone like to tell me exactly where on the map
Georgia
they'd expect?
Oh, sorry. Can you say that again?
For Cobb County in Georgia, is it where?
It's near. Yeah.
Okay, Cobb County. Okay, found it.
Good.
Sorry about that. But it's only 31% votes reporting, and it's leaning very heavily Biden. So that could again shift things for Georgia.
Yeah.
We've got more data in for Texas, 52 to 66%. Again, we don't know exactly how many ballots. Biden's leading by almost 500,000 votes. The gap is widening in Texas, which again, that's not something we should be seeing. It should be a very clear open-close race for Donald Trump. It's very bad for him if he loses Texas. If he loses Texas, there's almost zero chance he can win the election total. It's like California for the Democrats.
Yeah, they've got 38 electoral votes. I mean, if Trump loses Texas, I feel like it's all over unless it gets every state.
What's an interesting thing to note was that Michigan, with 7% reporting, had a Biden lead in polling, but it's showing a pretty decent Donald Trump lead. Again, 7% is not a lot, but it's an important thing to note. And Maine, we're starting to get more information in from Maine. Still not even 1,000 votes, but it's leading Donald Trump.
What is up in Maine?
But yeah, I wonder what's taking Maine so long to do things.
We're getting data in from New Jersey. Donald Trump is currently leading in New Jersey. We have 9.8% of the vote in, about 500,000 votes. Trump is leading by approximately 62,000 votes.
We can expect the state as a whole to go Democratic, as it's done historically by the end of the night. But yes, the lead that Donald Trump has is actually very interesting to see.
Yeah,
again, that's probably something to do with the number of reporting places.
A key thing, I want to go back to the Senate races. Right now, North Carolina Senate has with again 65% reporting, has a very strong amount going to Cal Cunningham compared to Tom Tillis. In South Carolina, we are seeing Lindsey Graham winning against Jamie Harrison with 12% reporting. However, it's not as big of a lead as you'd expect in South Carolina, only about 10,000 votes between the two candidates. And Doug Jones is the Democratic incumbent in Alabama is still winning that current race. Again, very little reporting, only about 1%, but that should be a race to keep your eye on. And again, very little reporting from Mississippi, but we are still seeing a small lead from a Democratic candidate. Again, a state you expect to stay fully red.
I mean,
Yes,
a lot
Mississippi
of people
did just pop, and as like you mentioned before, it's expected to go red. It is going Donald Trump's way. Again, this is less than 1,000 votes in, so nothing to make any conclusions about, just based on numbers. But historically, yes, you can't expect Donald Trump to carry Mississippi.
Doug Jones was a senator that a lot of people, myself included, just completely wrote off as a lost seat for the Democrats. So it's interesting to see the lead that he is ever so slightly that he's holding on. And somebody in our chat asked what percentage of Florida is reporting. We have 88% of Florida reporting. We're going to get stragglers. You know, we're probably going to know tonight, Florida.
It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Oh, I was just going to say, I doubt that Doug Jones will hold on to his lead as he is running against a football coach in Alabama. And that's just, I mean, it's not going to happen. Yeah.
Well, some of the key things to know about the person running, let me make sure I get the correct name here. Tommy Tuberville of Alabama is, I don't want to say extreme in his views, but has very strong views in abortion and a lot of other debates. He's called abortion infanticide and saying it's this generation's Holocaust, which, again, I'm somebody who believes you should not be calling something a Holocaust, not referring to something as a Holocaust, comparing it to the genocide of 6 million Jews, but I digress. But other key things to note about him is that Tuberville is very much believes that we should bring religion, specifically Christianity, back into schools. He's very strong, stating that he believes one of the worst decisions the United States has made was taking religion out of schools. However, this time he states that at the same time they added the under God to the Pledge of Allegiance. That's a very important thing to note. But again, with him being very much a religious man, first of all, I would like to point out separation of church and state. But he also is on record for saying, end political correctness, start hurting people's feelings, which I don't think that coincides with his values, with his religious values.
We are
Definitely very much a controversial figure.
Yes, of course, with Alabama, Jones has stated support for increasing background check and raising the minimum age for guns, which does put him in somewhat a tough spot when it comes to Second Amendment support, which has always historically been a very big part of a lot of people's votes.
We're getting more data in Texas, 47% of the vote reporting, and we have Biden leading by 93,000 votes. I mean, that race never should have been that close.
I think it'd be interesting to start looking at some of the governor races currently, seeing how those are going.
The governor race is coming out now.
Yeah, it looks like Vermont was just called.
Yes. I just saw Vermont call the New York Times saying that the Republican governor of Vermont, Phil Scott, wins his reelection.
Yes, as far as I know, I'm not predicting any big upsets when it comes to governors. Everyone seems to be reelecting the governors during this time. Although Washington does have Jay Inslee up for reelection, and considering the events that have occurred in the states, it will be interesting to see how strong his support is this year.
We're getting some interesting data in Texas. Biden is leading in Williamson County, which is a suburb. We would have assumed that would go red. So that's not something we would have expected. And so that's giving Biden a good lead. If that continues, there is a solid chance that Biden could end up winning that state, which is not something. Well, I mean, the odds were like 66, 40 something percent that Biden would win it. 62% to 38, sorry. It's way closer than it ever should have been.
Another key state I want to pull us back to is North Carolina, 66% reporting, and still a pretty hefty Biden lead.
Yeah, and in Florida, there's 88% reporting, still Trump leading, but same with Georgia. But
How much? What is the percentage of Georgia votes reporting right now?
24% reporting right now.
Yes, Trump is
So
in the
that
lead
still
by
is anyone.
200,000.
Yeah.
Missouri right now is leaning, with very little reporting, leaning towards Biden, which is again a state that we would expect to go red. I wonder if that's around where St. Louis is. Nope, it's not St. Louis County. It's actually near Kansas City, which again would make sense.
Yeah, Kansas is also reporting Biden ahead still with a third of the vote in. Not at all something we would expect. Those states should be safely in Trump's column.
Yeah. And another key state, Ohio, with about 350,000 votes difference, we are still seeing a pretty solid Biden lead with about almost 50% of the votes reporting. We have 49% reporting there.
I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, though. I mean, when we had Florida reporting 50% of the results, we also had a similar 300-something thousand vote lead in Ohio, and we've seen that tighten up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying these numbers are very interesting to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. We're reporting no results for District of Columbia. I'm trying to see if they've closed yet. Biden will likely win District of Columbia. It closed at 8. Biden will win District of Columbia by like 80 points. It's nothing special to note.
So something special to note about Texas. Texas is going blue, but the Senate, John Cornyn is currently leading by about 200,000 votes. His lead has shrunk since I last checked, but that does indicate that some people are splitting their tickets. So that might be Democrats switching to Republican senators, or it could be people voting historically Republican have switched their presidential choice, but not their Senate choice.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else interesting with current Senate races? I'm just curious.
Lindsey Graham has a 77,000 vote lead so far, but that's only 15% of votes incoming. And Georgia, of course, is still red, 200,000 with lead and Purdue in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, in Kentucky, a lot of Democrats were holding out hope for Amy McGrath. Realistically, she did not have a chance this election. Mitch McConnell has historically won by 20 to 30 points. She raised a ton of out-of-state money, though. So it's interesting to see how so many people donated money to a campaign that realistically didn't have a chance. But
yes,
on the flip side, South Carolina, Jamie Harrison has a realistic chance of winning, and he also raised millions and millions of dollars of out-of-state money. Something that Lindsey Graham has been very upset about, very vocal about how upset he is that Jamie Harrison is raising money. He's gotten on Fox News 3 or 4 times to literally beg for money. The last time he did it, they kicked him off.
I think the Senate races will get more interesting as we get later into the night, because a lot of the real battlegrounds are like Iowa, Arizona, Colorado, or at least the states that we're going to see possibly close. Iowa's definitely going to be extremely close. We'll definitely have to watch that one closely.
North Carolina is still definitely supporting Joe Biden with 69% reporting in at the moment, with quite a bit of a lead, 52.5%.
The Democratic challenger in the Senate, Cal Cunningham, is leading with a 200,000 vote lead. Like you mentioned, 67% of votes are counted. This is about 10% of the current votes. We'll see if that lead stays. 5% of the votes. We'll see if that lead stays intact later into the night. We have not seen any Senate seats flip so far, I believe.
Back to the president, we're looking at a tightening of the race in Texas as expected. Biden is currently leading by 57,000 votes, 48% reporting. So it's still extremely close.
From New York Times, we're seeing 61% reporting and still a 200,000 vote lead for Joe Biden.
That data is even more promising for Biden. It becomes almost mathematically impossible for Trump to win re-election if Biden wins Texas.
I actually went and checked that, actually. I've been using 270 to win to adjust electoral maps as we are seeing things come in. So based on current polling data, recently with also me taking a couple swing states out, I have not marked Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin with anything, but marking Georgia, Florida for Trump as the numbers currently show, and North Carolina for Biden as the numbers currently show. For Trump to have any chance of winning, he absolutely must win Texas. So this was a very large hit to Donald Trump.
Do we know any estimated time of when they might call Texas? Does anyone happen to know, just out of curiosity?
I have no idea.
I don't think we're going to know official results tonight.
I just know that they won't be as late as some other states because Texas didn't have the high volume of mail-in voting that most other states had because they required more of an excuse than just coronavirus. So they won't be counting like weeks later. I think we should know at least tomorrow, reasonably.
Well, something else to look at with Texas. They've got 6 million votes cast, but 10 million people voted early in Texas.
Wow.
Oh. Wow.
So we're still missing a lot of data.
Yeah. Also, North Dakota just popped up on the map. It is currently going for Donald Trump. I believe that is expected.
No
yes,
surprise
the
there.
Dakotas are expected, but that closed at 9. North Dakota hasn't closed yet.
Coming early, okay. One thing I would like to point out is we are seeing historic levels of voter turnout this election. Maybe is that because of people find it easier to vote by mail? Is it because of the pandemic? Nobody really knows. But again, it's a very interesting thing to look at, and that might be why we are also seeing historic rates of attempted voter suppression and the amount of cases that are going. So that'll be an interesting thing to keep your eye on.
Yeah, I think there's also been a lot of young people that have really turned out to vote. Like, I know that this was my first time voting, and I think similar to the other people on this call too. I think definitely the young vote will play a factor.
Michigan, a state for that had been projected for Biden, is leading Trump right now. But I wonder which counties those are.
We've got 10% reporting in Michigan, though, so I don't think it's super indicative of the results to come.
Yes.
I mean, he's got a 90,000 vote lead. Obviously, that's an early sign, a glimmer of hope for President Trump. He's doing fairly well towards his reelection so far. Obviously, North Carolina is not going how he would expect. He needs North Carolina.
That's 70% right now. Still hefty Biden lead, so it's really interesting.
Well, yeah, the Senate's the other interesting thing to know about this election. It's not just for president. If Biden wins election, but he doesn't win the Senate, there's almost no chance he gets anything done.
That is very true. That was a good point. And Democrats have historically held the House going into this election. I don't think we predict them to lose that majority, but a split Congress will be very tough to deal with. As we've learned historically in the past 2 years.
That is a very important thing to note. So which states are we expecting to see close at 9 p.m.?
Absolutely, yeah. 9 p.m. Arizona, that's a key state right there. Both candidates need to win Arizona. There's a lot of must-win states. Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana. Again, I have Michigan in my 9 p.m. closing time. So obviously my results aren't completely right. Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York. I have North Dakota at my 9 p.m. time, but we know we're getting results in already. I have Texas in the 9 p.m. column. We're getting results already. Wisconsin and Wyoming also close at 9 p.m.
Yes, I believe I'm reading a certain Spalding County in. I'm trying to figure out what state that might be. Yes, that's Georgia, I believe. That is staying open until 9 p.m. So we may see more votes.
Because wasn't it in Georgia today, a entire county's ballots, their digital voting was not working for several hours.
So we may see Georgia's numbers change drastically once 9 p.m. comes, which I believe in the Senate, Democrats would love to see that, and on the presidential scale, Democrats would love to see a change in the current outcome. It's only 28%, but Donald Trump does have a 200,000 vote lead.
But Georgia has been staying in the 20% for a while now, so it'll be interesting to see how much that affects the race, that county. And again, is it a form of voter suppression or not?
We were definitely expecting more data sooner out of Georgia than we've gotten so far.
Also, right? I'm reading maybe 11 p.m. in Spalding County, according to some reporters.
For what state?
For Georgia.
Another key thing I'd like to bring up is simply how easy is it to register in some of these states? I know personally for me, I just had to register online. Colorado is very good about making sure people can vote, possibly because it's a swing state. I couldn't tell you how, or maybe that's my county in specific. However, I know my friend who is a resident of Montana had to go in to City Hall, and at one point she mentioned there was a lot of extra steps she had to do to register to vote, which makes it more difficult for people in such a state to vote.
I know that the DMV law, like when I got my driver's license, I was able to register to vote that way.
Yes, that was a very big change when it came to voter registration. It's worked out for a lot of people. I believe it's fairly recent to be changed too.
Another thing I'd like to note, obviously there's still a lot coming in, but Kansas with 36% reporting is still showing a decent Biden lead. And Kansas is one of those states you expected to go very heavily towards Trump.
Indiana, maybe it was just called Biden, or Trump picked up something.
Yes, I think it must have been Indiana. Or was it South Carolina? Was it South Carolina?
No, South Carolina's already been called.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Indiana. The New York Times just called Indiana.
Okay.
It's funny, I was watching NBC like 2 hours ago, and they called Indiana second.
Interesting.
It's the only thing tilting on the map for like 30 minutes.
I mean, we would expect it to go for Donald Trump. Yeah, they should have called it until they got enough data. Obviously, they thought it was enough for them. 55% reporting in Texas, and we're seeing a 200,000 vote lead. That's, I mean,
not insignificant.
Yeah,
it's
really
64% from Reuters, with about a 100,000 votes.
Yeah, and on Decision Desk, Biden has a 300,000 vote lead. So,
very goodness. That is
depending on where you look, I guess.
Yes.
But leading nonetheless, very important.
And the fact that he was leading at all is simply just shocking.
I mean, again, looking at the data, the predictions, Trump had a 60% chance of winning Texas. We shouldn't be surprised if it goes either way. It's more of a toss-up than it ever should have been. And what's key with Texas is not necessarily this election. I mean, obviously, if Biden wins it, that would pretty much secure a victory. It's going forwards. Texas has been urbanizing and suburbanizing over the last decade, and it will continue to. It will likely pick up a couple House seats with the coming redistricting. If Republicans have to spend more money defending Texas, that's less money they can spend in other states that would have traditionally been considered flip states. This looks very bad for the Republican Party.
Oh.
Yeah, also Texas's Senate race, it's still pretty close. I mean, the Republican, John Cornyn, is winning, but only by less than 100,000 votes right now.
Fun fact, AP News might be overloaded right now. I'm getting a 504. I got a 502 server error, which indicates the servers might be overloaded.
For who?
Well, another thing with AP is currently reporting via Google, because if you're Googling your results, you're getting your results from AP. In case you didn't know, AP stands for the Associated Press, which is one of the leaders in nonpartisan journalism. But with 2% reporting in both Mississippi and in Alabama, we've seen a shift to both the Republican candidates for the Senate, which means Doug Jones is most likely going to lose. It looks like Doug Jones losing his seat. But again, there's so much to see there. Doug Jones winning was such an interesting phenomenon. I don't want to say phenomenon, but you get the idea. By all means, the fact that he won so close, it was such a tight race, and he still won. But the reason But many people project the reason he did win was because Roy Moore was a pedophile. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out and seeing how that affects. Because he's not that unpopular in Alabama. He has very similar approval ratings to his Republican, the other senator in Alabama who's a Republican. But key things to note about Doug Jones is in favor of tightening gun restrictions, and he did vote to impeach President Trump.
I'm getting a report out of Missouri. People are waiting over 3 hours to vote. And in case any of you don't know, once you are in line to vote, if the polls close, you are allowed to vote. You can stand in line until you get to cast your vote. So there's a potential, if there's, for some reason, massive turnout in Missouri and people are standing in line, that we could be waiting many, many hours. We might not even get to it tonight if there's Democrats standing out in line, waiting 3 hours to vote.
On that note, remember, this stream will be going till approximately 3 a.m. You'll see some shifts on who is on and who is off. I will be leaving shortly and coming back later tonight.
As will I.
I was also going to hop out.
Let's make sure that we have her.
I think I was supposed to go
last.
We will be seeing Arden will be joining us shortly, and along with Nick. So that will
and I think Christine, right?
And yes, I believe Christine.
We will have to check with Zach to see if he's available.
Yeah, Zach, what kind of happened there?
I believe something did happen behind the scenes. We'll have to see if he's available.
Arden, hello.
Hi.
I know you've been active in our chat.
Yeah, very.
We can only have 6 members of the stream, so
I'm going to hop off too, I
Okay.
think. So it was nice seeing everyone. Good luck. I'll be watching stuff, probably.
Good luck, everyone.
See you guys. Good work.
Bye.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Perfect. All right.
I'm so excited for Arizona. I'm really looking forward
I'm
to
excited for Texas, man.
Polls just closed. Let's see what gets called. We're probably going to expect several strong Republican states probably to get called right away. Yeah, polls are closed. Let's see what comes in.
What states are being called at 9? I know Arizona, but we're going to have to wait for results there. So what else?
Quite a few. Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana. I have Michigan on this list, but Michigan's already coming in. Maybe one side, the Upper Peninsula. Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, which we're already getting some reports, Wisconsin and Wyoming. So I think key ones for Joe Biden, New York, Wisconsin. He did not make the same mistake as Hillary Clinton. He visited Wisconsin in hopes of shoring back support that Hillary Clinton lost.
Yeah, I'm also, I'm really interested in see what's happening in North Carolina right now. Biden's in the lead by 4 points, but New York Times has Trump as winning North Carolina by 79% chance, which is really interesting. So I'm assuming that means the remaining counties are all red.
We're seeing major shifts in Texas. Some counties that Clinton lost are now flipping to pro-Biden. Some counties that we would have expected Biden to win anyways are becoming more Democratic. This does not look good for Trump in Texas. We've got approximately 60% of the vote reporting, and Biden's still holding on by about 200,000.
Big amount come in. We have New Mexico called for Biden, Wyoming, South Dakota, and North Dakota, and Louisiana all called for Trump.
Yeah, something came in for Biden. We're looking at a total of 119 to 91.
Oh, and New York. New York.
Oh, yeah, New York. That was the big one.
New York and New Mexico are the two that we just had called for Biden.
And I think Trump just won Wyoming.
Yes, Trump just Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska. Again, none of those are very surprising.
Well, that's why they were called instantly, because that's what we'd expect to happen.
Going back to Texas quickly, I think people definitely split their tickets because I'm looking at the Senate race now, and originally it wasn't called at the same, like the percentages were different than the presidential, but it's at 64% now, and you still have the Republican in the lead by 300,000 votes. which I think is really interesting.
I think I'm going to head out shortly to go eat dinner. I will be available for messaging. Guys, you're doing great work. This is very interesting to see how this is going down. I will be back later tonight, and you're doing a great job.
Bye, Alana.
I think I might be lagging.
I'm also lagging, don't worry. The other thing I noticed is that Biden.
I also am, and I know my computer thing is.
Maybe that's just from the stream perspective.
The other thing I noticed is that Biden is outperforming Clinton by a lot in the state of Georgia. He has a 10-point lead over Clinton in a county. Hold on, let me see what county it is. In Fulton County, which I think is supposed to be a big deal. And I know that he's leading Clinton in a few other counties as well. So I think it's always interesting to see people who either decided not to vote or voted for Trump instead of Clinton now going back to Biden, particularly because I think they have different strong suits within the electorate. I think Biden has more of a grip on the working class, but I'd be curious to hear what you guys think. I think Biden's success in the certain counties that he's having success in Georgia probably bodes well for other states as well, since I don't know. I think Georgia, it is technically like a little bit purple, but I do think that those. I think it's going to tell us something about. And in my opinion, it's going to tell us something about Pennsylvania. Maybe not.
Georgia hasn't gone blue since 1996, so this would be big if Biden manages to claw back a victory. I mean, we still have very low.
I know that there are blue holdouts within the state of Georgia saying that it's slightly purple. I'm not saying that it actually has gone blue, but I know that like Atlanta is a massive stronghold, for example, of people who vote blue. So it's definitely there's a slight possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
yeah, that'd be. Oops, sorry, you go.
I mean, one of the states that you mentioned tonight, Illinois. I mean, when you look in at the map, the entire state is not blue. It is Chicago. It is some of the counties surrounding Chicago. The entire rest of the state is solid red, for the most part. So, I mean, I assume that's similar in all other states. I mean, Democrats tend to gather around in larger cities, which is why we're seeing what we're seeing in Texas, is because we're getting, Harris County is reporting big returns for Biden. And so he's taking the lead there.
Yeah, but the one thing about Texas that I found really interesting is that down by the southern border, you also have some blue counties, which has been really interesting because I basically was looking just for where the cities were in Texas, and I was completely surprised to see that some counties are going blue.
I mean, that could potentially be part of the Latino vote. I know Donald Trump has been performing very well, more than traditionally.
Among Latinos?
Yes.
Yeah, particularly Latino men. I've seen a lot of statistics about his appeal to Latino men in particular, which has been, it's been pretty interesting. Yeah. And also, El Paso hasn't been called yet. So I noticed that that's a city on the Texas map that I'm kind of curious. I don't really know how El Paso leans. Corpus Christi wasn't called before, and I was hopeful because it was a city, but it has gone red. So
El Paso, Texas splits their, because it's split by time zone. So some of the western parts just closed at 9 o'clock. So we should be expecting El Paso, which I believe will go blue. We should be expecting those results soon. Of course, there's also a lot of rural counties in Texas. And Republican turnout is historically, I think, better than Democratic turnout. It just depends on how much of the population is there.
How much percentage of the vote? Oh, we have 65% reported in Texas. That's pretty decent for Joe Biden to, I guess it's only 50,000 votes right now. But regardless, to have a lead at 65% reported in Texas is definitely somewhat monumental.
We were saying the same thing for Florida, though. Biden was leading up until we got to like 70%.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember I was feeling this way in 2018 with Beto, too. I was just like, oh my God, he's totally going to get it. It's absolutely going to happen. And then...
that was a very close race there. And it's probably why Biden's been doing so well.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that Beto may have had some sort of effect on the state. But I think also there's been, I think because Beto got so close to Ted Cruz, I think there's been a lot of focus from people even outside of Texas on the potential for Texas to turn. And I think you've seen a lot of pundits and people talking about that. So I think that's definitely played a role as well.
We're also starting to get results in Colorado. We have approximately 750,000 votes in. It's about a quarter. It's just under a quarter of the expected turnout. Biden is leading handily there. That's one that I had in the blue column for tonight. So that is looking good. Sorry, for Biden going forwards. Another one, Kansas. I mean, this is one that I don't think anybody expected.
Yeah, I've been watching Kansas, and it's been interesting. Biden was winning by 3 electoral votes, or wait, yeah, he won. It said like by 3, and now it's wait.
They split their delegates.
They do. I thought it was Nebraska and Maine.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's Nebraska and Maine, not Kansas.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Biden's been leading in Kansas slightly for a bit.
Yeah, but only by 20,000, and it's only 37% reported. So I just feel like there's I'm not hopeful about Kansas, unfortunately. I wish I could.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, though. It shows it's closer than anybody would have expected. I mean, Kansas should never have been called into question. I didn't even have it on my list of states to watch out for tonight. I mean, especially going forwards, this is looking at states that Republicans might have to start investing more money in that they wouldn't traditionally invest anything in winning election. I mean,
absolutely. And I'm also wondering, so one of the things about all these like tighter races, even though, they're obviously not going to actually lend themselves to being blue, I'm wondering if it has a lot to do with the fact that voter turnout has been a lot higher this year. I'm curious because, Democrats have often predicted that higher voter turnout would lead to narrower margins. So I'm curious if we think that played a role, or do we think ideologies have changed? What do you guys think?
I mean, the country is polarized since 2016. It hasn't gotten any more mixed. I think what we're really looking at here is just so many more people have turned out to vote. Republicans are excited to reelect Donald Trump, and Democrats who've been upset with the last 4 years, how that's gone, they are excited for their candidate, regardless of whether or not he was their first choice, to get their votes counted and to hopefully turn their state blue and get Biden elected.
Yeah. It's interesting. Topeka actually hasn't been called yet in Kansas, which is super interesting because but Wichita went red, so maybe cities in Kansas are not a good predictor of where they will lean. But I would be interested to see what happens when Topeka comes in.
Looking back at North Carolina, I mean, Biden is still holding a handy lead. I'm looking at Decision Desk right now. They're predicting 81 to 95% of total turnout. Biden's leading by 200,000 votes. We're getting in the margin where it becomes hard to turn that around. I mean, Trump would need almost every single vote that's coming back in now at this point.
I have a lot of faith in Biden in North Carolina. So I think that could go really well. It has the potential to, at least. And it looks like we also have the surrounding counties around Raleigh, which I think maybe will go blue just based on trends within the state. But I guess we'll find out.
Looking at Pennsylvania, they have very little data in. And one thing to note about Pennsylvania is we do not know which of their votes are reported from mail-in and which are in person. But they've got very low percentages in, but Biden has 75% of the votes that are in so far.
Very exciting. But isn't it like 13% or something?
Yeah, it's a very low percentage.
The other thing is, I don't know.
Awesome.
We just got data in for Wisconsin. Looks like probably one county is voting results. 99% of the votes cast in Wisconsin so far for Donald Trump.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, we have one county in Washington County, just north of Milwaukee. Obviously, that's not the total result. We're not expecting him to win 99% of the vote in Wisconsin.
Do you have any ideas about how you think Wisconsin will play out?
I mean, Wisconsin, that's one that Democrats were burned on in 2016. I mean, Hillary Clinton, it should have been in the bag for her, and she ended up losing it massively. I mean, a huge polling error.
But she fumbled that. That was largely her own fault for not going to anything throughout the state. And I know the New York Times has been focusing a lot on Wisconsin lately, and there are definitely some strongholds in certain areas that are fully Trump. But I think the state has the potential to be blue because it has been blue in the past. So I'd be really curious to see how it turns out.
Biden did not make the same mistakes. He visited Wisconsin this year to try to shore up support and win it back. We're also
But so
getting
did
data.
Trump. And so has Trump in the past few days. That's what I'm concerned about, is how many, I think I heard some ridiculous thing where he did 2,000 miles in 24 hours. And I think he did Wisconsin twice. So a little bit nerve wracking there.
We're also getting more data in now. Biden is winning Minnesota. We only have about 350 votes in there. Biden is now leading in Missouri by 125,000 votes, only 12% reporting.
Okay.
That's not a result we would expect at all.
No, not at all.
And still
But I
nothing
wonder
in from
if that's
DC, which we should have gotten 2 hours ago. Should have been called instantly 2 hours ago. Nick, what are you looking at tonight? What races are you still looking at to be important?
I've just been refreshing the presidential election page, but I think I'm going to move on to the Senate races and see where we're at there.
I'm really excited to see Mark Kelly. I think that he's had some really great traction, and he actually is he's really well liked in the state. And I think his background as an astronaut has somehow contributed to that, which I think is really interesting. So I'd be really curious to see how that plays out. That's definitely my number one right now, besides Texas.
Well, I mean, look at he's running against Martha McSally. Is that who it is?
Yes, it is. And you know, she was elected in a special election, correct?
She lost in 2016 when she was running, and then John McCain died. Or no, it was 2018 that she ran. John McCain passed away, and she was appointed to that seat. And according to the polls we've seen in advance, it looks like she's going to lose election again. I mean, knock on wood, but
I really hope she does. That'd be fantastic. But I did see, I think she has some relatively moderate views. I can't really remember, but I felt like I was reading about her today, and it seemed like she wasn't extreme, which I found really interesting.
We're also Donald Trump is leading the popular vote by about 1 million votes so far. Although we're starting to get into the time where we're sweeping across the center part of the country, some of the flyover states that we would expect to be strong Republicans. So it could be that his lead is coming in from that. When you look at the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California, and Hawaii are all expected to go for Joe Biden.
Of course, and I think that the popular vote, a lot of it comes from California. At least it's my impression of it, just because the population is so huge in that state. So I think without California, we have no real idea of what the popular vote's going to be like.
Let's see what else is happening. Arizona's closing. New York Times says we should expect to wait an hour for results. And they'll be reporting mail-in ballots first, so we should expect to see Democrats strong out of the gate, possibly Republicans clawing that back slowly. I mean, looking at California in terms of early vote, they had 20 million mail-in votes sent to residents, and 12 million of them were returned prior to today. The third largest state that voted for Donald Trump is California. We can't discount that there's a large population of Trump supporters there. They're just way outnumbered.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, there will be some popular vote for Trump there, but I think it's just going to be so overwhelmed by the majority of people in California. It's, but what's interesting about California is there's a lot of initiatives on the ballot this year. I wish I knew more about them, but I know that they have some relatively contentious ones, because I was hearing that, California is seen as blue, of course, but the varying degrees of blue will be basically become clear when these initiatives, the results of these initiatives are decided. So I think that's interesting. California is also the most democratic state in the nation, because they're always asking their people to help them with legislating, which I think is so cool. I wish New York was like that.
Let's see. I'm not sure if we discussed it too much previously, but the Senate race in North Carolina is pretty close by the looks of it, between Cal Cunningham and Tom Tillis. Is that how you say his name?
Yes.
It's less than 2% difference, and about 79% of the expected votes are in. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops.
What state is this?
North Carolina.
Oh yeah, I've been looking at that. You know, it's interesting that the New York Times has it 88% for Trump right now, even though Biden's +2. So, but that happened with Florida too. Biden was in the lead for almost all of it, and New York Times was consistently saying 94% chance of Trump, and I was really hoping they'd be wrong, but they have yet to be wrong. So I guess we will find out.
I think almost interesting thing to know about how the candidates feel the election is going. I mean, we've not seen anything out of Donald Trump's Twitter account for 3 hours almost. I mean, I would expect him to be live tweeting the election, when Biden was leading Florida, saying it's fake news. And I mean, maybe that's just my view of him, but Joe Biden and Team Joe have been tweeting throughout the election. They're reminding voters to stay in line if they are in when the polls close.
That is interesting. So what was it, yesterday or something? Trump said that he would only call the election like when it was actually ready to be called, which is surprising. Coming from him, I was very surprised that he wasn't evading questions about that. So I think maybe we're seeing a potential show of a little bit of maturity on his part, or he's terrified. One of the two.
I think it was a New York Times article that said
I mean, there's also the chance of, I know that they were having, like, the Twitter has more regulations now about it, so he honestly just might not want to risk, like, breaking any of those rules because he posts on Twitter. So.
Yeah, that's true. Twitter did recently start a rule where you can't declare the election, right? Am I wrong about this? You can't declare the election before it's been formally declared, and that applies to all Twitter accounts, which really we know who is directed at, but it was hilarious that Twitter made that move. Zach Dorsey.
It seems like in terms of the Senate,
definitely there.
We have our first openly transgender senator now in Delaware. So that's exciting.
That's fantastic. Wow. I didn't know that was happening.
I did not know that either. Somebody in our chat, Bryce, actually pointed that out.
Thank you, Bryce.
I did not know about that.
How do I see the chat?
Well, there's a YouTube page that you got to go to see the chat. It looks like Texas is pretty close at this point. Oh, it looks like. Oh no, I was looking at the Senate page. Joe Biden is still holding a lead. We're looking at a substantial percentage of the vote in, but Joe Biden's leading by about 100,000 votes, almost exactly 1,000 votes, with 61% reporting.
I am seeing Donald Trump leading by 1,000 votes with 66% reporting.
I mean, as would be expected. Right. Where are you looking?
New York Times.
New York Times, okay.
And this is
it looked like Texas was going to be almost a toss-up at this election. So
any narrowing of margins in Texas is great in my book, because the future of flipping Texas would be incredible, even if we don't do this election, just to have it as a possibility.
All right, so I'm going to put together a little map here. Maybe I'll be able to share this based on what we're seeing of results coming in and what we're expecting for the rest of the night. So we can take a look at almost what we're expecting in terms of results. Yeah, I mean, other states look at North Carolina. That was considered a toss-up this year. Biden's still leading there by 70,000 votes. We have a large percentage.
In North Carolina?
Associated Press says 80%. Decision Desk shows somewhere between 85 and 99% has been counted. And okay. Biden's narrowly holding on to a lead there. I mean, Pennsylvania, which Joe Biden has to win. He's leading by approximately 400,000 votes, but still a very small margin there. Looks like Wisconsin has flipped back to Biden with 10 to 15% in. Biden now has 83% of the vote there. So
I'm personally not putting any bets or any energy into Pennsylvania tonight. I just think it's relatively pointless. I think we're probably not going to hear anything until tomorrow. But I can still stress over it anyway.
All right, I'm going to see if I can add a screen here.
Honestly, though, when do you guys think that we'll hear back the official results? I mean, obviously tonight's a good gauge of looking at it, but
my guess is I'm pretty sure that certain states can't actually officially declare for a little while. I'm not sure if that's 100% correct, but I do think that I think I at least saw something that said until Friday. So I guess I would have to know when states are able to officially declare in order to make a decision on that.
I mean, states officially declare results when they have counted every single ballot, which could take weeks. I mean, we don't ever see states declare day of.
Right. And I think so, that's interesting because when is Twitter going to deem it acceptable to tweet out who's won the election?
So this map that I pulled up on my screen, this is what we're looking at in terms of either predicted states for the ones that aren't in yet and what we've seen so far. Something that Joe Biden has to hope is his lead. Oh, sorry, Michigan is reporting red. Joe Biden has to hope Pennsylvania sticks with him. If Pennsylvania flips, it starts to look very bad for Joe Biden. He's barely holding on to a lead. Then you look at Ohio. Trump is leading there, or he's expected to lead there. Trump might pull in Iowa, which puts it very close to almost a tied election. And if Joe Biden gets Arizona, we could potentially be looking at a tied election at this point. If Trump wins Arizona, he wins the election. So it's looking to be significantly closer than a lot of the polls were calling. They were calling for a lot of them Democratic blowouts.
It's way closer than I was anticipating. I thought I was going to be able to go to bed after Florida. I don't know where I got that idea. I don't know why I had that idea, but it looks like I will be up until 4 a.m, and that's okay.
I was looking for an early night too. I mean, I got an 8 a.m. tomorrow, but.
Oh, I am so sorry.
I have an 8 a.m. tomorrow too, but I'm honestly, I don't know, I'm not planning on being up until 4 a.m. because I don't think we're going to hear back from a lot of things by then. So I'll just check it first thing when I wake up and then keep my fingers crossed then.
Corey just said that Twitter will allow you to make a call when 2 media outlets call it as well. So that is interesting.
Credible media outlets.
Yeah, I know. What is Twitter's credible media outlet versus non-credible? Like, do they consider Fox News to be a credible media outlet? I have no idea. Probably not.
I mean, Fox News, in terms of the news, like Tucker Carlson, I don't even know their host names, but all of their individual news shows, I mean, their lawyers argued in court that one of their hosts isn't considered news, it's considered entertainment. Fox News polling is, I believe, an A- pollster for 538. I mean, Fox polling and Fox News elections seems to be fairly bipartisan, or at least neutral. I mean, during 2008 or 2012, I know one of their hosts started to disagree with the decision desk there. They called Ohio for Obama, and him and the camera went down to the decision desk for him to yell at them, saying that he thought it was too close to call. Even after they called the election for Biden, he was arguing that Ohio was too close to call.
That's pretty great. Corey also says that they have a list of what they consider credible media outlets.
Yeah, Fox
I don't know if we want to talk about it now, but some of DC's information started rolling in. So
yeah, I'm seeing a 93.6 to 5% vote share in DC. Completely expected. I mean, I was saying before, Biden's going to win about 80% of DC's vote. Donald Trump has been advertising in DC lately. He realistically never had a chance of winning DC, and I think that might have almost been an ego boost for him to be able to see his ads on TV, along with the Lincoln Project, which has been heavily advertising in DC directly to Donald Trump.
I love the Lincoln Project. I shouldn't say we. personally. I know that there's a lot of debate over whether or not the Lincoln Project is great, but I love it.
I mean, you got to consider they are Republicans. They want Republican values. You look at in terms of the fact that they're attacking Donald Trump, and you might think that's good, but in the end, they are still hardcore Republicans.
No, that's very true. And no, that is absolutely true. And I was just listening to a podcast where they talked about how we should not be giving so much praise to them, especially because of who's behind them and because of the opinions of the people behind the organization. But I do really value their ability to basically reach Republicans who Democrats don't even have the bandwidth to appeal to, because they don't have an understanding of how to do that, because it just seems so abominable. So I do respect them in that degree. And I am very thankful for their Lindsey Graham ad in particular, because it was hilarious.
The Lindsey Graham ad was pretty strong. And for those that haven't seen it, it's an ad for Joe Biden, only using quotes from Lindsey Graham. It's all things talking about how, I think Lindsey Graham says, if you want to make America great again, you can tell Donald Trump to go to hell. And it's him saying, Joe Biden's the most honest person I've ever known. Really just...
He's like, if you don't like Joe Biden, something's wrong with you. And it's like so perfect, because like right before it, he just is like going on and on about how horrible Trump is. But yeah, Lindsey Graham is special.
The AP just called DC for Joe Biden.
Nice.
Netting him 3 votes. So nothing we wouldn't have expected.
What's our electoral split right now? It's 122-93 is what I have. What do you have?
I have 122-92.
Oh, interesting. What?
So it looks like they're splitting a district in Maine or Nebraska.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's Maine. No, it's interesting because the map I have actually hasn't. Oh wait, it must be Nebraska actually. Because Nebraska's called on my map, but Maine is not. I, for some reason, got news earlier that Maine was 3 electoral votes for Biden, but I haven't seen that verified anywhere else. So,
I mean, we just need to hope that they go all for one, because that avoids any chance of a tie. We do not want an electoral college tie.
Sorry, just touching on what Corey's saying in the chat. Corey, the people behind Lincoln Project are indeed, they do have a lot of issues. You are correct. I just wanted to validate that.
We are looking at, I feel like something just got called. I was looking at something. We're getting more votes in everywhere, obviously. Texas, Biden is leading narrowly by 40,000 votes, 63% reporting. I see Donald Trump leading Wisconsin again by 20,000 votes. Michigan with 18% reporting, Donald Trump is leading by 160,000 votes. Oh, and New York Times has Biden at 88%. I think let me find that again. I think an 88% chance, they said, of winning North Carolina. That is very bad for Donald Trump. He has to win Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina to.
I'm seeing 92% for Trump on North Carolina with the New York Times, but I'm also seeing Biden with a 1.8 lead with 80% reporting. So I'm really not sure how. So they're assuming that in 20% of the vote left, Trump is going to beat Biden's 1.8%. 1.8.
I suppose what they're looking at is where.
Yeah, I assume that that's what it is as well. That is terrifying. I would really love Biden to get president.
Yeah, it looks like the comment I was reading about Biden winning North Carolina has been deleted. Maybe they mistyped what they were.
Was it New York Times commentary?
No, it was actually commentary on 538 talking about the New York Times, their needle.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh my gosh, if you guys look at Texas now, that's probably as close as it's going to get. They're within 15,000 votes of each other, I think, right now.
Yeah, I see Donald Trump is now leading Texas by...
by 0.1%.
I have him leading by 7,000.
Oh, I have
What percentage reported? You said I'm at 73% reported.
I have 64% reported.
Okay, so I'm at 73% reported, and they are within 8,000 votes. That is pretty unbelievable for Texas.
Insane. That's so close.
Am I reading that right? Yes, 8,000 votes. That is crazy.
I mean, it certainly looks like we're in for a much closer election than any of us could have anticipated. I mean, everything we were looking at before the election said that it was going to be very clear, cut and dry, that Biden was going to end up winning. And Donald Trump is definitely outperforming what we expected.
Yeah.
Harken back to 2016 election, do you think? Do you think that it's a further evidence of the issue of election predictions, maybe?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Let's see what Nate Silver has to say. I'm actually great.
Well, Nate Silver is probably like having a stroke because he had like 70% Hillary Clinton, 90% Biden, and
he's got 90% Biden right now. And I was like listening to their podcast today, and they were talking about how we can't discount the 10% in case it happens. And I'm like, yeah, you're trying to cover yourself because of what happened last time. So.
Let's look at the Senate races. How are the Senate races going? I'm seeing Democrats have 41, Republicans have 39. Honestly, I'm surprised that Doug Jones is holding on as long as he has. Definitely did not expect him to have a chance at beating Tommy Tuberville. Democrats are winning Minnesota, which I think they need. They're also leading in Kansas. What is going on in Kansas? It is still leading Biden by 9,000 votes with somewhere between 60 and 70% in. I mean, we should not be seeing this.
Wait, you have 60 to 70% of Kansas? I think I'm even at 50%. Yeah.
I mean, if I switch to AP, they show 61% of Kansas reporting.
Okay.
And same with Ohio. Ohio was seeming like it was going to be a pretty safe Trump state, and they have 67% reporting, and it's still pretty close. It's within 50,000 votes. But it's been leading Biden for quite a while. Pennsylvania, Biden's leading by 200,000 still.
I think if Biden got Ohio, that's like that would be huge.
Absolutely.
And I think Ohio would probably tell us about I don't know if we're going to hear it before the rest of the Midwest, but it would probably tell us about Pennsylvania as well. In that general region. Anything else interesting happening in the Senate races, or is anyone invested in anything in like the House? I personally have no specific House races that I'm interested in, but I'd be curious to hear.
I mean, the House results are coming in slowly, and it also depends where you're looking. Different places are calling different House races. I mean, Decision to HQ has Democrats with 62 seats right now, Republicans with 89. However, 2 seats have flipped from Republican to Democrat based on what they're calling. So, interesting. I mean, one of the other things we were talking about earlier was governorships. It looks like almost all of them have been decided, I think. I mean, Missouri, Indiana, West Virginia, New Hampshire, Vermont, all of those, I guess, were expected. Delaware and North Carolina, Democrat is leading. I don't think the governorship is super important in terms of the election. What's more important, I think, is overall who wins the presidency and what we're looking at in terms of Senate.
Timmy in the Slack is saying that Cori Bush has won. I don't know who that is. Apologies.
I don't know what state we're looking at.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. St. Louis, Missouri. Oh, it's Congress? I don't know the importance of this race either. I wish I did.
One of the things we mentioned earlier was the, not related to the election, but the potential shooting, alleged shooting at Ruggles. Apparently, NUPD is now knocking on doors in West Village
Yeah.
I'm in the village. My roommate personally freaked out.
I have no other information besides that.
Yeah.
But this
I'll give a
is-
live update if that happens to me.
It's
So-
trending
Nick,
on
we're in the
Reddit.
same building,
apparently.
right?
Yeah, Westy.
Yeah.
Definitely heard the shots.
Me too.
I have not heard police knocking yet. Hopefully, I don't have to be the one to get up and check the door.
Yeah.
We're hitting a bit of a lull in terms of results. I feel like something just closed at 9:30.
Really?
No, nothing closed at 9:30. The next thing we're looking at 10
Okay.
o'clock, 20 minutes.
Corey is also really excited about Cory Bush. Sorry. I don't know who Cory Bush is.
I mean, good news for Biden. We're looking at California, Oregon, and Washington at 10 o'clock are all likely going to go for Biden. That should give him a big boost. I said that in 2016, though, and we all know how that turned out. It looks like something was called for Biden. He's now at 131 electors. Does anybody know what was called? Was it Colorado or New Mexico?
I am not.
I think it was Colorado that was called.
Really?
The AP. Yeah, the AP is calling that.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're currently looking at 131 for Joe Biden and
Yeah.
2 for Donald Trump.
How's Texas doing? I was so blown away by those 8,000 vote margin, like 10 minutes ago.
Looks like we're
Texas.
at a 36K vote margin,
Okay.
if my math is correct, with
I'm
Trump
seeing-
leading.
I'm seeing 15,000 with 73% reported. Am
Okay.
I? Yeah, I think
I
so.
might need to find.
That is so close.
Relating to the NUPD situation, it seems like they were in the West Village garage, the suspect.
Is that where the shots are from?
Allegedly, no. The shots were at Ruggles
Street, yeah.
Police are outside the Baracus Health Center. They're on West Village, allegedly West Village E, second floor. They're
This
looking
is
around.
my building.
They're looking for suspects apparently. Allegedly,
So
somebody
do they
sent
think
to
it was like a
Boston.
student? Or
Uh,
they're just trying to get like eyewitnesses sort of thing?
I think they're looking for the person.
Jeez.
Where are you reading these updates?
I mean, this is all on Reddit, so I mean, take it as you will.
We're at it.
But it's the NEU page; it's all students.
Love the NEU Reddit.
I mean, that's scary, just like this election. Still nothing out of the Donald camp. Nothing for over 3 hours. We're looking at.
That's pretty surprising.
I'd expect him to be tweeting all his leads, being like, "Look, we're going strong. We're going to stop the voting as soon as we can," because we all know that's what he wants. And Joe Biden was tweeting as soon as 20 minutes ago, reminding people again to stay in line if the polls close or if the polls time close.
I am honestly surprised at how tight this election is at the current moment. Again, apparently pollsters and all of my podcasts convinced me of something that was not true.
I mean, I was definitely expecting it to be a lot clearer at this point that Joe Biden would be leading the election. I mean, Michigan, Wisconsin are not returning how we would expect. And part of that could be processing of mail-in ballots. They could literally just be reporting in-person data. It might take them longer to report the mail-in ballots. That's going to get into a murky situation with what the Trump team is going to. They might attempt to stop counting mail-in ballots, even though we have always counted mail-in ballots.
Right.
I mean, North Carolina is still extremely close. Biden's narrowly holding on to a lead there.
Yeah, North Carolina's getting close, so it's around 25,000, I think.
Christine, your sound's a little bit off.
Oh, yeah, no. Honestly, I'm not surprised my computer hasn't wanted to be working with me, but
Let's see.
I think Kansas is over in terms of being interesting. I mean, there's only a 25,000 vote
I see a
margin.
2,000 vote margin for Biden still.
Okay, well,
I mean, we expect that to go away.
Yeah, I know, but I'm closing the tab. I no longer care about Kansas.
Missouri, 18% reporting. Biden's leading by 12 points. 10 points. 19% reporting now. I mean, obviously we expect that to swing back for Donald Trump. Minnesota is one that I think Biden is hoping to win. I feel like that's more in play than we would have expected. Let me check my notes, what I had Minnesota. I have Minnesota in the blue column. The RNC thinks they're overperforming, or that Donald Trump is overperforming what he expected, and that more votes are going to come in for him at some point. Biden's currently leading by 30%, though, with 23% reporting. So.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I have that much background info on how Wisconsin's going to lean. I'm just going to be surprised.
I mean, we've covered basically everything that's happened so far.
Yeah. At some point, it's just like so Florida was going so fast. I've never seen votes come in like that. That was absolutely crazy. I think it just set my ideas for how the pace of the night was going to go. And now I feel like everything's just kind of dropped off a little bit. Ohio is just taking forever.
That's expected, though. They're being slow with their mail-in vote reporting. I've in my notes here, Biden had a 94% chance of winning Wisconsin. I mean, Biden camp should be really shocked at this point at how much he's underperforming. I mean, he's only losing by 40,000 votes, but he's still losing in a state that, again, they thought they had in a bag.
Yeah, I'm only not surprised because I heard this New York Times episode recently where they interviewed all these people in this one town in Wisconsin, and they were all so Trumpy. And I think it's particularly because the governor has had particularly strict restrictions in the state, and I think that's led to a lot of people being quite upset with that. So,
when are we expecting results for Iowa? Oh, that's 10 p.m. All right. So coming up next, we should be getting results there.
So when did you say Arizona? I thought 9:30. No.
Arizona was supposed to start reporting at 9 o'clock, but
I know they closed at 9, but I'm wondering when they were gonna.
Apparently at 10 p.m.
They close at 10, or we're expecting results at 10?
Democratic
votes should be reported by 10.
Okay.
Yeah, Wisconsin's definitely interesting, especially how it flipped last election. So I'm not sure if I am surprised that it would be leaning Trump, given that they did in fact flip last election. It is interesting, though, that a historically safe Democrat state would flip for Donald Trump, but that's, of course, I'm sure something that.
I mean, I think that's just because everyone liked Hillary. But maybe that's now no longer true. Maybe the state has changed, and maybe it wasn't just Hillary. That was my impression in 2016, but with the way that it's going at the moment.
I'm looking here. It seems like Wisconsin is having Milwaukee and Green Bay is reporting extremely slowly, slower than they were expecting. So that could potentially be why we're seeing such a strong Trump lead early on. It could be the rural counties with literally less voters are able to report more quickly than Milwaukee and Green Bay. I don't know if we called it, but Biden's won Colorado.
We did call that, and the senator in Colorado, John Hickenlooper, has also won.
He just won. Also, of note in the House, Ilhan Omar, part of the Squad, has won re-election.
Okay.
That's one that Republicans are very intent on trying to take down. They're very angry with her and AOC.
Is she Wisconsin or Michigan?
She is Minnesota, I think.
Oh, sorry. That region.
Yeah, Minnesota's 5th congressional district.
Cool. I'm looking at Georgia right now, and Trump has a pretty serious lead of over 400,000 votes, I believe. But what's interesting is that Joe Jorgensen has almost 30,000 votes in the state of Georgia. That is Joe Jorgensen.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's a one. She has 1%. She has 1% of the votes counted so far. That is relatively high for a third-party candidate.
Not compared to 2016 though. 2016 had massive third party.
Oh, okay. What was 2016's overall for third party in terms of percentage? Was it more than 1%?
I believe it was. I believe it was closer to 5%.
Really? I actually know a lot of conservative voters who went for Joe this election. I personally know 6 people with conservative views who voted for Joe, which I thought was really great because I was thinking that meant that a lot of people with conservative values were doing that. But I think I may just have a weird sample of people, apparently, because that is not what's happening.
I mean, Joe Jorgensen has
Same thing I heard from several people.
over 1% in Pennsylvania and Ohio too. So
yeah,
honestly,
but I was thinking that she would like take that Trump vote. I was like really thinking that she would absorb that way more than she has, which is interesting.
Kansas, Donald Trump is now leading as expected. They must be getting more returns from more rural areas. Missouri, Biden is still leading 22% reporting, only by 20,000 votes. He's probably going to get blown out as soon as more results start pouring in.
Corey said Wisconsin has severe voter suppression, just to bring in another thing from the chat.
Yeah, during the primary, they had like locations, and they had like almost 1 million people per voting location scheduled.
Wow.
They were closing them last minute. I mean, that's voter suppression, reducing the number of locations people have to vote to an extreme level.
Just out of curiosity, where do the 3 of you vote?
I am suburbs of Chicago.
Oregon.
Jersey. And also on that note, Cory Booker, I meant to bring this up earlier, but I was not paying attention. Cory Booker is Jersey's Senate, so I think we're confirmed, so yeah.
All right, so we will be expecting more states to be coming in soon. 10 o'clock, we're looking at Iowa, Montana, Nevada, Utah. Nevada, we're expecting to go for Biden. Montana and Utah have low elector counts, but we're expecting to go for Donald Trump. Iowa has currently, before the election, Trump's odds were 60%. Again, that was another must-win state for Donald Trump. And looking how everything's been doing so far, he will probably win Iowa.
Trump?
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, based on how Florida, Georgia, Ohio, Biden's now leading in Wisconsin. Well, depending on where you look. North Carolina's still blue.
For the Senate, Democratic Party went up to 41 seats. So I'm not sure which state got confirmed, but.
Well, yeah, and interesting, we have somewhere between 15 and 20% of turnout in Alabama, and Doug Jones is still winning. I mean, by 40, literally 40 votes. But it was expected to be a much stronger race for the Republicans than it seemingly is so far.
Yeah, I'm seeing North Carolina 80. What?
You have another guess?
Oh, hey, Miguel.
Hey, I'm a little early. Hope you don't mind.
That's okay.
All good.
Yep. Welcome back.
Yeah. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Things are really slow right now in terms of results coming in.
Yeah. I did just see someone was talking about Chris Christie is currently discussing his thoughts on Ohio specifically, suggesting that Trump will take Ohio by 1 to 2 points. That's what Chris Christie is thinking right now. Also, on the White House side of things, on the White House side, we've seen a lot of White House staff and people from the cabinet being spotted. Betsy DeVos is there. A couple of other folks there, I'm assuming in preparation for whatever speech Trump is going to be giving tonight. I'm curious.
I would be very confident that he's going to declare victory tonight at some point.
Yeah. I can't remember from the 2016 cycle when those speeches started happening and when those calls came in, but I don't know. It's looking like we're not going to know much by the end of the night. So I don't know what their plan is in terms of speech. I'm assuming, I don't know, but Joe Biden probably has a speech ready in the case that we know nothing. I'm curious what that's going to sound like, especially because he's had this sort of like people first, country first, or maybe not country first, speaking directly to the country and to the people. He's had that sort of narrative the whole time, so I'm interested to see how he's going to adapt that to tonight.
My guess is his speech is going to be like, we need to keep counting the votes, we need to do it correctly, we need to do it properly, and we need to keep counting the votes. And I think he's just going to reiterate that in 100 different ways. And I also think he's just going to reiterate that we can't call this election. I think he's going to keep saying stuff like that, and maybe even highlight some of the places where lawsuits could potentially happen. I'd be curious to see if he touched on that at all as well.
Right.
In terms of 2016 speeches, we were looking at, it was about 2 or 3 in the morning that Trump gave his victory speech. And Hillary Clinton infamously did not give a speech to her supporters that gathered that night. She went for a walk in the woods, met a supporter there, and then gave a speech the next day conceding.
Yes, right. That was in Chappaqua, right?
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem like Trump is preparing to speak at some point tonight. He will address the nation. And I think you're exactly on the head there, Arden, talking about how Joe Biden, no matter what we see, as we roll on to 11, 12, 1 a.m., Biden is definitely going to be pushing for continuing to count these ballots as they come in. I'm assuming he's going to urge calm. This election day is always very up and down for people, but this is an election like no other. This is an election with uncertainty like no other. So I think I can predict that Joe Biden will really be trying to preach a message of like calm and patience.
I completely agree, and I think he's going to probably, I'm curious because obviously there's been so much talk about potential riots, potential issues in cities. You see boarded up buildings in DC, Boston, etc. So I'm curious to see if Biden touches at all upon that, because of course on the conservative Republican side, we are seeing people like, I was just listening to Ben Shapiro today just to hear what he had to say about today, and he was saying that he believes that any rioting will occur, it will be by Democrats. So I'm curious if we think Biden has that same idea and therefore is going to try and stop his supporters from coming out at any point to protest. So I would be really interested to hear if Biden addresses that and if he believes that's even a concern, because I know on the other side, it is mostly concerned about groups like the Proud Boys. So I would be very curious to see if either tried to calm their potential groups.
I mean, I would point you to look at what happened in Texas, the domestic terrorists trying to run the Biden bus off the road. I mean, we have seen Trump supporters, we have seen violence on both sides, but we've seen time and time again Trump supporters violently get out there to intimidate people or incite violence. I mean, we saw the 17-year-old from Illinois, he drove up to Wisconsin where he knew there was going to be a Black Lives Matter protest, armed to the teeth, and shoot and kill people.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and also recently, who was the governor who was attacked by a number, or there was a plotted attack against the Midwest. So
Michigan governor, I believe, and maybe another one. I don't quite remember.
Yeah, there were 2. It was definitely Michigan. I feel like Virginia also had a threat.
That sounds right. Certain. Maybe we'd have to fact check that.
So we see that there can be potential for unrest coming from both sides. I would be really, really curious to see if either figure addresses their group and requests that they remain calm. I would be really interested because I think that there's a potential for unrest from both sides. I personally am more concerned about the Republican side, but that is probably at least somewhat due to my media diet as well.
I would say that, generally speaking, the violence that we see from those who are supporting Trump is violence against people, while we see maybe those who are declared more left-leaning, I suppose you could say, that violence mostly revolves around property damage. There have been...
I think that's exactly correct. I think that's
Yeah.
a good analysis, Nick.
And I think I would imagine that Trump, just based on the dog whistling and the rhetoric that he's used regarding these sort of extremists, from QAnon conspiracy followers to Proud Boys and whatnot, I would imagine he's not going to say anything. Excuse me. Whereas Biden would probably call for peace, and Trump would criticize Biden for not calling for peace, even though he does call for peace. That's what I imagine it'll be.
I'm getting news in the Senate seat in North Carolina, difference of literally 80 votes. Obviously not as close as the Democrats would hope for, or the Republicans. They would definitely hope for it to be a lot clearer in one way or another. That's definitely a race that could hinge on a recount.
Yeah, there's a 30,000 vote differential between Biden and Trump right now in North Carolina. So I'm also really interested because that's a pretty thin margin right there.
Another interesting thing, going back to the Senate, I'm not sure if you guys have discussed this in your coverage yet, but former Governor Hickenlooper, Colorado, was the first to flip a seat this year. So that's really in Colorado. I don't think it's an unexpected victory, but I think it's something to note in the Democrats' quest to continue their overtaking of the Senate.
Yeah, it was a seat they had.
Something else, Pennsylvania looks like it just switched. I mean, it's obviously all still really tight within it, but it's just over 1,000 for what I'm looking at in between what Trump is and lead for it. So Pennsylvania's been kind of back and forth though.
It's so tough for states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, knowing that these mail-in ballots will not be counted until most are predicted Wednesday. It's and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin are two of the most important states in this election right now. So knowing that we're not going to have those results at the end of tonight is, I don't want to say difficult, but it's just, really things are quite up in the air right now.
Absolutely. And I really want to bring it back to North Carolina just because the New York Times is saying that it's 95% likely to go to Trump, but there is a 0.6 Biden lead right now. I am surprised by this, honestly. I'm honestly really surprised by this map tonight. I was not expecting a lot of this. I think maybe that was me reading the wrong polls. I don't know. But I'm curious to hear if you guys, what your ideas were on North Carolina going into this.
Yeah.
Polls have just closed in 4 more states.
What states?
We're looking at Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah have just closed. We got word Lindsey Graham was reelected to the Senate. Jamie Harrison lost his bid there. That was a close election. Obviously, the Democrats are going to be disappointed about that one. That was when they really wanted to flip. And we're also hearing Michigan has a large number of big city votes are out still. So that is good news for the Biden camp, for sure.
Yeah. And I'd also note Nevada, I believe, is one of the states that still has quite a few voters in line, even with the official closing of polls. So we'll see how that plays into things. But going back, Arden, what you were saying about North Carolina, I think North Carolina is a state that a lot of people who are watching tonight, sort of to give an idea of what to expect. As we were saying, there's a lot of uncertainty here. But if Biden were to carry North Carolina, that would, that would jolt a lot of people. And hi, Alana.
To give you all an update on the NUPD situation, they just issued the all clear. So it seems like whatever happened, they now have under control.
Yeah.
And none of you got knocks on your doors. So I guess that is a good thing, I'd like to think.
I'm not a suspect. That's nice.
And yeah, that is really nice. And 2 of us are in the building where the suspect potentially is. So that was...
Yeah, that's also probably another important thing, but I'm a shut-in, so it's okay.
There's a difference between New York Times and AP reporting. New York Times, it's been updated. We are now seeing a lead for Trump in both Ohio and Pennsylvania, which is really not good for Biden.
Kansas was just called for President Trump.
I think for Biden, Ohio's scarier right now than Pennsylvania, citing that most, or what we can presume would be mostly Biden votes in the mail-in are not going to be factored in tonight for Pennsylvania. But Ohio, that's something the Biden campaign is not going to be happy with that. That's a state that people really felt like Biden should have been able to carry. So,
other things, Spencer Cox wins the governor race for Utah, and Richie Torres wins the a congressional seat in the 15th district of New York.
Okay, guys, I think I'm going to head out, but it was lovely chatting, and I'm going to continue watching coverage. Good luck, everybody.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah. As the night's continuing on, I know we were discussing how things are coming in flow. Realistically, what are you still waiting on for tonight to see? What are you guys curious about?
Well, Arizona right now, 48 reporting already, and we're seeing a pretty significant Biden lead, which would be very beneficial to the Biden campaign.
You have results in Arizona? Oh, they just came in. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I mean, Arizona, obviously the West Coast for Joe Biden, it's now looking good for Joe Biden if he wants to win this election. I mean, there's a lot of states that he was forecasted to do extremely well in. That are now appearing significantly closer, or he's in fact losing. I mean, Wisconsin, he had like a 95% chance of winning, and he's currently down by 40,000 votes. And I think what he should be worried most about is the fact that President Trump may appear to be ahead tonight. But in terms of mail-in votes, Joe Biden needs those votes to be counted. And President Trump is going to be fighting tooth and nail to keep the lead that he seemingly may have cemented tonight.
What I'm thinking is, again, this is a similar situation to 2016, in that saying you support Trump is a very unpopular opinion. So I wonder how many people are lying to the polls, because I'm not trying to because when we say this silent majority, it's not a majority, but it's enough to make a difference. And I wonder how much that is affecting. But at the same time, I do wonder how you can look at that at the records of what's going on in this country.
I mean, I think to your point, Alana, 2016 was sort of this unearthing of the skeleton in America's closet, that we really are much more divided than anyone anticipated, right? Everyone sort of believed that they were, the ones plugged in. They were of the same opinion as the majority of Americans. But 2016, I think, was a wake-up call for a lot of people. And then seeing today that divide has not mended, which I don't think that anyone really expected it to happen. But I don't know. I think it's very easy to be in sort of your silo and your bubble and to expect things to end up one way and then not realize just how many people hold these opinions one way or the other. Yeah, I think regardless of tonight's election, and I think everyone in this call knows it, America has a lot of work to do in terms of healing as a nation and moving forward. It's going, no matter who wins and when we find out who wins, it's going to be a rocky road ahead, for certain.
Mm-hmm. I would like also to point out, I know we briefly talked about Colorado and John Hickenlooper, but that's a very important thing, because that unseats Cory Gardner. Again, I'm from Colorado, who's very unpopular, but who's a Republican senator, not very popular, has said a lot of controversial things. John Hickenlooper, if you remember, also ran for president this year. He didn't make it very far at all. I think he dropped out in, I want to say, August, but I could be wrong there. So he was at the first debate. So that's an interesting point to make there. So that's that's the Democrats' biggest win of the night, is taking a Republican Senate seat and flipping it. And I believe right now, if we look at Senate and House seats, there has been one gain for the Democratic Party / one loss for the Republican Party, and that's Hickenlooper's seat, and one gain in the House. And I'm trying to identify which one that was for the Democratic Party. I would like to say that was
yeah.
When are we expecting results for New Mexico? I feel like
New Mexico.
New Mexico's on my list for 9 p.m. So we should be getting results at any point now. That's one that I believe Joe Biden is also hoping.
I think
looks like New Mexico was already called. It wasn't on one of my.
Well, New Mexico split into two, correct? District-wise.
It does not apportion delegates. Only Nebraska and Maine do.
Gotcha. I'm seeing votes for New Mexico, regardless.
Yeah, it looks like New Mexico was already called.
Yeah, New Mexico was called.
So then that's another one that Joe Biden was hoping he would pick up. He was expecting to pick it up. Good news for him that he's not getting far enough there that he hasn't lost it. Obviously, he's going to be surprised by the fact that a lot of these states are closer to Trump when he was hoping to win those. I mean, we talked earlier, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. He pretty much.
Oh, North Carolina has officially gone red, which is not good for Biden.
Did they call it?
Okay.
No. But
it's within 3,000 votes according to what I'm seeing. Oh, and looks like Montana is coming as well.
Yeah, Montana's coming out with some 17% reporting blue so far. So I believe that one we're expecting to go red. Yeah.
Arizona at 69%. And Biden is leading by 10%, 200,000 votes about. So it looks like Arizona might be.
I don't know, Alana, do you want to put together a map and see if Joe Biden still has a path to victory here with what we're seeing so far?
I'm actually working on that right now.
Okay.
So I've gone off of 270. So based on what is currently going red and what's currently going blue, Biden just needs to win one other state besides Arizona, besides what he's projected to win with the entire west coast of Washington, Oregon, California, and Nevada. If he keeps his win in Minnesota, hold on.
He's currently leading in Minnesota.
Then if I mark Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, all for Trump. If Biden wins either Iowa,
we're just getting initial reporting in from Iowa.
Okay, but Biden may be able to pull off a win. I can't say. It's hard to tell. I might have been a little off because I think Pennsylvania automatically is expected to go to Biden because of his connection to Pennsylvania, but we're seeing the numbers for Biden in Iowa right now, and Montana is shockingly going Biden.
Again, I feel like we've just got probably one county or one precinct that's pulling in so far. I wouldn't draw too much from that. It was like Kansas was leading up until like 70% of the votes. We knew Kansas was going to go red. Iowa, Biden's currently leading by about 3,000 votes, 4% reporting. That one was about the same odds as Texas, 60% for Donald Trump. And he has to hold on to Texas. Like Alana just said, Joe Biden really needs a win. He needs a win.
So what I would say, though, is a lot of these races for Trump in states that Trump was predicted to win very heavily in have not been as close, have been much closer than they're expecting. I wonder what this will mean for Republicans in future elections.
Right. I do just want to take a minute. I think I want to jump off and talk about some of the elections that we just saw get called for Senate and the House. But I want to take a minute to introduce someone new to the call. We have Nikki. Hi, Nikki.
Hey, y'all.
Nikki, if you want to tell the viewers just about where you're from, where you voted, and what you're looking forward to tonight.
Alrighty, yes. I am over in Southeast Louisiana right now, way down deep in red state Bayou country, and I voted early in the Thibodaux city and voted in person. It was actually very easy, very well organized, and really sanitary, so I'm very happy about that. And I've mostly been looking at Senate elections just because in these past 4 years, I've mostly just been looking at how powerful the Senate has been. Back in 2016, where I wasn't quite as politically aware, I didn't really think much about there being a Republican Senate majority, but as you all have known, that has been extremely consequential. So I've been following the Senate races, if anything, more so than the presidential outcomes. And I was going to bring up the results of the Kentucky Senate race. And at least from my following of it these past few years, I was expecting a better turnout for McGrath. I didn't think McConnell would win by such a large amount. I mean, given that she does have about like 40% of the votes, I still thought that it would be a closer election for Kentucky.
On that note, though, I'm not sure if you mentioned this. They've officially called Alabama for oh my gosh, let me make sure I pronounce his name correctly. Tommy Tuberville.
Yeah.
Which
we also have Carlos Jimenez, and John Cornyn, all three Republicans.
Yes, but those are all predicted. Again, we still have the only one gained loss, and that's a gain for the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
But in Montana right now, Steve Bullock is leading 17%. And in Arizona, Mark Kelly is leading. And I actually want to talk about Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my own ignorance until I was doing further research. Mark Kelly, if you don't know, is the same Mark Kelly who is Gabby Gifford's husband. Gabby Gifford is the congresswoman from Arizona who was shot in the head while meeting with constituents and eventually ended up resigning from her position because of her injury. But I really wonder how that, going to affect the race in Arizona, because the Gabby Gifford story is one that is very heavy in Arizona's minds. I mean, it's a stain on their history. And I think that's a very interesting thing to talk about, and how obviously Mark Kelly is a very strong supporter of gun control because of this incident with his wife. So I wonder how gun rights and stuff will play into effect in that election there.
I mean, speaking of Arizona, it's looking right now, I think there's around 70% of the vote, and it's a pretty heavy lead for Biden there.
What we're looking at, though, is that is a lot of early vote was just reported. I'm trying to see where I saw some further analysis on that. Maricopa County is the one that we're looking at. Apparently 60% of the electorate lives there, and Biden is leading extremely heavily there, which is obviously a good sign for him. He needs a win in Arizona if he wants to win the election.
Right. Also thinking non-election stuff, we're talking about New Jersey. I believe they voted on to legalize marijuana. Let me double check on that, but I believe that just came in.
Yeah, I just saw that. I already put that in the chat too. Yeah.
Wow.
Is it Colorado or Oregon that's looking at legalizing mushrooms as well?
Oregon's looking to legalize. I don't remember which ones, but it's for therapeutic purposes.
Yes. I know at least Denver specifically in Colorado has been looking to legalize mushrooms or treating PTSD specifically. I know this has been discussed since I was still in high school, so that's an interesting race. It's an interesting thing to look at. So yeah, that's a good segue, honestly. So if we talk about some of the ballot initiatives, anyone have any interesting ballot initiatives from their ballot?
Yes, Louisiana specifically, the very first question on the ballot is whether there should be any sort of question about abortion included in the state constitution. Currently, there isn't any, but Louisiana actually has something in its laws. It's called a trigger law, basically, where if Roe v. Wade were to be revoked by the Supreme Court, then abortion would automatically be illegal in Louisiana. So for people who are pro-life, they saw that one ballot measure as a way to still have more abortion restrictions in Louisiana, even if Roe v. Wade isn't overturned. So that was like a really big one. There's been a lot of signs everywhere specifically for that ballot initiative.
Similarly, in Colorado, there was a ballot initiative on banning abortions after 20 weeks. So that was an interesting thing. It was also worded very oddly. A lot of these ballot initiatives were worded very oddly, at least for me, that I had to very much do some research to make sure I knew exactly what they were stating. Because I also had one about like making a countywide deal with ExxonMobil for their green energy initiative. But the way it was worded was very odd. And there was another ballot initiative based on whether or not that ballot initiative passed.
I have some big news here. Philadelphia is no longer reporting any mail-in ballots tonight. They've reported 76,000 out of 350,000. So there's potentially a huge electorate still out there that will not be tallied tonight. Biden's leading by 10 points in Maricopa County in Arizona. And if that lead holds, it looks very likely that Biden will win there.
Yeah. Also want to note that Nevada polls are not closed. They've been ordered to stay open. As we were seeing, I believe, around 9 p.m. Eastern, or 9:30 p.m. Eastern, there were still lines of people at polling places. So Nevada probably won't be closing at that hour, so, which will be interesting to see. Do we have any updates on Texas? How that's looking?
It looks pretty strong for Donald Trump at this point. He's leading by about 300,000 votes. I mean,
very anticipated.
It was to be expected. Yeah. I mean, I was personally holding out hope for Texas, but we knew the odds weren't very good for that.
I mean, it's still only.
You go, Kristen. You go.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's still only at 70% reporting, which is like it's kind of high, but there's still chance.
We're seeing 0%. Sorry.
I think for Texas, what's more interesting for me, citing that almost 99% it's going to go to Trump, that 99% is not the real statistic. But anyways, what I'm more interested in seeing is the actual voter turnout and the demographics. Seeing what we saw with Beto O'Rourke's campaign, and how much closer that was than anticipated, and seeing if that movement has still continued and if there's still been this push for more voters to be registered, more voter turnout. I want to dig into that because we could potentially see Texas shifting over the next election cycle.
Yeah, which is shocking. It's very interesting. I do wonder how much of, again, I want to know how the voter suppression numbers here, because Texas has been an interesting case. Remember, they've kept trying to throw out ballots, and so I wonder how that's being affected, how that stuff like that is being counted. And it's an interesting election, and I also am curious to see how this reflects the 2016 electoral map. Is there anything that Trump won that Biden has already won?
I think I remember reading a report where a couple of key counties for Trump in the 2016 election have already shown strong favor for Biden this time around. I think Corpus Christi being one of them.
Yeah, I think we're at the county level. I don't think any states that have been called have been flipped.
One of the things in Texas to note, potentially indicative of down ballot races, I believe in 2016, on their ballots, there was just one checkbox you could select that was vote all Democrat or vote all Republican. In that election, we saw a lot of down ballot Democrats win, like mayor or races like that, city council member. And so the Republicans actually removed that option from the ballot since then. So we're a lot more likely to see split ballots at this point. It's significantly easier for, say, an older person to just fill in one bubble that says I'm voting Democrat because the only race they really care about is president, than it is for them to go and fill in every single bubble.
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing these split ballots, noting that this is, record level voter turnout. How much of that is actually just voting for presidential versus doing something down ballot? Because, as everyone knows, local elections are incredibly important. Senate, all House seats up, incredibly important. So, yeah, seeing those numbers come in is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting to note the disparity in what we were in polling numbers versus what we're having here.
I think that's one big difference. I mean, I wasn't quite old enough to vote yet in 2016, but I think people are definitely paying more attention to the Senate and House races this election cycle, especially because this administration, past 4 years now more than ever, has demonstrated the power of the House versus the Senate. And even with COVID and the different state elections, the power of the state governments as well.
Do we have any totals on total voter turnout this year so far?
I don't think I've seen any, but.
Okay, because I know we saw 101 million people vote early. this year, which was absolutely record-breaking. I mean, we had, I think it was 140 million people vote in 2016. Let me check that real quick.
I saw a number this morning saying that we are looking at historic numbers of voter turnout compared to this is the largest amount of voter turnout we've seen since 1912. I want to say 1912.
Yeah,
it was either 1912 or 1908.
I think it was 1912.
Which just shows how crucial of an election this is. And I do wonder what the next couple weeks will look like.
Is it Michigan that has correctly called the last couple of elections, or I believe it's can't remember which state it is now. I'm blanking. We're getting late into the night, folks. But thinking about how deeply and how intensely the Biden campaign is looking at Michigan, how they're looking at Ohio, and seeing how these numbers come in, very interesting. I'm curious for you guys, if you were in the Situation Room, either for the Biden campaign or for the Trump campaign, what's going through your mind right now?
I don't know.
I know people always say Florida, 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 but even Biden himself has been saying if we get Florida, we get the election. I thought it would be tighter than how it is currently, just through looking at the AP, looking at 538. Sorry, yes, 538. I thought it'd be a little bit of a closer so far. But I mean, there's still more reporting to do, but that's not exactly how I expected it to go for that state.
We have somebody specifically in the chat looking for Nick's opinion on the outlook for the election.
I think we're good. I got nothing.
I'd also like to bring attention to Maine as well. Just as a person who's been following the past 4 years, I believe Senator Suzanne Collins has been getting a lot of attention for her actions in the Senate. And for her race, as well as for the presidential race, I am a little more surprised that it is leaning more towards the Republicans, towards the right side than I thought it would.
It seemed like there was very strong support against her. It seems like she had alienated a lot of her supporters. But yeah, she's performing very well. And maybe that's just indicative of this election. I mean, we've seen a lot more states seem more red than we would have expected. And maybe it's just been that, these people are proud of their candidates. Yeah, I mean, other things to note, Arizona, we're looking at 73% reporting Biden has a 210,000 vote lead. Texas, Biden's down 300,000. He's unlikely to make up that gain. Florida still hasn't been called, but he's losing by 400,000. But Biden, sorry, is losing by 300,000. Georgia, Biden's losing by 300,000. North Carolina, Biden's down by by 40,000 votes. So it seems like we're just like 2016. We're getting very small margins.
Well, the other thing I'd like to point out, though, which again we haven't counted California, which is a very populous state, but we are looking at, as opposed to the 2016 election, Donald Trump actually has the popular vote, and I wonder how much of that is just this typical boost you expect when a candidate runs for re-election, or.
I think a lot of it, though, too, is these missing ballots, these mail-in ballots. I think the situation is going to look much different as we get into tomorrow night, Wednesday morning. I think things could shift pretty drastically in either direction. Because if you're thinking it's millions of votes that are not being counted right now, and will be, or hopefully, in the coming days. And also seeing, as you were mentioning, I think it was David or Alana talking about Trump's campaign. It's in their interest to not count those ballots. And we'll see how that goes. Also, noting some of the Senate and House elections that are getting called right now, how those are going to play into things. Yeah, I don't know. I think tomorrow's map is going to look probably quite different than today's map.
We are seeing Mark Kelly lead for Senate in Arizona. And with 74% reporting. Montana, we are seeing a Steve Bullock lead with almost 60% of the vote, but again, there's only 18% of the votes reporting. We're seeing a Tina Smith lead for the Democratic Party in Minnesota with a third of the votes reporting, and a pretty strong lead for John James in Michigan right now. And Michigan is an interesting state because a lot of people were very unhappy with the coronavirus response, and that's again the plot to kidnap the governor. And I do want the coronavirus is such a, I don't want to say a wild card in this election, but it almost is in like, because of how divisively it's been covered. There are two very different Americas right now. There's those who believe that this is a very serious virus, and those who believe it's nothing and it's a hoax, and that any restrictions placed out is limiting their freedoms. And so, if you're getting your information to believe that this virus, which is a very, very serious virus, is completely a hoax, and all these restrictions that have very drastically changed your life are being, if you're being told that that's just ridiculous, I understand theoretically how they ended up in that situation, but at the same time, it's very, very dangerous as a country that we have downplayed this virus so much, especially when we have so many hundreds of thousands of people dead.
Yeah, and nowadays, a lot of the discussion I see surrounding the coronavirus and sort of the response we have in terms of, I suppose you could say, Republican leading perspectives, is that not necessarily that the virus is a hoax, but that it is overblown. And a lot of that comes down to what sort of statistics people are getting, I guess, in terms of like, they assume that it's not a deadly virus. They think that masks are ineffective, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it's an interesting issue.
Yeah, one statistic that I've heard a lot is that 85% of people who got the coronavirus wore masks, and it's technically correct, but it's like a very twisted way to read the data.
I'm fairly certain if that's like the statistic that Trump mentioned at his town hall, I believe that is actually a false statistic in the sense that the CDC was not tracking who was wearing masks in terms of COVID numbers in the study that Trump was citing. So, it all comes back to misinformation.
For those who are watching, please do wear a mask. Like it's vital. It does not harm you that much. It's something to help. Any little bit helps, especially when we're facing such a serious pandemic. And
continue on. I apologize.
No, I was saying go for it.
I was going to say, each election comes with its own weight, but in the face of a pandemic, in the face of an economic downturn, with the Supreme Court looking the way it is, this election is, one of the most important in recent years. And I saw a question in the chat discussing like how do we consider like the magnitude of this election, and how can we discuss that with people who might not understand it. I think something that I've had to learn as I've grown up and as I become more active as a voter is that people always say it comes down to election day, and to an extent it does, right? We'll see what happens with the election, we'll see who goes into office, but it's every day after that matters, right? Every day in the Senate, in the House, and I think it's easy to lose sight and not keep track of what's going on and sort of just pick back up in time for the presidential election. So I think that's something that a lot of Americans are waking up to, and are learning that there is a really heavy importance on local elections, and also on pressuring, your representatives. Not to say that that's always something that's happening, but I think there's a lot of people waking up to that right now.
I want to pull up a map. I'm going to share it with the screen so everybody can see it. This is what we're looking at in terms of the election so far. I mean, forecasting, I'm looking at the states that we've called already, or not called, but the results that we're seeing. If I can find that tab, I can share it with you. So I've taken what we have so far based on how states are leaning, and I've taken what we're predicting for the rest. Now, Trump campaign has already come out and said they believe they will win Nevada based on Hispanic support. I'm not so confident with that assessment. But this looks very bad for Joe Biden. If you're looking to win this election still, I mean, Trump is leading in enough states to win the election. I mean, Biden has to pull back something that he is currently losing in if he wants to win election.
I think, though, thinking about, David, what does leading mean tonight? You know, especially when we're considering Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and even Georgia. I know
Absolutely.
Georgia has now said that mail-in ballots might not be done until Wednesday. But it is definitely, I would not want to be in the Biden campaign shoes right now. As you're saying, it's starting to look narrower and narrower, whereas at the start of the week, we might have come in saying that Biden had quite a few tasks, you know, and those are seeming to limit and to dwindle down as tonight continues.
But yeah, off of that note, I believe we had said that Pennsylvania has stopped at one of their most liberal districts, has stopped counting the mail-in ballots for the night, and they're going to continue with that in the morning. So that is something that could very much go. And Biden was slated to win Pennsylvania by a decent margin.
He was also at a 95%. Sorry, continue, Michaela.
No.
Okay, well, on the same note, we were looking at Biden was supposed to have like a 95% chance of winning Wisconsin, and he's currently down. I mean, 45% reporting, but I mean, states that Biden was supposed to very clearly win, he is severely underperforming in.
Yeah.
Alana earlier mentioned how COVID will affect the outcome of this election, and I'm trying to wrap my head around how the administration's handling of the virus has affected people's, voting decisions, but also how the virus and the way that people are voting will affect whether those votes are being counted. Because it seems as though a lot of people are being swayed based on the administration's handling of the virus, but also because of the virus, more people are voting mail-in and through other sorts of voting methods that might not securely be voted, might be counted later. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around how those two interact.
Hold that thought really fast. They just called Missouri for Trump, which is not surprising, but
yeah, we would have expected that.
But there was a significant Biden margin there for a while, but he did end up losing by about 200,000 votes. So I think the most key thing here is, at least the most shocking in my opinion, is the drastic shift from the popular vote. Granted, we haven't counted California yet, but we see a 2 million vote difference in the popular vote with Trump leading the popular vote, which is, I would say, the most shocking thing so far.
Yeah, I think it's definitely shocking, but I think, like you're saying, a lot of waiting for some of those West Coast states. Also considering that these East Coast states will be at around 70%, right, by the time the West Coast states start coming in. So seeing how much more they're going to grow, I don't know. I'm thinking once we hit around 1 a.m., I think that's probably when we'll have the best idea of what tonight's gonna finish up as. And then we can just go from there tomorrow and Wednesday. But I'm curious for you all, seeing how, I don't know if I'm the only one who was sort of shocked by Florida today and their speediness. I admit I was shocked. Are there any states that you guys are keeping your eye on in terms of mishaps and counting errors as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday?
I'm still keeping my eye on Florida. Historically, with the 2000 election, we know, and there's been a lot of reports of mail-in ballots having issues, being sent to where they were supposed to go, and there's that entire case. So while a federal district judge ordered sweeps of USPS to make sure that all ballots were brought to the right place, that didn't happen today, even though it was ordered. So there's so many ballots that I'm personally worried. Again, my biggest worry with this election was voter suppression. I think it's very clear this election, we've seen voter suppression in every election. That's simply a fact. But I think it's been more prevalent this election, and I'm not sure if that's because it's been so obvious with the mail-in voting or what, but it's very drastic there. We saw the robocalls earlier today of people being told that the polls were extended till tomorrow, and etc. And I think that's very, very dangerous. And it's very much hurting our democracy if we have these voter suppression aspects. And the fact is that they're so ingrained. And voter suppression comes in many different ways. We have the very direct, we are not counting these mail-in ballots, or making it very difficult for people to get their mail-in ballots or for their ballots to come in on time, stopping the USPS, all of these. But we also have gerrymandering. And that's a very real issue here.
I just want to draw attention. As we head into the night, Arizona is a state that we're all keeping our eye on, and it looks like some exit polls we're seeing, and then also just the way it's shaping up right now, Joe Biden is doing quite well there in Arizona, and as we know, he needs to win Arizona. I don't know, but I think that would be good if we end the night with Joe Biden leading strongly there. I think that the Biden campaign will feel that that's a win for them.
I think, just checking, yeah, that would be an important thing because Arizona is a state that Trump did win in 2016.
Right.
But right now, we are not seeing any shifts from 2016. It looks like Trump is carrying the same states he carried back then.
At this point, Arizona is a must-win for Joe Biden based
Yes.
on how everything else is shaping out. This election has shifted dramatically from where it started. Joe Biden was looking at, well, he's got so many options to the presidency. He wins Florida or Georgia or North Carolina, or he wins Pennsylvania or Arizona, and it looks like it's coming down to be extremely close for him. Obviously, there's a lot of ballots mail-in yet to be counted, but it's significantly closer than Joe Biden ever would have wanted it to be.
I think so.
What do you
Sorry,
think of
Michaela, I was just going to say, I think I'm going to head out, but good luck with the rest of the night, guys, and I will see you probably on the Slack or on the YouTube live chat.
Thank you.
But something I do want to point out, actually, is as more votes come in from Georgia, the likeliness of a Trump win has been declining, according to the New York Times. It has gone down from over 85% to just 79% for a Trump win, which is still, I mean, that it's still very heavily for Trump, but we're seeing Biden impact. Also, I just got the notification that Roy Cooper, the Democrat from North Carolina, just won re-election as governor. So that's an important thing to note. Why don't we go check in on the Senate race right now, actually? We're seeing...
It looks like the leads have been canceled out because Tommy Tuberville won, so that canceled out John Hickenlooper's win. So far, nothing else has flipped again. This is not what the Democrats were hoping for. They were hoping for a quick Joe Biden victory. I was hoping to go to bed early tonight. And the only concern for them at this point would be the Senate. Would they pick up enough seats to have complete control? This is obviously not what they were looking for.
It looks good for Mark Kelly in Arizona, and it's looking decent for Ben Ray Lujan in New Mexico. Montana, we're not having enough to report to make a strong statement, but Steve Bullock is also doing a good job for Democrats in Montana. And same goes for Tina Smith in Minnesota. Iowa, it's also not as close as you would think it would be, but again, good for Democrats. So maybe the Senate we don't know what's going to happen with the Senate, but.
No. I think a lot of people, including myself, were expecting some of these Senate races to maybe be a little bit more clear cut, and we wouldn't necessarily have to wait on some of these extra ballots. But after saying a lot, it's I don't know. Some of these leads aren't as strong as some may have wanted. We'll see though.
I think overall, what a lot of people were thinking was hoping or thinking would happen, just a big blue sweep at this point, considering a lot of the states where Trump is leading, where they thought there would be more of a Biden lead. I don't think it's possible anymore. If Biden were to win, it'd definitely be more of a close election.
Absolutely, at this point, yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of the Senate, Democrats need 4 seats without a Biden presidency to take majority. They need 3 seats with the Biden presidency, and like we're saying, that's looking less and less likely here. So if we head into another cycle of this will, end up 8 years of a Republican-controlled Senate. That's with also the Supreme Court potentially with Donald Trump back in office. That's a lot for Republicans, and I don't know. If I were in the Republican room where it happens, I think I'd be feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Here's my question that I've just thought about. We know that at one point Donald Trump this election has said that he was going for 12 more years, and while we currently have term limits for 2, if Trump wins re-election, based on how he currently governs and his view of himself, do you see term limits changing?
No. I mean, that was established through a constitutional amendment at this point. I don't think Republicans control enough state legislatures to force a term limit change through. Of course, I'm speaking through legal processes. We know that Trump doesn't really care about the law. He thinks it doesn't apply to him. So obviously there's the risk that he could just choose to stay on past. I mean, we were talking about that for this election. We were hoping that it would be clear that Joe Biden would win, so much so that Trump couldn't argue that he deserves to stay in office, but it's just not looking like that at this point. If Joe Biden wins, it's looking like it's going to be an extremely close election, and we may see Trump fighting back during his 81 days of lame duck. Assuming, of course, if he loses.
Yeah. No, I think you bring up a good point there, David, thinking about whoever wakes up as, president, once we hit January, they're going to be governing a country in which close to 50% of the people do not want them in office, right? And that goes not just for the presidential election, for Senate, for House. So it's a deeply divided scene right now, and if we were to walk into a Trump re-election with a Republican Senate, with a Republican Supreme Court, I don't know how I feel about those divides, as we go forward. I don't know.
I do wonder. I'm thinking about the statements made at the first debate to the Proud Boys of stand down and stand by. I wonder if we end up with a Trump re-election, what that's going to mean for statistically white supremacy rate, white supremacy and hate crime rates and things of that sort. I'm wondering if we're going to see a rise and what's going to happen.
I mean, it's no doubt that Trump's presidency has emboldened white supremacists and hate groups and terrorist organizations in this country. It's no doubt. You can look at the data. Yeah, and seeing 4 more years of that, I don't know.
In terms of a direct response to the election, at least in my own personal experience down here, a lot of people have been bulk buying food, just like at the beginning of the pandemic. It's impossible to buy freezers now. It's impossible to buy guns and ammunition down here. And from a lot of what I'm hearing, they're doing so thinking that they will have to act in self-defense rather than offense. Like they're thinking that, just looking at some very right-wing media, they're thinking that any sort of offense may be coming from the other side, but at least from what I'm seeing, they don't see themselves as the aggressor in an immediate, response to the election. But who knows what another 4 years would look like.
Yeah. And I'm so happy you're speaking speaking anecdotally, because a lot of these things we don't have necessarily reports and research behind.
Yes, completely anecdotally.
No, I think for my own anecdote, I've witnessed a lot of people's sort of attitudes towards voting shift, and not just in the everyone was like, okay, now I need to go vote, but more so, I know a lot of older folks who believe it's quite rude to ask who someone's voted for, no matter your political affiliation, thinking that you're not entitled to that information. And I know a lot of younger people who make decisions on their relationships based off of who people have voted for and want to know that information as they enter these relationships. So I think there's a lot of different attitudes towards voting and what it means. There's a lot of talk between about, can you cut someone off because of the way they voted. Is that appropriate? Is that not appropriate? And I think we're seeing these opinions start to shift.
So I have some news, and ABC is projecting that Joe Biden will win Illinois. I don't know why it took him this long. I could have told you that yesterday. 100% chance that Joe Biden wins Illinois. They're also predicting that Dick Durbin will keep his Senate seat. Again, that wasn't ever a question. ABC is also projecting that the Democrats will control the House of Representatives. Also, not super surprising. It was heavily predicted. New York Times also has some more news. In Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a QAnon supporter, won her race for Congress. Her opponent withdrew. Eric County, Pennsylvania. Okay, this is some directly from New York Times. Erie County, Pennsylvania, a bellwether for the state, is reporting Election Day results first, which favor Trump, but they are still expecting 21,000 mail-in ballots after 11 p.m. So obviously that's a ray of hope for Joe Biden. He's hoping that every single one of those is for him at this point, because he needs every vote he can get.
Yeah, and I think, as Alana mentioned earlier, the counties in Pennsylvania that had said they're no longer reporting, like Philadelphia, that's Joe Biden's bread and butter there. And so without that, I don't think anyone is expecting Pennsylvania to be called today, but I think the Biden campaign would have hoped for a little bit more of a cushion going into tomorrow, at least just to keep morale going, Yeah, it's getting tough. We're going to start seeing in the next hour some of the West Coast polls closing, and the following hours for that will be interesting to see how things go. Not really expecting any surprises there, but it's 2020.
Yeah, at 11 o'clock, we're going to be getting California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. 3 of those, Idaho, we're expecting to go for the Republicans. Everything else we're expecting to go for for Biden. It wouldn't be a surprise that they're going to go for Biden. He has heavily led these the entire time.
Yeah, I think
obviously it'll put.
Immediately.
Yeah, it definitely is a push that Joe Biden's looking for. It's certainly get him a lot closer to the 270 than it will Donald Trump. But there's still a lot of unknowns out there. I mean, the fact that Texas hasn't been called yet, like that should have been called at closing, or pretty close to. Florida still hasn't been called. Georgia hasn't been called. North Carolina hasn't been called. And, we were reporting a larger lead in North Carolina. They're at 93% reporting, and there's a difference of 60,000 ballots. That's not an insurmountable lead. Obviously, it's not, you don't want to be on the losing end of that, but it still could be changed.
Yeah. Honestly, I think with what we're likely to see, if any states getting called further tonight, it's going to be those West Coast states, right? So if you were to just look at the electors already given out, Joe Biden might end tonight with a stronger lead, but as we were talking about, those aren't the states that matter. We're going back to the ones that are at 75%, 65%. But I think it'll just be interesting to see how the public, how the internet reacts to what those final numbers are at the end of the night.
I am just genuinely worried about what's going to happen tomorrow, not in specifically the vote, but in these cities. This election is so important because for so many people, it's basically about their fundamental rights. And seeing how this plays out, we've seen already that so many towns have already preemptively scheduled protests just in case. And I would not be surprised if those are happening. And it'll be very interesting to see how things play out. And I do worry for the safety of the American people in the coming weeks.
I mean, I know there's groups, I think it was the New York Times reporting it in Portland, who said they would be protesting no matter the outcome of the election. I think that's another important thing to talk about here is there is a lot of Americans who are unhappy with both of these options, right? Who feel like they were not represented on this ballot whatsoever. We're seeing Joe Jorgensen pick up some of those. Not as much. And yeah, I think that's another important piece of this. Even though we're seeing record voter turnout, there's still people who are quite unhappy with the state of this country and feel like they have no options representing them in their values.
Yeah, definitely. And as I think Corey mentioned it way earlier in the chat, but the people who are going to be out protesting typically are not Biden supporters, even if they're voting for Biden. So, as you were saying, Michaela, I am not at all shocked of Portland going out protesting, regardless of the election results. And I imagine that there will indeed be protests across the nation by groups who are much more towards the left than the two-party system kind of allows, to be frank. So,
if anything, this election made it abundantly clear that a lot of people are extremely dissatisfied with the current election processes and that there are a lot of things that can be changed. And going off of the theme of divisiveness that y'all mentioned earlier, there's been a greater division, not just between the two parties, but also within the parties themselves. There's a big difference between like a Bernie AOC Democrat versus a Biden Clinton Democrat, and then with the Republicans, a Trump Republican versus a Romney McCain Republican. And I'm wondering if those divisions could perhaps lead to a multi-party system, or maybe a change in how votes are counted. But people may now be considering changes to the party system and to elections that may not have even been feasible or might have just been laughed at just 4 years ago, because it's evident now more so than ever that change may be welcome.
yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying, I'm looking at some of the ballot measures in Massachusetts. Surprising, at least surprising to me, ranked choice voting looks like it will not be successful on this ballot. Yeah, that's a surprise to me. Obviously, I didn't vote in Massachusetts, so typically not too up to date on the polling there and what people are feeling like. But I think ranked choice voting is thinking what Nikki you were saying about like the future of our democracy, thinking about potentially moving to a multi-party system. There's a lot of people who feel that ranked choice voting is the way to do that, and seeing that that's not popular in Massachusetts, one of the most liberal places. I don't know. That's quite. I'm honestly.
Same here. I remember being approached by ranked choice voting people at the first Women's March, and that was years ago. Like, I've heard a lot from them in the States. I'm surprised that they didn't perform as well.
I imagine it kind of goes back to what you're talking about, Nikki, with divisions within parties, and I feel like that sort of division might actually just lend itself to not creating like a multi-party system, in the sense that while there is, I guess what I'm saying is, while there is division, despite the division, we still probably will not see a multi-party system, because the majority of people are establishment Democrats, and I don't know if I can say establishment Republicans anymore, considering that Trump is president, so we can say Trumpist Republicans. And that kind of goes back to why a lot of people will be protesting regardless of the results. There's a lot of dissatisfaction with what is essentially, on a lot of issues, you can see that there's a great deal of similarities between the parties, which is why a lot of people are dissatisfied with the parties. But then that also makes it easier for the two-party system to continue to exist if there's, I don't know.
The issue is the two-party system as it stands now. First of all, we were never supposed to have a two-party system. That's abundantly clear if you look at history in this country. It's what George Washington warned against. But again, the way it's so ingrained, we cannot escape it. We cannot escape it without forfeiting part of our democracy. And it's unfortunate we aren't our democracy does not function as it should, and that's unfortunate, and it's true.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, it's set in stone, I almost feel like, and it's even set in stone for the people, which is why we see things like ranked choice voting not passing, because people. It's funny because a lot of like the rhetoric on both sides is that it creates like that there's a greater difference between the parties than maybe there actually is in terms of policy generally. like, Trump making out Democrats to be socialists or even communists or whatever, when in reality, not. So yeah, people think that a two-party system is enough because they perceive maybe a larger difference. But anyways, sorry, you were saying something, Michaela?
No, I was going to say, I think this discussion is like, it's something that we're going to be doing for quite some time in this country, and not just thinking about the two-party system. I think something that a lot of Americans are calling into question, or more than in the past, is the electoral. I can't speak; it's very late.
No problem.
The electoral college system. I mean, if Trump clenches his win, right? That's what the third Republican win taken by the electoral college out of out of the last 6 Republican wins. So yeah, I think a lot of people are thinking about our two-party system and how that impacts these elections, and then additionally, how our method of voting. We're the only country in the world, with this method. We're the only the presidential democracy that does it this way, and we're seeing those things happen. If either of the nominees tonight or Wednesday night, more than likely, win, the electoral college, but doesn't win the popular vote, I think we're going to see a lot of people talking about that again. How much will change? I don't know. We'll see what the Senate and the House look like. But
yeah, and that the electoral college is interesting in the sense that a lot of the rhetoric surrounding why we are justified in having it is this idea of giving rural states a fair vote, when honestly, in reality, when you look at it, especially in blue states where, look at Oregon, for instance, it's almost entirely rural, save for Portland, which is, like Multnomah County, which is where Portland is. And it's like, that's a lot of rural votes that aren't being taken into account because of just the overbearing population of Portland within the state. So
I'm going to disagree a little bit with you, Nick. If you look at actually how electoral votes pan out, electoral votes in states that are more rural end up having a larger impact in rural states than they do in larger states. I believe a vote in the amount of votes correlated per electoral vote in California is much, much more than the amount of votes required for an electoral vote in Wyoming.
And I believe on a state level, rural states are given disproportionately large amounts of power. I'm speaking in terms of within states, there's a sort of lack of power for rural states within blue states. Rural counties within blue states because of the way the system works. And I say that as a...
Roger Marshall just won his Senate seat in Kansas.
I was going to say, I just want to brace our audience. We're going to, see a lot of new faces coming on in the next hour, and also, as we know, polls are closing in the West Coast, or we will see if they end up closing, so we're going to be getting some results in. With that, I will be signing off. As I said, you guys will see some more people coming in, but thank you all for tuning into NUTV News' coverage of the 2020 election. We have Corey Doctor joining us, along with some other faces. So you all enjoy your night. I'll be keeping up with the coverage.
Thank you, Michaela.
It is 11 to start seeing a bunch of West Coast.
Yep, we got Idaho here. And that's all so far.
Let's see. Oh, Montana's shifted red as expected, but it's a lot closer than you think it would be. But at this point, I'm not sure how much that even means.
Yeah. Ooh, and we got some of the first votes in for the West Coast. Or maybe they're just being declared blue by Politico already.
Oh, yep. They have just been declared. So we are still waiting. Thank you. We'll see what happens from here.
I think, Nick, to respond to your point about rural opinions being outweighed by city ones in blue states, if anything, that would allow for I mean, that's the reason why the United States has a federal system where there's like not just the state government, but also the county government, city governments. And
True.
if the pandemic showed us anything, it's that local governments are more powerful, have a lot more sway over, people and how they go about their business than people thought previously. So in a way, there could still be more customization for legislation within states. And if the Electoral College were to be abolished, then that would be a greater argument for there to be more independence and more difference within states for
Yeah.
laws. Yeah.
And my point about the Electoral College and how it affects rural counties is an argument against the Electoral College as it stands.
Mhm.
And in terms of how it's often argued to be something that gives rural areas the power that is necessary to avoid like a so-called tyranny of the majority situation with urban cities. But in reality, it actually still has that issue to begin with. So yeah, I definitely am in favor of reforming, abolishing, etc., the Electoral College.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I think I'm going to be heading out. So this has been really fun. I'll be moderating it with y'all, but just not on camera. But we've had some good discussion, and thank y'all for doing all this. Y'all have been great.
Yeah.
All right, have a lovely night, everybody.
See ya.
So I'm looking at it, and it looks like the real big need is Pennsylvania might decide this election. If Joe Biden can pull together Pennsylvania, which we will see with when we get when they start counting their mail-in ballots.
This is painful.
This is really hard to watch.
This really is.
I mean, it was always going to be hard to watch. But it's worse this year. ABC is projecting California for Biden. That's a big shock.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested to see how the popular vote starts to play out. Also, again, nothing new here, but Jeff Merkley wins re-election in the Senate in Oregon.
Yeah.
Jay Inslee wins re-election as governor in Washington. Nothing too shocking right now.
Yeah.
It really does look like Pennsylvania is going to decide the election.
That's not great.
Yeah.
Well, leave it to Americans to disembowel themselves with rusty glass. I don't know. Glass can't rust. I guess if it's like metallic glass, it can rust.
I just genuinely don't know what to say anymore.
I mean,
yeah.
Coverage.
If you look at a lot of the issues, I'm shocked by this turnout for many reasons. Mostly because abortion, which the vast majority of Americans support keeping Roe v. Wade, and yet all of these Republicans who are very, very against Roe v. Wade, who are against abortion rights, and with what just happened on the Supreme Court, that's a personal attack on something that Americans find very popular on the whole.
Americans are both like not aware of the political platforms of the parties they're involved in and don't really vote based on them anyways. Like for the 2012 election, you can look this up. There were a bunch of pieces about how how voters, when given Romney's economic plans, were like they didn't believe them because like they didn't bother thinking about him. They just assumed he was a moderate or something. And his endorsement of I forget if it was Paul Ryan or Rand Paul's, like basically destroying the entire government except for a few essential services. Like they just sort of didn't believe that was the thing. They were voting for him because they just wanted a conservative or something. And yeah, But I mean, having grown up in North Carolina, I don't know. I can't say anything positive about the electorate.
It's the only thing I can say about North Carolina, because I lived there for a little while, is there was this one county in Raleigh, near Raleigh, that hadn't been counted earlier that I thought was going to go bluer than it did. But I was near that triangle by Raleigh where I used to live. But
Yeah,
it's
probably grown in Chapel Hill.
I used to live in Chapel Hill.
Yeah, I was in Cary.
It just computer issues. Give me a second. It is also, we just on an unrelated note. So the two suspects from the shooting on campus today fled, and there's no threat to campus, but they have not caught the people who the shooters.
That's fun. It's a great metaphor. Love it. I look forward to more parachute journalism. You find Bob in nowhere, Wisconsin, who's terrified of Antifa or whatever. I don't question it. Ugh.
Having some computer problems. Yeah, I didn't expect this to be this hard to watch. And that sounds bad, and I was trying to be unbiased, but at this point.
I mean, it's a false dichotomy anyways. You can't be unbiased in the face of nonsense.
Yes.
But I think the most shocking thing here is obviously we haven't counted all the California votes yet, but which is my thing. But the vast difference in the popular vote is really what has me shaken. Is there are so many people right now. We're seeing a similar popular vote difference from 2016, except this time Trump has the popular vote, and how that played out. Like, I genuinely don't quite understand how through his election, through his 4 years as president, people believe things have gotten better in this country.
I'm not sure that's, well, I don't know. Whenever I look into politics and stuff, I just find people are frustrating and not particularly thoughtful about their choices. So, yeah. I mean, I could go outside and ask my neighbors or something. They probably can't name a single policy, but they know that he saved the country and fixed the economy and saved the military, and that's all that matters. They just want a great man. They don't need policy.
Cult of personality.
Oh, when did they call New Hampshire? Did they call New Hampshire recently? Because I don't remember us counting. But yeah. So yeah, if we look off the New York Times, Trump has won all of the states he was expected to win easily. Most of the states that he was expected to win narrowly. The only one right now that hasn't. Montana has a lead for Biden currently, but they also only have 19% of their vote in. All the toss-ups except for Iowa lean towards Trump, and 3 of Biden expected to win narrowly states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, are leaning towards Trump. So this is a very hard night for Joe Biden and a very hard night for Democrats around the country. Also, Rep. Doug Collins of Georgia has conceded for the special Senate race, saying he was saying he contacted Senator Kelly Loeffler to offer his support for her in the runoff in January.
Wait, Loeffler won? Also hot.
I think it is a little like he's not winning in Pennsylvania right now, but also, you know, we talked about Pennsylvania's called it on counting mail-in votes tonight. You know, I think what you were saying, Alana, about this idea that Trump's winning the popular vote, and that's really strange and unexpected. The popular vote is what's going to be affected most strongly by, you know, those mail-in ballots that get counted more slowly. So I don't know if we can really like call that. Did Texas pre-count mail-ins?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Or no, wait, there's only a couple of states that don't, so I don't know. New York Times has a thing somewhere on it.
So, Bryce, as you've hopped on here, would you like to talk about some of the initiatives? You vote in California. What were some of the
Yes.
ballot initiatives in California?
Yeah, there were a lot. The most notable ones, I'd say, the ones that made like nationwide coverage, were probably 22, which was the Uber and Lyft employees versus independent contractors classification. And that was the main one that I saw coverage on like a national level. And that one is really interesting. I think you mentioned earlier, Alana, like some of the initiatives you felt you really had to like do a lot of research to really understand what they were saying. I had a very similar feeling, and we had a lot of ballot initiatives. I think we had it didn't start at 0, but I think it was like 14 through 25 or something.
Mm-hmm. I also had a lot of ballot initiatives. So,
my connection really bad, or is that just me?
It's not great. Also, apparently the delay is about 12 seconds, so that's interesting.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm on my.
I will say it's interesting that we haven't heard anything from Nevada yet.
I'm gonna call back on my computer.
Okay.
I will say it's interesting that we haven't seen anything from Nevada, but their polls closed an hour and 15 minutes ago.
Maybe everyone died. I know I did.
We will see what happens. It is interesting looking at what's trending on Twitter. Canada's trending as people want to move to Canada.
That should happen last.
2016.
Yeah. We know it was. There were some other things I saw. Obviously, all these cities, all these states that are trending. I wonder why we're too apparently, with an exit poll, Trump did better in 2020 with every race and gender except for white men, which is kind of shocking.
White men are canceled. But they were already canceled.
What's up, guys?
So that's an interesting thing to look at. I do wonder how much of this is we have in this country a bias for re-election, in which once somebody has served one term, they're generally more likely to win a second term just because people say, hey, the country's not completely on fire. Guess you're doing a decent job. I wonder how much of that has played an effect.
Hey, Tommy.
It's how you interpret the meaning of being on fire. Like, maybe being on fire is good. Like, you're like one of those penitent Catholics, or you're having a Viking funeral, or you're a stage magician.
Or maybe
all of those are good reason to vote for them.
Maybe you think the people that are on fire are deserving of it, and you don't care about them, or
fire doesn't care about your feelings.
God, I hate Shapiro so much.
Well, yeah, but there was that one Tommy Tuberville who just won his Senate seat in Alabama did say he's very much say that he believes Jesus is above all everything, the Christian first, American second, which first of all, again, separation of church and state. But anyways, he's also on record for saying stop political correctness, start hurting people's feelings. And
I refuse to believe
look at that,
Tuberville
and
is a real person. Like, his name is Tuberville. He's a football coach. He wasn't very good. It's
As a football coach, he wasn't very good.
apparently, I might be confusing him with all the other football coaches who run in the South and inexplicably win because people are dumbasses. But I can look it up.
Yeah,
But
if you can't govern like 50, you can't govern a country.
Donald
But
Trump.
again, what I'd like to pull up here is the fact that, like,
Oh, yeah.
first of all, again, we're supposed to have separation of church and state in this country, but
That one's complicated.
as
Like,
we've all seen,
we
that
should.
doesn't work. But secondly, if you're going to
The
say your
problem
religion,
with the separation of church and state, kind of,
yeah. Well, I was going to say, was specifically with Tommy
Was that-
Tuberville, what I just think is so ridiculous is he's saying that he is all for like the teachings of Jesus and that his religion is the most important thing, but he's also out here saying start hurting people's feelings. And I don't know about you, and again, I did not grow up with a church, but I don't think that's very much Christian teachings. And I think that's that says a lot about the state of the country. If these people are like Christian values, but are still out here saying hurt people's feelings.
Well, they're American Christian values, but also like Christianity is pretty violent historically. So
I mean, if most Christians actually read the Bible, they'd burn it. They don't really follow that too closely.
you can just use whatever syncretic method you want to get any
they've
purpose
officially,
for that.
Yeah.
They've officially called Utah for Trump, no surprise.
What?
And Bill Cassidy won re-election as a senator in Utah.
What about the Sundance Kid?
What did you say?
What about the Sundance Kid? Isn't that the name of the movie? Bill Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. I might be losing my mind. Hold on.
No idea.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Okay, I was close enough.
Oh, sorry, I messed that up. Bill Cassidy won re-election in Louisiana. That was I said the wrong town. I said the wrong state. Yeah, we're gonna see what happens here.
Yeah. Going back to what you said on the separation of church and state, I think the problem is that there is supposed to be separation of church and state, but there is no separation of church and representative. To the point that a representative, that's who governs us, representatives, they can have as whatever religious belief they want, and that could govern their choices and their actions as much as possible, as much as they deem that they can, because the country or whoever voted them in.
Yeah.
So, despite the fact that they technically can't legally create policy based on religion, it can still inform them, and then, for all intents and purposes, it would still influence policy.
Plus, like, the history of it is kind of funny and how bad it is. Like with the Blaine amendments that prevent the teaching of religion in school, those originated as anti-Catholic things. So the reason we have parochial schools and stuff like that is because Protestants were afraid of Catholic teachings in school because they were afraid the Pope was going to take over the country, whatever. And so they banned that stuff, but they still taught Protestant nonsense at school. Like, they weren't teaching evolution or anything.
Yeah.
Which was still new at the time, but it just it wasn't the separation of church and state has like a different meanings at different points in time, and it was never really like enshrined in the Constitution. So, oh well. But yeah, the definition for living is a weird thing.
It's funny how like all these people like invoke the name of the founding fathers as like the guy for America, while all the founding fathers are completely, Jefferson especially, were very much against the separation, very much against like religion being part of the government, and very for the separation of church and state. Meanwhile, when I say they, I mean like the religious right, seem to be very much against that, despite the fact that the founding fathers, who they raise up as ideal Americans, were very much against it. It's just ironic.
Yeah, well, I don't think they ever cared about anything about the actual founding fathers. It's just a nice, great man thing you can bring up to convince your followers they're conservative or something. I don't know.
But again, a lot of states are saying, I'm just looking via New York Times that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Ohio aren't really, because they're waiting on some mail-in ballots and stuff, we aren't going to hear officially until Friday. And they're expecting higher, like, because of in-person voting and who's more likely to in-person vote, higher rates for Republicans tonight. So we will see what happens there. I mean, it really does look like Pennsylvania might decide the election. Biden's doing well in Maine, but that's to be expected. It's really Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin are the biggest upsets of the night. I wonder what's going on with Nevada. I wonder why we aren't getting any Nevada results.
It's just polls. Oh, yeah, they did close. Okay, I don't know.
They closed almost an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I think regardless, we're not going to have an answer until at least the end of the day tomorrow, if not later. So,
Yeah.
That'll
be fun.
We'll see if things get called. But yeah, I'm wondering how the popular vote is still favoring Donald Trump right now, which is, I think, the most shocking thing.
Yeah, that's insane.
Again, people are going on Twitter blaming what's happening tonight on there's a thing on Bernie. It's like very much saying that had Bernie been the nominee, Democrats would have won, and I genuinely don't know.
I mean, yeah, nobody does, but I doubt he wins.
No one can possibly know that. Like, no one can possibly know that.
Yeah, but what they're saying
They're just
is,
guessing.
I understand this argument, but it's an argument we've been having for a while now, which is the idea that the DNC very much pushed for Biden to be the nominee because they thought he was what is quote unquote electable, which again, I absolutely hate the phrase electable. Like electability, I don't know how to say this. It's a way to try and weed out minorities, in my personal opinion, just because they assume that
women.
Yeah, they assume that white men are just generally people trust them more. It's a very frustrating thing to me. But because Bernie is much further left, I'm just saying what people are saying. They're claiming. Oh, hi Zach. Are claiming that. People were claiming basically that because the DNC set it up for Biden, that's what hurt them because a lot of people were excited to vote for Bernie. But at the same time, if we look at results in both 2016 and in 2020, Bernie did have a lot of support, but he did not end up pulling the amount of people needed for the nomination. Like, it's messy, and I don't know. I genuinely, first of all, I'm not sure Biden was the correct candidate to unite the entire Democratic Party and those, I'm going to say left of center, because a lot of them don't identify with the Democratic Party anymore based on what's happened over the past couple of years.
Well, I mean, since Clinton, but like the Democrats know that they can get their vote and they don't make up the majority of the country anyways. So, yeah. I mean, I can't say their strategy was the worst. I don't know what sort of candidate they could pull out that wouldn't be trashed or whatever. I think Biden he is actually a strong candidate, but mostly because voters really are just nonsensical. They don't want big ideas, or rather, they don't want ideas that require execution. They want big ideas that can be instantly solved. And yeah, the poll I keep thinking of is one taken after the passage of the 64 Civil Rights Act. I'll have to look it up. Where people overwhelmingly supported the act and overwhelmingly opposed the Fair Housing Act was 68. So it was 64. They overwhelmingly opposed enforcing it in any way that would inconvenience them. So they wanted this new non-racist reality, but they didn't want it to actually exist because that would require effort. And like, it wouldn't be fun.
Also, Sidney Hyde Smith won re-election to the Senate in Mississippi.
Oh,
Not
okay.
unexpected. But, you know, tonight, it's been hard to watch for a little while ago. For a little while now.
Let's see. Trump leading in North Carolina by I think 75,000, with 94% of the expected votes in.
It doesn't matter until 100% are in. Like, I wouldn't even bother looking.
I'm just trying to fill the airspace.
Yeah. Exactly. We're doing better than CNN is. Who wants to talk about, I don't know, the Xbox refrigerator?
Honestly, I'm very excited about it. I haven't pre-ordered mine yet. I was thinking about it, but
I don't know if they have any. Actually, are they selling refrigerators, or was that just for the video? I'm looking up.
I think that's a meme. I don't think they're actually selling refrigerators.
They made a joke video called Xbox Series X Fridge World Premiere 4K Trailer.
Oh, I mean, if that's real, I'd definitely buy one of those.
It's like, it's just a really big version of the Xbox that stores like food, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's real. Oh, it's got a Psychonauts reference in it. I didn't notice that at first. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Key thing to note is Biden did just start to pull ahead in the popular vote.
Okay.
So
Well, that means nothing, but
I know it means nothing. I guess my statement here is there was this coalition that was starting back in 2016 and on ballot, including in Colorado, to basically say that if a candidate wins the popular vote but doesn't win the electoral college, that states will switch their electoral college votes to reflect the popular vote of the country. So we don't end up with a situation in which the president who's supposed to represent all Americans is not supported by the majority of Americans.
yeah. Apparently, Arizona just called for Biden.
Do they officially call it?
Arizona was called, Fox News called it for Biden.
I believe it with how the numbers are looking. Oh no! Sorry. Okay, that's personal bias. I'm not gonna say it.
So,
Rodney Davis just won re-election. Rodney Davis is so unpopular in Illinois. I don't know how he won re-election.
Right, I think I'm here and not a laggy mess now.
Yeah.
For the most part.
I like the lighting in your room. It looks kind of like
it's very bright over there.
It's very bright, yeah.
Yeah, one thing that I thought was interesting, we've talked a lot about Texas and how a lot of people were surprised at how close it was projected to be. It's not that close as of right now. One thing, at least anecdotally, is that a lot of people have been leaving California and moving to Idaho and Montana and Texas because they're just sort of tired of it. And even though they tend to be the more conservative variety for California, they still end up being more liberal when they arrive in a place like Texas. And I think that's why it could be pulling more towards Democrat this year. And one of the reasons that, some people have been talking about Texas could be more of a battleground state in the coming elections. I think that's a really interesting thing to watch.
Well, that brings me to another point, actually. I like that idea, but I also noticed, like, personally, from just how I understand things, a lot of the times, typically, Democrat things that lead Democrat, a lot more minorities, both in race and in sexuality and gender, in terms of like gender identity, tend to be leftist and democratic. And a lot of those people are more likely to go to cities and towns where that already are liberal, just because statistically they will feel safer there whether it be because of their race or because of their sexuality or because maybe they don't reflect a gender binary. I think it's a very interesting thing to point out, which is why we have these big cities in California and New York City that have such a strong percentage of Democrats there, and just a large number itself compared to the entire state of Wyoming.
It is interesting, and it's one of the things that's frustrating. You'll see those graphics where it's like, how many electoral college votes per person, in different states, like how much does your vote in California count versus someone's vote in Rhode Island or something. It's interesting being from California because the state is very much a majority Democrat, and I don't know the last time it went. I don't know if it's ever gone Republican.
I think it went towards Reagan.
All Wisconsin Republican in '84, I think. So maybe '88.
California has only more recently become this liberal thing. I don't know, the meaning of liberal has changed over time, but people complain about California has X liberal thing when sometimes some of it originated when Republicans were in control, and some of it is just exclusive to California. So
yeah,
I don't know why Nevada has not released any election results.
I haven't heard anything about it. No,
because I'm just really confused. They closed an hour and a half ago, and we've still not heard a single vote.
I'm voting for mass suicide. Let's see.
Corey, my controversial statement is that it wasn't that. So
is that it wasn't what?
I'm going to be a contrarian here.
Oh, mass suicide.
Yes.
If I said it on, well, this isn't television, but if someone has it on TV, then it is. Then it's true. I have that power. I don't see anything about it.
Yeah, so we talked about it a little bit earlier when I was a laggy mess, but California has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 statewide ballot questions this year, propositions 14 through 25. And the only one that really made national news was Proposition 22. Proposition 22 is a revision to last year's AB 5 law, Assembly Bill 5, that changed a lot of laws for independent contractors and for independent employees. What it would basically say is that rideshare companies like Uber and Lyft do not have to classify their employees as their drivers as employees, but as independent contractors. And I've seen some really interesting reporting on this. It's been very hotly contested because it's one of those things. It's like question 1 here in Massachusetts. You just people have gotten nonstop ads for it for days and days and days, and those PACs sort of end up saying whatever they want to say. Interestingly, a couple of the reasons. That's okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that you guys, because I was hearing in the chat that apparently my mic was off and people couldn't hear me. But are we good now?
Yeah.
Now?
Anything
cool. No, I just wanted to make sure my mic was on.
Yeah, it's a coral map. It's got a bunch of boxes on it. No offense.
Yeah. But basically, Prop 22. I saw a lot of people that even if they were in favor of classifying drivers as independent contractors and not employees, they still were against the proposition because it was basically written by Uber and Lyft and submitted to the legislature. And it includes some very gnarly language. For example, amending Proposition 22 in the future, if it passes, would require a 7/8 vote of both halves of the California legislature, 87.5%, which basically just means they got to write their bill and it never gets changed ever again. So So even among people who didn't really have a dog in the fight of independent contractor versus employee, there was like a lot of discussion around how people don't like corporations getting to write their own laws that can't be changed.
I love having people step on me personally. That's
yeah,
all I
it's
look
interesting. It's nice. One thing that's also interesting, there was a lot of advertising saying like 4 in 5 rideshare drivers recommended it or supported it, but also the sort of other side of that is that Uber and Lyft drivers were getting push notifications when they were working almost constantly, asking them to say they supported it, and the push notification, like the dismiss button, was very similar to the I support it button. So a lot of people were questioning what that really looked like.
That is interesting.
It is
What's
interesting.
the word for that?
I don't know.
But there's like a bunch of misleading designed words, and that's
Yeah.
one of them.
It's the God. We were talking about this in my data viz class and visual storytelling. It's the it's like a Norman. Is it Normandor? Is that what the correct term is? Where it's something that like it's not clear what the actual buttons do, and it looks like it should be something else.
I'm reading right now. Let's see.
So in terms of Proposition 22 supporters and opponents, the main supporters were the Republican Party of California, all of the corporations who employ sort of, group work, not group, like networked drivers. So DoorDash, Lyft, Postmates, Uber, they all supported it strongly. Pretty much every labor union opposed it. The Professional Firefighters Union, the teachers unions, building and construction, transportation workers union, as well as the ACLU, the Democratic Party, former Vice President Joe Biden, and U.S. Senator Kamala Harris, notably, as well as Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, also both spoke out strongly against the bill. The other thing is a lot of misleading promises have been made from supporters of the bill in terms would guarantee higher pay for drivers when they were working, but things that they sort of conveniently leave out in that messaging about how they get that higher pay rate only when they're driving. So if they're waiting for rides, they are getting paid, whereas employees they are. So it ends up being actually about half minimum wage in some analysis that drivers would be earning driving for Uber and Lyft. So it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. I've seen a lot of support and a lot of ads in support and a lot of ads in opposition to it. Only 7% of precincts are reporting in California right now. Right now, it's actually yes, but again, we have very little reporting coming in. So that was probably the most significant state measure, at least for me. The other pretty significant ones, there were a few bonds for research and stuff like that. The other one I saw that were pretty big wins that I hope pass, one of them was to re-enfranchise former felons that have served their full sentences and were released on parole, so they can vote again. Hopefully that one isn't struck down in the courts like it was in Florida or in the legislature. It would also allow 17-year-olds to vote in the primaries if they would be 18 for the general election, which is a cool thing to see. That was most of it. There were a few that were confusing in terms of like housing taxes and property taxes. One that I was really confused about actually was Proposition 19, which had to do with inheriting property. One of the main reasons was it had a sort of strange list of supporters versus opponents. It was supported by Governor Gavin Newsom, the California Democratic Party, the California NAACP, but it was opposed by the largest opponent was the ACLU, which I thought was an interesting difference there. So there's a lot of stuff on the ballot in California this year. A lot of it was definitely confusing, but I am going to be really interested to see how Prop 22 works out, especially since state laws on subjects like that tend to dictate national policy from companies, just because it's sort of hard for Uber and Lyft to have one business model for one state. It's different in every other state. So I talked for a long time, but
You took up space, and that's what we need to do.
Yeah, you're very good.
Tip your Uber and Lyft drivers.
Yeah, tip your Uber and Lyft drivers.
Give them a copy of the Communist Manifesto. Actually, you probably shouldn't, because like that party doesn't exist anymore and hasn't for like 100 years. So I don't actually know when the Communist Party.
Oh, California also actually, this is a pretty big one, has a consumer privacy law that would allow you to say business and or service do not sell my data. It gives residents of the state more direct protections in terms of businesses sharing your personal information, which is exciting.
Ohio has turned to be more for Trump.
Yeah.
This is
So that was my little California commentary. We can definitely turn back to the national election.
Yeah, sorry.
No, don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, that was really interesting.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah.
They gave a Jersey report. We got weed.
Yeah, we have like
We got
we have
weed.
marijuana. We had two
Guys
other
are
things that
behind.
were a lot. And
Yeah,
I forget what it
we
was.
something with veterans.
Yeah,
and
something about veterans.
some of the third thing.
Yeah.
What was the third
I know we can transition over to something else. I know we got some comments in there from Amir asking why do we think ranked choice voting seems like it's going to lose in Massachusetts? Which this personally comes as a surprise to me, as I haven't really seen anything against the ranked choice voting. I definitely thought it would go through.
My personal opinion, again, is just people tend to dislike change, and the system is so ingrained that while a lot of young people are very much for ranked choice voting, statistically, young people who seem the most politically active on social media tend to be the lowest turnout rate. That's just statistically how it works, and so maybe older generations worry that ranked choice voting might dilute their vote or something like that. And which is a little ridiculous if you look at what happens in parliamentary systems, but
I think we underestimate how much of Massachusetts is made up of, I guess you could say, establishment Democrats, older Democrats, who I imagine would not be in favor of ranked choice. Simply, maybe even if for anything, because they don't think it's necessary, since their party is the one that's winning through the plurality vote. I think is what we have.
It's also interesting because ranked choice voting helps a lot in terms of the thing it is really good at is still having effective elections to elect leaders in situations with a lot of different parties. So I think ranked choice voting would be a good step in terms of trying to move away more from two-party systems in the United States. But the problem is, one, having it established, and two, once there is ranked choice voting, that doesn't mean Democrats and Republicans aren't going to be the only ones elected anymore. It just means that now we might see more people on the national scale voting for third parties. So they might get more of the, I don't remember how they classify totals in ranked choice voting, because they'll say, do they just publish
first choice, second choice? Yeah.
No, I understand the process, but when they rule on an election in Australia or something, do they say, here was everyone's first choice vote rating rankings, and then here were here's the victors based on the instant runoffs?
I don't know, but I assume it's something like it's a point scale. Something like a second choice might get like 2/3 of a vote or something like that. I can tell you.
No, if your first choice doesn't win, your second choice gets a full vote.
Okay.
I'm just saying one of the reasons people argue for ranked choice voting is it allows, so in Australia, for example, one of the things you need to run again, or how they determine how campaign funds are allocated, is what percentage of the first choice vote you were. So even if you're a minority party that's not going to win, if you get a ton of support, even if it's not enough to win, it still says that, you know, you were 15% of people's first choice, even if you aren't the one that ends up winning the overall election. So that is the main advantage of ranked choice voting. Like I said, I don't know how helpful it would really be in the United States because there are so few parties. I think it would be interesting on a state level. I don't know. I don't think any states have it on a state level at this point. So I think it would be interesting to see Massachusetts have it, to then see how that influences the political landscape in the state. But I don't know if it would really foster party diversity, like in terms of having more parties, just because if you run a really successful Tea Party campaign, for example, in the state of Massachusetts using ranked choice, you still sort of hit a ceiling as you try to move up to any national level elections. So it's one of those things. I would love to see it pass. I'm a big advocate for ranked choice voting. I just don't know how effective it would be in our political system.
I agree. I think, in my personal opinion, I think where ranked choice voting might make the most impactful change is simply in a primary. And I kind of have an anecdote about this, but during the primaries, again, there were so many candidates on the Democratic field, but I had a friend who told me that her first choice was Bernie Sanders, but her second choice was Elizabeth Warren. But I also had a relative who told me that their first choice was going to be Joe Biden just because of electability, which I've already established is a term I hate. But their second choice was Elizabeth Warren. And I thought that was very interesting, like this middle ground of Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden were seen on opposite ends of the Democratic spectrum during the primary. And it's very interesting to see where this middle ground was, because again, there was this entire issue, there was this entire debate during the primary of which candidate would unite the Democratic Party to defeat Donald Trump. And where we're at right now, it doesn't look like we succeeded in that mission.
And I agree that primaries would be a great place to implement ranked choice voting for the sole reason I saw a big criticism of it I looked up the Massachusetts official voter information guide, and they referenced that in Oakland, I believe, California, one of the mayors there, went through ranked choice voting and talked about how terrible it was because sometimes people's 8th or 9th choice was getting elected. And it's like, well, that's the point. Like the whole point of it is that you can say, this is who I want as my candidate. And then you can go through and you can say, I might acknowledge and know that, let's say you consider Bernie Sanders, let's say you're a Bernie supporter, but you don't have a lot of faith that he could do well in the general election. You can still say, I'm voting for Bernie Sanders. But if I don't like Bernie Sanders, I like Elizabeth Warren. If I don't like Elizabeth Warren, I like so on, so on, so on, so on, so on. And it allows you to sort of, settle in tiers. It allows you to say, this is my first choice, but if I can't have my first choice, I wouldn't mind this person as much. It doesn't become this is who I want, and this is who I just have to vote for now. It becomes, this is who I want, this is who I'd be okay with, this is who I'd be okay with, this is who I find acceptable.
Yeah.
And it allows you to have a lot more of a voice.
I think we can all agree that ranked choice voting is definitely ideal. It definitely promotes better, a stronger democracy. But I think that most people don't care, to be frank. I think most people are it seems to be that most people, based on both the results of this measure and, I don't know, it seems like people are satisfied with having a two-party system, which is a shame.
I think it's also a sense of, one of the initial problems with it is a lot of people, a lot of messaging about voting in this country is everyone should vote. It's not that hard. And it's not hard to vote, but it's also not like simple to be an informed voter. You know, you still have to, like, my voter registration book only had, that I got in the mail with my ballot, only had my local officials on it. It had none of the statewide ballot initiatives. So I had to look up all of those on my own. You know, there's a lot that goes into being an informed voter. And I think the idea that, you know, oh, it's not a big deal for us to just switch to ranked choice voting. Like, there would be people that would be confused and wouldn't get it. And as, you know, much as I'd like to see the change come, it would be difficult it's difficult for me to envision an effective transition to it.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point too. And sorry, I had a train of thought here with ranked choice voting, and I just completely lost my train of thought when I was checking something. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. We were talking about efficacy. We were talking about transitions. We were talking about primaries.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think ranked choice in general just gives a much better opportunity for someone to just say, like, this is my guy and this is the candidate I'm supporting, and I don't care if they're like a super popular candidate or even just like this random niche candidate that has like 2% of the vote. You know, people are gonna be more likely to vote for the person that they want to vote for because they have that tier system where it's like, okay, this is the person that I really want, but if I don't want this, but if this person won't be elected, then I want like this person, as opposed to just going for a more popular candidate because, you know, just looking at the more popular candidates and being like, well, I want this one over this one. It allows you to look at more so like the entire field.
And I think that's the way to sell it, you know, is it's like, you don't have to feel like you're throwing your vote away if you want to vote for the person you like the most.
Mm-hmm. I remembered what I was going to say. This is about when it's hard to be an informed voter. So you mentioned you got a packet explaining the things on your ballot. I didn't get one in Colorado, and it was easy for me to register. There are people in states where it's very difficult to register, and we are seeing, again, this election, so much voter suppression. There was a lot of voter suppression with counties and states trying to throw out ballots or not wanting to count mail-in ballots. And that's as explicit as the voter suppression is, but there's so much subtle voter suppression in what makes it harder for people to even register, or what makes it harder for people to go in. And we have these people who are going to polls and intimidating voters. It's very, very difficult to be an informed voter. And this country, while it prides itself on being a democracy, first of all, we're a republic, does a very bad job at trying to create a democratic environment where people can vote. People can vote easily. I mean, again, I put this on our resource document, but I'm not sure if we've talked about this at all tonight. But the fact that Election Day is not a national holiday is a form of voter suppression.
Yeah.
And that's why it was put to be on a random Tuesday. And
I saw an interesting explanation. It was originally on a Tuesday because it was before 5-day work weeks. So the only day people had off would be a Sunday, but on Sunday they were expected to be in church. And it was a time when you could have to travel pretty far to go to church. So they couldn't do it Saturday because they might be going to church. They couldn't do it Sunday because they would be at church. And they couldn't do it Monday because they might be coming back from church. So it had to be a Tuesday. But also, this gets to the whole idea of people being like, this is how it was. Can you guys hear me when I turn into a sludge like that? Sorry. This gets down to the idea of like, you know, this is how it was written. This was at a time when the way you could cast your vote could be going to the town square and just being like, hey, I like this person. And then someone would go to the Capitol and vote for you. You know, the elections look so different now. I think it starts to get kind of weird when people are like, we can't abolish the Electoral College because it's always been the way. And it's like, it was also the way when only white landowning males could vote. Like, it's like to say we need to maintain this system because it's always been the way, like nothing else is the same at all. Exactly. And that's the issue is we amend the Constitution because things change. That is a fact. And people don't understand that. That's a lot of the Second Amendment. But again, with the Electoral College, again, when the Electoral College was put in place, it was because the people in charge didn't trust the American people. They wanted educated people to make the official vote. And because they simply did not trust that the American people could make educated decisions. And here we are, American people, trying to make educated decisions. And the Electoral College
speaks over a lot of people's voices. And that's the issue where we have these states, again, people in Wyoming and people in Montana, their vote counts more than the vote of somebody in California, even though there's so many more people there just because of how the Electoral College is, because they also, I can't remember when they did it, but they capped growing the Electoral College to match each state's growing population. So there is no standard for a population per electoral vote.
Exactly. And it's also a situation of this is just like one of 100 ways things were different or reasons the Electoral College was originally put in place. One of the reasons it was originally put in place was because the fastest way for information to travel was a person on a horse with a handwritten note. And that meant that by the time electors got to Washington, there could be an entire 5-week news cycle, like a modern 5-week news cycle that had of knowledge that had come out, and no one that had voted would know about it. And that's where the original right of electors to change their vote came from. Is the idea was not they were electing who was elected, they were electing who they felt was the candidate the people they were representing would like. But now it's, you know, it's just interesting all the ways we've gotten away from it, but people still cling to it like it's the, you know, the end all be all. Yeah.
I think people cling to a lot of old country just because they're the quote unquote American way.
That's fair.
Like I feel that like you said, the amendments to the Constitution, people we haven't, I don't remember the last time we had one, but it hasn't been in a while. And that's because people tend to deify the Constitution and deify the Founding Fathers to a point where their word is considered as almost a religious text, which is definitely something that they would not have, and something that is just ridiculous. Jefferson himself, who wrote the Declaration of Independence, said that it would be incredibly stupid if the U.S. didn't amend the Constitution whenever it needed to be amended, and more often than not. And the fact that we are so, we as a country, are so hesitant to do so just kind of proves that, like Alana's been saying, we're A, afraid of change, and B, that we would rather accept the status quo, no matter how painful it might be to some, just if it provides that familiarness and that nostalgia that we're used to.
Yeah, it's interesting. And people in America very much do cling to that, you know, sense of like, but this is how it's always been.
They reject modernity and embrace tradition.
Yeah, the last ratified constitutional amendment was 1992.
Yeah, no one was even born then. Here was even born. I'm sure people were born in 92. No one here was born then.
I mean, that's
true. He's got a point.
That's the tail end of is there a generation between millennials and Z?
No.
That's like
no.
1992 is like the last of millennials.
Ends at like 95, they say.
Yeah.
That's
around the end of the
tail
millennials.
end of millennials and all of Gen Z. You know, I think a lot of,
and then even Gen Alpha hasn't seen yet.
Yeah, and it's like there's an entire, that means there's an entire generation. There's 30 years of Americans that the idea of a constitutional amendment is an academic exercise for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's interesting.
Well, you're absolutely right, and it's an issue where we have this problem where people just assume that the Constitution is perfect when it was never created to be perfect. But
yeah,
it's just very complicated. And,
yeah.
Oh, we're finally getting results in from Nevada.
Yeah, I was about to say we've been talking for a while. We should check back in on the updates. Now midnight on election day, rolling into the November 4th.
Midnight on the day after election day.
Yes, yes, correct. It is 12:01 on November 4th. This was not the early night a lot of Democrats were anticipating it to be.
I mean,
Trump has maintained
I expect by the way.
Trump is maintaining
No
his
early
lead in
nights in
all key states except for again where Biden still has leading in Arizona and Minnesota. So it looks like right now Arizona may be the only state to flip from the last from 2016,
Wow.
So
which is shocking.
one thing I also wanted to talk about a little bit. I have pulled up a map of polling over the last, little time period here. Oh, I did. Where'd it go? I had pulled up. I wanted to talk about how projections have changed. Here we go. So one of the things that we were talking about, and I mean, I just mentioned a lot of Democratic supporters expected this to be an early night for Biden. They expected. I had professors talking about how the Democratic strategy was to just win by such a margin tonight that it wouldn't even matter what the mail-in ballots were, that it would be such a lot of places were calling up until the last few days Biden winning by over 300 electoral votes, which would be a landslide. I don't know if there's ever been a margin of victory that large. And so one of the things I want to sort of talk about, what's that?
Reagan won all but one. So Reagan won all but one state.
Really?
So there has been.
Wow, I did not know that.
Reagan 84. Reagan won everything but Minnesota.
One thing I did just want to point out. So 270 to Win does this great map called the consensus map, and they do a collective polling map. So they take they take a lot of different polls, and they do weighted averages, and they have a page you can go to where you can actually see every day of that map from as early as May 21st up until now. And one thing that I find really interesting is that, as recently as just the week leading up to Halloween, October 24th, people were calling it Biden, 279 with 134 as a toss-up, and Trump only winning 125 electoral votes. And as we started to get into this, the projections weren't really calling for Trump's lead to increase or Trump's count to increase, but it was calling for Biden's lead to decrease.
Definitely interesting.
And the really interesting thing for me has been seeing the states that have sort of cemented and the states that have fallen away here. A lot of people were surprised in leading up to this election that Texas was even considered a toss-up state.
Yeah, I think in most people's minds, Texas has just been a very red state, and the fact that it is a toss-up, like you say it is very much like it goes against most people's perceptions of the state of Texas.
Texas has been getting bluer and bluer every year.
Yeah, no, I mean most states are honestly like.
I think come 2024, Texas will be a blue state.
I think most states aren't very black and white, but Texas is definitely one where we're starting to see more of a shift, like we saw with the Beto O'Rourke, where he had like a very close race for the Senate, and now we're seeing that the presidential race is also a lot closer than most people maybe would have expected.
And we're also seeing right now still about a 2 million margin of popular vote in favor of Biden, which is something I think is important to note. I do wonder, I mean, we're waiting on these mail-in ballots in key counties in Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, which can very much change everything. But
yeah, I think a lot of these states are really going to determine the outcome of the election. These are the big ones that
I'd imagine that a majority of these mail-in votes would be for Biden. I think I feel like Republicans are more likely to go to the polls in order to vote.
I'd imagine that's really most mail-in votes lean more towards Biden, whereas most in-person voting leans more towards Trump.
And the question is if it's enough to flip it, which
that's the question: is will it be enough to flip?
I think one thing that we are kind of undervaluing right now is those mail-in votes that have yet to be counted. I think Pennsylvania counted like a fifth of theirs before they went off for the night. And, one of the things we were also talking about earlier was that the popular vote versus the Electoral College. And the Electoral College 5 times in U.S. history has declared a winner that was not the winner of the popular vote. It was 3 times in the 19th century. But then the 2000 election, very famously George Bush, and in 2016 with Donald Trump. And I just had, now it is a possibility that this election, Biden could win the popular vote and Trump would win the Electoral College again. And there was a lot of outcry for it in 2016. Donald Trump lost by almost 3 million votes in the popular vote and was still named the victor. 46% of voters, 46% of people that voted for Trump, and only 26% of the country voted for him because the turnout was not high in 2016. So it's very interesting. If it happens again, there was a lot of screaming and shouting about it in 2016, and a lot of people went, "Oh, well, tough. That's the Electoral College." But I think if it happens a third time in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like
4 elections.
No. It also happened in 2000.
Yeah, so it would be 2004, 8, 12, 16, 20. If it happens 3 times in 6 elections, that means just in recent history, we're going to be at 50% failure rate for the Electoral College to actually assert the will of the American people for the President of the United States, the person that is supposed to represent the entire country. And I think there's going to be a lot better case to say, we got to do something about this. I hope we don't get there, but it's just, I'm going to be flabbergasted if that happens again.
Well, yeah, that it was on my ballot with there's a specific voting to make it so that the state will align itself with the popular vote instead of the electoral vote.
Mhm.
They will turn their electors and reflect the popular vote, which I think is important because, like I said earlier, I've been making this point all night. But while the electoral college has 2 purposes: one, to try and it was put in place so that there would be educated people making the decision, but also it was put in place is to try and give a voice to rural Americans. But at the same time, if you're putting too much power, you don't want to put too much power in rural Americans that you're taking away power from the majority of Americans who may be residing in cities. And as I've said earlier, people of minorities tend to end up in some of these cities just because it is statistically safer for them to be there than in a rural area where people theoretically, their politics, they may not feel safe. A person who is a part of the LGBT community is more likely to move to a place like LA or New York, where they feel like they're more likely to be accepted and less likely to be victim of a homophobic hate crime than they are to move to a random town in Wyoming or a random town in Alabama, because they will feel unsafe. And so by giving some of these rural areas so much power, it disenfranchises the majority of Americans.
And the other thing that I think is really interesting is people will show the maps of like, oh, well, this is how many counties Donald Trump won versus Hillary Clinton won in 2016. It's like, but land isn't people. We're not looking for someone who the most area of land wants. We're looking for someone who's going to represent the most people. And the other thing that I think is really interesting, and the Republicans love to talk money, right? They love to talk about productivity. Even if you want to say that we need to represent all of America, and it would be not representative to go only popular vote because then somehow the top 10 cities are going to steal the election, which isn't true.
Mm-hmm. But if the top 10 cities,
the top metropolitan areas in the United States account for a hugely disproportionate amount of the country's GDP. The New York, New Jersey, tri-state area is 10% of the money brought in by this country. And they're talking about how it's like, well, we can't let them decide. It's like they are not only a population dense center, they're also what's driving the economy in this country. Yeah. And so, I understand not wanting to disenfranchise. I understand not wanting to give, what I was going to say is I understand not wanting to give an unfair advantage to people in the cities, but people in cities are not a monolith. I think one of the things that's been really revealed in this campaign is how many more people there are in the Democratic Party that are way more progressive than the party itself.
Yes, exactly.
And so it's not like everyone in this cities is going to vote for the same candidate and love them every time. Most of the Democratic voters I talk to, especially young Democratic voters, are
settled for
Biden as a change more than they are because they're stoked on Joe Biden. And I think it's just really strange, this rhetoric that, oh, well, we can't let the popular vote decide because then it's just going to be decided by the cities, and that's not fair. It's like, but those are people in the cities.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. It's one of the biggest issues with the way the government is set up is that, and the idea of trying to help the little guy, you are hurting so many other people. And my biggest gripe with the Electoral College is because somebody, like I said a million times, somebody in some state has a much higher vote. Their vote has much more power than somebody in somebody else's state. And again, we look, like you said, we look at these counties, but we don't account for why people are in these counties. You can, like-minded people are gonna shift near each other. And especially when we have, again, such a divisive time and divisive area, we also have to account for people feeling safe. A person who is LGBT and is not going to move somewhere that they know is very homophobic because they won't be able to successfully live their own life. And that's why we see a lot of people who maybe they are LGBT and they were growing up in one of these towns where they're going to leave it, even though they might have more electoral power. They're going to leave and they're going to go someplace like California, like New York, like Illinois, where they're going to feel safer.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's so confusing, and I think it is, regardless of the outcome of this election, something that the country's really going to reckon with in these next 4 years is the way we elect officials and the way we determine how representatives are counted. You know, we've talked, the last 4 years have been a big leap forward for fighting against gerrymandering and selectively, creating districts to empower certain parties. I think the next 4 years are going to be are going to continue that re-examining of how we represent people to look at, more of the different systems we use to determine representatives. I was also going to bring it back to the election updates.
They just called Ohio for Trump.
Oh, I did not see that.
I think Georgia is looking to be more and more like Biden a little bit. Slightly.
So what do we have left? What we have left, we have Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
And Montana, technically.
Is Montana in the running?
Not really, but it's much closer than people were expecting.
Interesting.
And if we check the Senate races, also Biden won Hawaii.
Texas is pretty much confirmed for Trump at this point.
Yes. We're still waiting to see what's going to happen for Senate in Arizona. Mark Kelly is doing very well.
That's good.
New Mexico, and again, Ben Ray Lujan is doing very well. Montana, Steve Bullock is actually doing really well, which is kind of shocking. Minnesota, we see Tina Smith, a Democrat, also doing well. In Iowa, it looks like Joni Ernst, who is a Republican, who's the incumbent, is doing decently well. Michigan, it looks like the incumbent might lose to John James, who's a Republican. And in Maine, which was the big one, Susan Collins is actually doing really well. North Carolina, Tom Tillis is winning against Cal Cunningham. But what's an interesting thing to note is the 3% went to the Libertarian Shannon Bray, and that is the amount that she has is more than the difference between the Democrat and the Republican.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. What state was that?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Someone just asked in chat when we think we'll get decisive results from Pennsylvania. In an ideal world, tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be tomorrow, though. I think it's probably going to end up being it's Wednesday now, so it's probably not going to be until the end of this week, maybe into Monday.
What officials have said in Pennsylvania is they are expecting to count up. They are expecting to have everything counted by Friday, but they're expecting totals tonight to be higher for Republicans just because of mail-in voting, because several counties in Pennsylvania have stopped counting mail-in votings for the night.
We still don't have anything from Nevada, at least that I can see, right?
We have some from New York Times. We have less than 1%. Oh, that's an echo. We have 2 counties, it looks like, but not even much from those counties.
Joe Biden's 80. Joe Biden. I don't think Joe Biden's going to get Georgia. It's 80% reporting, and he's 8 points back.
Except there's a lot of mail-in votes.
Oh, that's true.
And a lot of counties that have stopped for the night.
Do we have a total on how many mail-in ballots there were in? Oh, okay. Well, it was a lot. Okay, I'm going to try and find that because he's 8 points back, but he's only 300,000 votes back.
Again, it's tight in a lot of these states. And again, we are seeing a really, okay, so the popular vote is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. We're seeing only about a 1 million vote difference, but that still is a key difference. And generally, I know I shouldn't be saying my straight opinions here, but I genuinely believe that the Electoral College does not, at its current state, properly reflect the American people. And I think it's very important that we take a look at that and adjust that. We have to adjust, how do I want to say this? The Electoral College, well, in theory, one can argue that it was put in place to try and create more equality. It has taken a lot of power away from the American people.
Yeah, it has. The Georgia Secretary of State reported on, where's the date on this? This does not appear to have a date. Okay, so the Georgia Secretary of State has a report that 1 million early in-person ballots were cast, but it does not say when this report was put out. The Atlanta, the AJC, I don't know what that newspaper is, Atlanta Journal-Constitution, reports that there are, as of Friday, there were 3.9 million Georgians had voted either in person or by absentee ballot. And Georgia is only at 4 million votes counted, which they're saying is 80% of the total vote. I don't think that adds up because that would mean, I think even though there are record numbers of even though there are record numbers of absentee and voting by mail and early voting, I don't think anyone has said it's predicted to be more than the in-person voting that occurred today.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Genuinely, I don't know.
I would say it's safe to say Georgia and Pennsylvania are still very much in the running. It's weird we haven't gotten anything from Nevada.
Nevada had some issues today with getting their polling to work, so they extended their polls by several hours.
Okay. I think Joe's going to win in Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
That's looking pretty good. They're at 75% reporting, and he's 8 points up.
Yeah, Fox News called Arizona for Biden, but nobody else has. So
interesting. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
And then Pennsylvania is going to be really interesting to see how that works out.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the rest of these states work out. Actually, oh wow, okay, I didn't see this earlier, but Georgia right now has a 68% chance of going to Biden, according to the New York Times.
Yeah.
So Georgia's been flip-flopping all night. But that would
be another one that we're not going to know until at least the end of the day tomorrow, if not further.
Yes. I've been playing around with 270 to win to see possible results.
Right.
Wisconsin is not counting a lot of these mail-in ballots that should be counted.
How's Iowa doing?
Iowa, hold on. Iowa is largely, it's less than 100,000 votes, but it's going for Trump right now. There's a less than 100,000 vote difference, but we will see. But they have to mail ballots postmarked by the day before the election have until November 9th to arrive. So there's still a good chunk of time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at a 270 to win map. Hold on. I'm gonna share my screen really fast. Share screen. Hold on. Ignore the inception for a while. So here, this is me messing around based on current numbers. Right now, we're expecting Arizona to go for Biden, and Nevada is supposed to go for Biden, and Minnesota is going to go for Biden. Wisconsin, because of rules with how their ballots are working, and I think it's Milwaukee, which is a very liberal area, is not going to be counted for a while. And if Georgia is now back to possibly going for Biden, that's it. And I left Pennsylvania blank because I don't know, but North Carolina and Florida and Texas are pretty solidly going to go red this time. This puts Biden at just barely 270. So as long as Biden wins another state along with Arizona, I don't know. But also if we look at their live election results for president, this is what they have right now. So 270 to win has called Florida for Biden. But it's interesting to see.
I think Florida's pretty solidly Biden at this point.
Yeah. Trump, you mean?
Yes. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I definitely made that same mistake before.
I thought I was colorblind for a second. Yeah.
So we are seeing what's going to happen.
Isn't there a scenario where they tie?
There is a scenario where they tie.
There is. Here's the thing. If Biden wins, let me make sure I didn't get anything backwards here.
Apparently, Minnesota went Biden. Is that new news?
Oh, Minnesota. Minnesota, I think, has still been. Did they officially call Minnesota? Oh, they officially called Montana.
For
Trump.
In Gallinera, a good account that AP called it for Biden.
I'm gonna. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Ignore that.
Sorry. Hop off. I'll be back on in a minute.
Wow. What is happening?
Sorry. Okay. That should fix that. Welcome back, Justin.
Hello. I've been listening in, and it's been a night. We knew going into this that we wouldn't get results by the end of tonight, and people are still panicking. But it's also understandable considering 2016 failing, and if this election fails, how much can we really trust polls at this point?
Oh, not at all. Like not even close to any modicum of legitimacy do they have anymore.
Yeah.
I think tonight's really tapping into the anxiety that a lot of people have, or a lot of people are feeling from 2016. And honestly, it's very understandable. It's going to be a tough night.
Yeah. It's been a tough night, and we will see what happens for the next little bit. We're still waiting on some Senate races. It's very even right now, but
I'm going to check Reuters. So yes, I think it was mentioned before. We have 2 flips, 1 for each side. I don't think there's anything new that's come out.
the biggest new thing was Montana being called, but we knew that was going to happen. The popular vote difference is about 1 million votes. So.
Let's see. In the House, Democrats have gained 1 seat. That's considering it's 470. It's not huge, especially since Democrats already had the majority. But I suppose it's better than losing seats tonight.
Yeah, but the gain in there's been a balance with the Senate. So.
Yes, Tuberville was, I believe, expected to win. It is.
Yeah.
Looking at what Reuters has, it's kind of a blowout, but
Montana's looking very close. The thing that's getting me about North Carolina is the third-party candidate, really for Senate, has the amount of votes between the two candidates,
which really does go into the whole first past the post system and how.
Oh, they just called Ben Ray Lujan for Senate in New Mexico.
Oh.
So that's a seat for the Democrats. They just called that.
That one, I believe, was up for grabs, right? There was.
I believe so.
There was an incumbent.
Congrats to Ben.
Good for him.
Congrats. In Arizona, we're still seeing Mark Kelly with a small lead.
Pretty substantial lead.
No, I guess this is 10%, but it is 77% of expected votes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad.
And I guess the thing is, in case it sounds like bias that we're saying for some of these leads, when it's a Democrat leading, it's substantial. When it's the same lead for a Republican, the thing we are acknowledging is these vote in like mail-in ballots and such will tend to lean much, much more Democratic just based on who simply is taking the pandemic seriously.
There is also the rhetoric surrounding mail-in ballots, where a lot of Republicans, where I believe, based on the rhetoric from the president, you would see that a lot more Republicans more likely distrust the mail-in ballot process.
Yeah. NUTV doesn't have a biased bone in its body.
It's one thing to be biased, but yeah, it's an interesting thing to look at. But that's why some of these larger discrepancies with they seem bigger. It's very different looking at the Republicans and Democrats just because we're trying to account for these mail-in ballots, and it's a messy situation.
Yes, the delay does complicate things, even more so than a usual election night. Because of course, every election night there is a delay.
Mm-hmm.
This one might be more. This one's definitely going to be more substantial.
Multiple delays. Also, Fox retracted the Arizona call, which is interesting.
Yeah. But it really does look like Pennsylvania might be the key of the election, but right now it's very heavily going to Trump.
Yes.
But if Georgia's going back to being possible for a Biden win, which is interesting.
Yeah.
In terms
of when did they call Ohio?
Ohio got called? Ohio. Reuters is giving Ohio to Donald Trump.
Yeah, I
think Ohio's been pretty. Ohio's been decided for a while, I think.
I must have missed that. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Texas has not been called yet.
I think Texas
is pretty.
But again, things can always change.
I think it's pretty solidly going to go Trump.
Yes, Trump does have a very comfortable lead.
Yeah. I wonder what it's going to mean in future years, the fact that there was a Democratic lead there for a little while.
That is true. With I believe it was mentioned earlier in the stream, Texas has generally been regarded as solidly red.
Mm-hmm.
So although Biden may not win this election, it does represent a shift in the general partisanship of the state.
What do you think would have happened had, obviously this is purely hypothetical, but Beto O'Rourke, who was from Texas, do you think that would have shifted things if from the home state, typically we see a
I think he would have won Texas, but I don't think he would have done well at all.
I would say specifically with Texas, because statistically we see a boost from home state, like they're proud of their president.
Or even if Biden chose Beto as his running mate, I think it's possible he could have pushed Texas over.
I'm not sure if Beto would have been a good running
What
mate.
state? California, right?
Kamala Harris is from California.
Yes.
But remember,
Honestly, I don't understand the point of. Kamala is very strategically of choosing someone from a state you're guaranteed to win anyway.
What happened for the strategic with Kamala Harris? One, Kamala Harris is a very capable individual. She has a decent record behind her, and she had done.
Of course, I don't.
Yeah, she had done decently well in the polls in the primaries. However, Joe Biden had committed early on in his campaign to choosing a woman as his running mate. So that was one.
That is true.
Two, Joe Biden wanted to. It seemed very clear for a while that Joe Biden wanted to choose a woman of color, and Kamala Harris is a very well accomplished woman of color to receive the nomination. And I think that's one of the key points here. And I had something else to go off of, but like basically it's also trying to, the strategic idea was showing a diverse ticket instead of, because we've all seen it for months now, this is just two old white men arguing, which true, but it's just.
I mean, in the end of the day, though, I agree, but you have to be strategic, and I feel that no matter how accomplished and how qualified Kamala Harris is, if he loses, she's just another accomplished, qualified woman of color who holds no power. And who does that help?
That is true. I don't know if Beto O'Rourke would have been the choice.
Yeah.
But I do see where you're coming from.
Kamala Harris still has her tendency, so.
Yeah, but that's not the vice presidency.
Yes. It's important. I mean, there was talk a lot, too, about different people of, would it be beneficial for Biden to choose them as their running mate, or would that harm the Senate? Like, there was talk of Elizabeth Warren of, we need Elizabeth Warren in the Senate. That's why a lot of people were also saying maybe Stacey Abrams should go. But Stacey Abrams, again, lost the governorship in Georgia.
That's what I'm thinking. I think I was pushing her to do Stacey Abrams. So I thought that would, because Georgia's a toss-up state, and I felt that she maybe could have won by him in Georgia.
I just remember very, very clearly months ago before
Biden anyway, so who knows?
But before Biden was even the nominee, I had a conversation with my grandmother. I thought this was just so silly, where she's like, I'm not sure who I want for president who I want the nominee to be, but I know who I want for vice president. It's that woman. She ran for governor. It's this black woman who ran for governor, but she didn't get it. I'm like, Grandma, do you mean Stacey Abrams? And she was like, yes. But the key thing is, my grandma's not from Georgia. She has no relation to Georgia. She is from Orange County, California.
And she just happened to know Stacey Abrams.
Well, Stacey Abrams' race was very well broadcast. And
it was very well
that was a race that she lost due to voter suppression.
That is true. There was a lot of questionable behavior, especially the fact that Brian Kemp did oversee his own election as Secretary of State and refused to recuse himself, which was a very interesting move on his part. Apparently, the voters didn't mind too much, of course, but it is what we'd call ethically dubious at best.
Yeah. I will say I'm starting to get tired, but it's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
A Democrat in Oregon, Peter DeFazio, won re-election for his Congress seat.
No, it's the House. Let's see. Yes.
Apparently,
he hasn't called it yet, but he was pretty comfortable. What is it?
So Biden's winning in Minnesota. I think if he just wins Minnesota and what, Missouri? Is Missouri called yet?
Missouri's been called. Oh, they did call
For who?
Minnesota for Biden. Why did I miss that? Okay, AP did, in fact.
Okay, Reuters has not called anything yet.
But I've been messing around. Oh gosh, didn't mean to do that. I just closed my electoral map. Messing around. The thing is, Biden needs to win another state besides Minnesota and Arizona to have a chance. It has to be either Georgia or Pennsylvania. Or I guess, or if they get Michigan now. So
we're not going to find out about Pennsylvania for a while.
So wait, okay, never mind. Biden needs 2 more states. If we get Minnesota, and Arizona, we need either Wisconsin and Michigan, Wisconsin and Georgia, or Pennsylvania. No, yeah, it's we need.
He doesn't need Pennsylvania.
We need
Wisconsin and Michigan. Yeah, Michigan.
Michigan is.
He needs Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan.
Yeah. Or
Wisconsin, winning in Michigan and Wisconsin, right?
Michigan is currently held by Donald Trump, but I expect, especially with the events taking place in the state, that mail-in ballots will be a big factor.
Mm-hmm. And what is New York Times saying about mail-in ballots in Michigan? Mail-in ballots, they're expecting not until November 6th, full information.
So we may not wake up to a declared presidency yet. We will have to maybe wait for the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I didn't expect this to be resolved by tonight.
Oh, it sounds like AP is just officially called. Okay, AP just officially called Florida, which we've known, basically.
And that's not shocking.
Yeah.
Yes, I think like we've mentioned this before in the stream, but I think a lot of Democrats and liberals were expecting this to be essentially a repudiation of Donald Trump's whole campaign, and this has turned less into an outright denial and more of a scrap fight.
Yeah. Can somebody look up the actual numbers from 2016 for what was the actual 2016 electoral score?
The numbers.
The electoral map?
The country?
Not the map, like the numbers, because I cannot do the math.
Wow, I'm seeing predictions. That is
okay. 2016 is 304 to 227. So right now, Biden has 223. So if Biden already wins another state, he did. Well, obviously he will do better than Clinton did. But it's a very messy situation.
Biden's speaking soon, so.
Yes, I think we should think. I think the Democrats have to see this election as a time they need to reflect on how they're handling themselves. I think what we've been seeing. Yeah, but I think what we've been seeing, especially with the Supreme Court fight. Yes, and it's obviously hasn't been working.
Campaign. Like, how long are they waiting to reflect for?
Yeah, and so right now it looks like Arizona may be the only state to flip from 2016 into 2020.
Yes,
which is interesting to know. But also, it's like, how do I want to say this? Donald Trump has rewritten American politics in a way that's not pleasant. And I was watching a documentary for class, actually, about how this rise of politics has came to be, this very divisive nature. And it's very detrimental to the American system. And I very much wonder what this is going to mean in 2024. Say Trump does get reelected. I'm knocking on wood. But what does this mean in 2024? What kind of candidates are we going to get that we have this kind of scenario?
I think the Democrats are going to have to realize that 2 times in a row they've tried to play their hand. It's not working. And I think that frankly shows the Democratic Party is very impotent at this point, honestly. They can say a lot of things, they can say a lot of words, but at the end of the day, they're not putting up the results.
But at the end of the day, they're still representing the majority of the American people. It's still, we're having over a million people with popular vote support. We have a 1 million point difference in the popular vote. It's still going for Biden. And I think, again, I'm not, you weren't here for this, Justin, but us discussing the popular vote versus electoral college, it's very much a way to disenfranchise voters. We're seeing almost 1.5 million votes difference.
Mm-hmm. but I think there is a frustration, especially among the more progressive types of people, that the Democrats are playing a little too much with their gloves on, so to speak.
Well, it comes from this idea, in my personal opinion, from Michelle Obama, when they go low, we go high, which makes sense, but we see all these. We've seen time and time again that currently the Republican Party does not want to play by the rules, and they choose not to. And the Democratic Party, trying to show that they are a good party and trying to do the best for the American people, still play by the rules, but it's hard to win and play by the rules when the other team is cheating.
I feel like, quote unquote, is that the rules don't exist. The rules are based on a morality spectrum that the Democrats hold onto them for themselves, which the Republicans don't agree with. I feel that these whole play by the rules that just so arbitrary and ridiculous, because the Democrats should act exactly like the Republicans, at least on the campaign trail, and nothing would change. They only get more votes because it's not like existing Democrats are going to go with the Republican side. They could only be getting more votes from independents if they choose that way, but they don't because they're, I guess, moral and want to maintain their moral high ground or whatever.
I think we're seeing something like that with the allyship with the Lincoln Project, which, of course, like we've mentioned before, is a Republican group. What we've been seeing is Republicans have consistently outperformed Democrats when it comes to stuff like ads. It's because they know how to do them, and Democrats aren't keeping up. If they don't keep up, it's just going to keep. This election might not be the worst of it.
Well, honestly, it's what's going to happen in the future of this country. I genuinely am concerned based on how we've been seeing politics. Things have gotten more and more partisan, and we are seeing that at least Republican leadership. I'm looking at Mitch McConnell here. Cannot put aside partisan fighting to help the American people. And for example, what I want to talk about specifically here is the stimulus bill. The Democrats passed a stimulus in Congress to try and help the American people as we are in this major recession for the pandemic back in May. They've tried to negotiate, and the Republicans are the ones who refused to vote on it. Mitch McConnell refused to vote on it several times. And so American people are very much hurting right now. And think about how much popular they could have been theoretically had they just done something to help the American people.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Iowa for Trump.
What? Yeah.
We said
Iowa.
We've confirmed that already, I believe.
Yeah.
Something that was mentioned previously in my high school. It was previously mentioned in my high school, and I think Republicans have captured that art of it. Is the idea of crafted talk. You're not necessarily appealing to your voters. You're making your voters appeal to your agenda, essentially.
Important thing.
The ideas you want.
Important thing to know.
I find the problem is.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just have to interrupt. Greg
Giannaforte,
Republican, won the governor's race for Montana.
Oh, good. Or bad. I don't know. Independent. Anyway, so what I was saying, I think the problem with all these senators and the Congress and all our representatives, quote unquote, is that they don't represent the people anymore as much as they represent their own self-interests. So when you're voting for a representative, whether it be Congress, Senate, mayor, governor, even president to an extent, you're not voting for someone who represents you. You're voting for someone who represents their own self-interest. And what you do is you look at their own self-interest and decide which one most closely aligns with yours, right? So I think a majority of people say, well, obviously Biden and Hillary back in 2016, they feel that they relate more with them, and that not so much that they'll represent them, that they will enact policies that benefit them. You understand what I'm saying?
See, so Biden is giving a speech right now, and Biden says he still believes they're on track to win.
Yeah, Biden said he's optimistic and he's not. I mean,
it's way too early to concede anything.
I mean, okay, so to be fair, we've talked about Pennsylvania is still very much in play. Georgia is still very much in play. Right now, it looks like Arizona is going to go to Biden. If Arizona goes to Biden, that leaves that leaves him in a much better position than he is right now. Did they call Montana yet?
Yes, they called Montana.
Montana?
Trump. Yes.
So oh my gosh, we're just it's so Corey mentioned earlier, there's no close because everything's already been cast, but it's so interesting to see the levels to which we're just they're so neck and neck. It's just like, so the idea of a tie is so scary and crazy.
If it's a tie, that's gonna be.
So if you pull it up on Road to 270 right now, the Democrats have 126 winning combinations left. The Republicans have 124, but there are 78 different ways left this could resolve in a tie.
So if one gets if this gets a tie below the 270 mark, that would go to the House.
Go to the House?
It would, but each state delegation gets one vote, so it's essentially 50.
I thought it'd go to the Senate.
I mean, I think we're still very far from that happening. It truly is a 1 in very many chance that would ever happen.
That's what we said with the odds.
I think more likely is we have like a Rutherford B. Hayes situation, and like we just have such a slim margin that it's going to be contested.
We're starting to get numbers from Nevada also.
Yes.
What was that?
We're starting to finally get
Nevada, but it's only like, it looks like maybe one precinct reporting. It's only 35,000 votes.
It's a couple of Republican counties, but it's nothing. We don't have anything from Vegas, which is the most Democratic. Because again, cities tend to be more Democratic.
Of course, the question is, with such a slim margin, even if Joe Biden wins, for example, knock on wood, would he have any strong mandates? Like, what does that say about the condition of the country?
What do you mean, strong mandates?
Would he be able to enact all of these large policies that progressives, for example, would really help for?
I don't know.
That's going to also depend a lot on
the Senate.
Yeah, the Senate and Congress.
Yes, it's true. But I think Democrats are going to want to try to avoid a repeat of, for example, 2010, I believe it was, where they lost most. I believe it was 2010, or if not 2012, where
2014, I think you're thinking of, where they lost.
2014, then yes.
I think it was 14.
Yes, where Democrats suffered heavy losses. I think.
Well, we had that giant blue wave in 2018, which got the House. But
yeah.
I think with such a slim margin, I think Democrats are going to be a lot more cautious. I'd have to say, because that's just their very nature, I believe, and I think that's going to cost them.
So what I'm looking at right now, if you Alaska's probably going to go for Trump, Montana's went for Trump. The only states still in play are the couple split districts in Maine, one split district in Nebraska. Nevada, Arizona is probably going to go Biden. The 3 Great Lakes states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. North Carolina is shaping up to be more of a Trump outcome, but it's still really close. It's within 100,000 votes, and they're at 97% reporting. So I think it's not unlikely we could see Trump says as soon as polls close tonight, they are planning on going in with lawyers to challenge as many outcomes as they possibly can. And we don't even need to talk about how that people are like, yeah, this is normal for democracy, as the people running try to get as few votes as possible counted. I think that's going to end up being an unexpected battleground just because of how close it is. I mean, it's 100,000 votes in a state that already has had several different court challenges for mail-in voting, for counting ballots after the election. I think North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Georgia are all going to be really messy. in the coming days, especially with how strongly the president says he's going to challenge mail-in ballots being counted after the election.
Well, he's already said it right now. He's saying that, first of all, he has a typo in his tweet saying votes cannot be cast after the polls. POLES.
Nice.
Is this the new Covfefe? You decide. But
no,
he's claiming that they are going to try and steal the election, but it's not. What stealing the election is not counting votes. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I don't think, it's one of those things, people are like, oh, we don't want to come off as being biased. It's not a political statement to say counting all the votes in an election is how counting works. Like, it's just, I don't know what you want us to say.
Yeah, when the Polish close their elections, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. They were already cast. It's not like, if you want to say all the votes have to be counted the same day it happens, okay, then why don't you in about 2 weeks sign in a resolution giving everyone everywhere, electronic voting machines that are tabulated instantly, which wouldn't happen. People would hate that. It's really strange, just because we were talking about no one likes it when things change. So I just think it's also not. No, states get called early on. The Associated Press has called a ton of states, but those states haven't verified and given their official state outcome yet. That's just like how it's gonna work. Every election takes days to validate and finish counting. And so many Republican pundits and so many Republican government officials are trying to say they're stealing the election. And it's like, no, this is a normal election process.
It goes to show, at least in my opinion, the idea that we as a country have become so divided, and part of the issue with the way the news cycle is currently working and why Fox News is not a legitimate news source is it's feeding into some of these conspiracy theories. And it's this problem that they're feeding such misinformation that it's letting people believe that this is not normal, that these things aren't normal, and they're trying to spin normal things as something radical and crazy. And that's what's causing, and so people are distrusting the system. And it's so ridiculous. It's very ridiculous. And one thing I'd like to point out is the Hunter Biden story, which was being used to try and smear Joe Biden, was based in no facts. And again, when it ended up at the news station it ended up at was because other news stations rejected it because they tried to fact check the story and there was nothing there. It's just the way it works.
It's interesting.
Also, Reuters has officially called Iowa for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water.
Okay.
That's a good call.
I think it's going to be interesting to see the way this shakes out. I was pretty optimistic that we would be able to avoid a lot of the tumult in the coming days of Donald Trump attacking the validity of the election, because like a lot of people were saying, very few people expected the race to be this. Actually, did anyone expect the race to be this close? Republicans were just saying it's going to be a landslide for Donald Trump because, of course, they were. And a lot of pollsters were saying it's going to be a landslide for Biden. Some people said it's going to be Biden, but it won't be a landslide. No one said, at 1 a.m. on the 4th, it was going to be 214 to 216. I don't think anyone was calling that it was going to work out this way.
I mean, I don't have it on tape, but I said those exact numbers. It happened. I knew.
I left it in a different notebook that
my prediction goes to another school. You don't know her.
It's on a different It's on a different hard drive. I think something that we brought up before, I think we have to realize that we might be looking at the gaslighting of the entire country. And that is slightly terrifying, I have to say.
Well, and that's part of what I think, Corey was pretty open that he didn't want us to do this. And I think part of the reason he didn't want us to do this is because of states like Georgia and states like Pennsylvania that are not going to be able to call the election maybe even this week. And
yes, I
believe. I think there was a lot of validity to doing this broadcast outside of us just covering, minute to minute numbers and discussing different issues and discussing different, ballot measures and that kind of thing. But I think we do need to just all take a minute to try and internalize the fact that none of the election is not being decided tonight. The election is not being decided tomorrow. People will try and tell you that it is not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We are, I think, at the very earliest, not going to know the end of the have a certified, fair determination of the election until Wednesday of next week, probably the end of next week.
I was going to say Friday. Coming Friday is my guess for official statements, but
yes, Michigan.
Yeah,
I believe I just found a tweet.
Friday or maybe next Monday. And
according to state officials, Wisconsin is not announcing tonight. Michigan needs until Friday, and Pennsylvania will probably need the same amount of time too.
And I mean, it's one of these things, no one's confused about when California is going to, or how California is going to go. But if you mailed your ballot by the 3rd to be counted in California, it only has to arrive at your county's precinct by the 28th of November. The 20th of November. It can arrive 17 days after the election as long as it's postmarked by yesterday. So I think we really need to be very clear. The election is not decided tonight. The election was never going to be decided tonight. And no one that was being honest and not trying to suppress voters or trying to tell people false narratives thought any differently.
Yeah.
Yes, I just don't think anyone was
decided. Remember that may be.
Regardless, I don't think anyone was expecting the numbers.
I agree.
People can tell themselves they know what to expect, but at the same time, seeing it, even with the reassurance that that's not the final numbers, will be tough for a good amount of the country.
And it will be. And I think that's going to be a really hard thing for people to deal with. I think a lot of people are a lot of first-time voters that I've talked to were bewildered by the fact that they wrote down their answers on a piece of paper and then they put it in a box. Even that is wild to people. And I think we're so used to electronic testing platforms, all these different things that, I think people are going to start to get into the range of well, why are we these things take time to count, especially mail-in ballots. Those have to be opened, then validated, then opened again in some cases, then flattened, then put onto counting machines. It takes a long time. And, I think I'm going to rest easy tonight knowing that anyone who's trying to call this tomorrow is not telling the truth. That's why Facebook and Twitter have been actively trying to suppress people prematurely declaring victory, because there's no, I'm just repeating myself at this point.
Yeah.
No one knows who won.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to bring up a point though, that we haven't discussed enough, which is in the past half hour, I want to say, a lot of states have stopped counting ballots for the night, and they're going to hold off until the morning.
Yep.
So we might end the stream 2 hours early just because of a little bit early, just because there's not new news because people have stopped counting. Because again, poll workers need their sleep too. People are still watching the stream. We still have 11 people watching.
Wow, dedication.
Oh, Bryce, you are glitching it. Okay, you stopped glitching out.
I've been doing that on and off all night. I'm in the Matrix.
You look fine for me.
No, it was not
This
from the stream.
call is fine, but the live streamed version, I turned into a massive
You're evolving. I see it.
Again, shout out to Bryce and for Timmy for setting this up, the technology.
Yeah.
Really, shout out to him.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, it was. You know, we had to make a lot of adjustments, but I'm glad we got to do this. It was a cool learning experience, and I think it was really interesting to have this perspective. I haven't followed an election night this closely before.
This is interesting.
Yes,
I'm definitely.
neither have I.
I mean, as some of you know, this is what I'm interested in
Yeah,
doing
honestly-
for a living. I'm very interested in doing political commentary for TV services in the future. So doing something like this is something I think is really important to do.
So it seems like we're sort of looking at wrapping up. How about we just real quick recap current counts and recap projections for the states that are not decided yet, and then we can call it a night and I'll get to bed. I got a 9:15.
Oh goodness.
Ooh.
But yeah, some key things from tonight.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not as good as Biden wanted tonight.
4 viewers, I think. It might just be us. I don't know.
It says we have 11 watching the stream.
Oh, that's weird. Mine says
I thought
Mine
3.
says 4.
Oh,
It's just the 4 of us.
Ayo.
it does say 4. Okay,
Yeah.
so
Someone put in the chat
If anyone's here, please.
if anyone, please give us a sign.
I had not refreshed the page. It still said 11. Okay.
Someone.
But we can still do some wrap-up thoughts because if I remember correctly from Super Tuesday, this is going to get saved and still be on the
This will
channel.
be a VOD. Yes.
So
Yeah, of course.
some
It's a
key
time
points we want to make up. Again, this night did not go as planned for Biden, with key states like Florida, in which he'd been leading in the polls for a while.
Yep.
That's some of the key states. Also, states like Michigan and Wisconsin, which had been polling very highly for Biden, we don't know. But a lot of that could be because of mail-in voting. Mail-in voting will delay the results of this election. Some key things to take note of is how close Texas was for a long time. Obviously, it's not as close anymore, but that does say a lot about where this country is going and what this means if you want to be hopeful. Again, we're not going to know a lot until a couple of days from now, but yeah.
I think another thing to add to what you're saying, though, about mail-in voting is going to really change the way this election looks. I think people will accept a state like Pennsylvania not being called tonight, a state like Georgia not being called tonight. But I think what's going to be harder for people is that, they call Florida tonight and they call Texas tonight. The number of mail-in ballots cast, Florida, they've pre-counted pretty much all of them, I believe. But Texas, the margin of victory in Texas is only 600,000 votes, and far more than 600,000 mail-in votes were cast in Texas. I haven't seen any reports of how many mail-in votes have been counted, but the thing that I am more worried about than an undecided state flipping because of mail-in voting is a state that people called confidently. People said Texas went Republican. If next week all of a sudden they say it actually voted Democrat, I think a lot of people are going to have a problem with that. So hopefully we don't see crazy.
Okay, wait, no. Sorry, AP already called this, but New York Times just called Minnesota for Biden.
Minnesota for Biden. Okay.
We'd known this because they had already called it from AP, but.
Gotcha. So.
Again, so yeah. For those who watch this later, you'll see if our optimism paid off.
Yeah. So what I'll sort of say in wrapping up, right now the way it stands, Joe Biden has won 224 electoral college votes, and Donald Trump has won 216. It is still very much anyone's race. At this point, there are actually more paths to victory for Donald Trump than there are for Joe Biden. But this is not counting states expected to go to Biden, like Arizona. If we count Arizona for Biden, his chances improve a lot. So I think the key takeaway from this is that there are still a lot of states that are not called, and there are some states that could theoretically flip as more mail-in ballots are counted. We're probably not going to know the results of this election until next week at the very earliest. And I think that's about where we stand right now.
Sounds about right. So not an easy night, but I think, like you said, people should not be freaking out.
Yeah, not the night Republicans expected to have, not the night Democrats expected to have. Probably not the night
I don't think Republicans expected either.
but we'll see. You know, Florida was a big loss for Joe Biden. That they've probably got most of their mail-in ballots counted at this point, so I don't think he can count on those flipping it. He lost by 400,000 votes. That's 4 points roughly, or 3.5 points. So it'll be interesting to see how this shapes up as we go into the end of this week and into next week. But that's all for me.
Yeah. Thanks to anyone who watched it tonight and those who watched it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you all.
So I'll say I've been my name, and then Justin go, and then Tommy go, and then Alana can do the send off.
Yeah.
All right. With NUTV News, I've been Bryce Dearden.
I've been Justin Almondrell.
I've been Tommy DiMartino, EP.
I've been Alana Gersten. Thank you all for watching. Subscribe to our channel, and you can check out our past election updates to see what we've said in the past leading up to tonight. And we will keep you guys updated as things change in the coming days. Okay. Good night, everybody.
Yep. Good night.